Natutulog ka na daw.
Akin hindi kasi kung ibibigay naman yung sabi mo sa Tagaytay kung kasi itago namin yung magamit ko lalagyan lang naman ng mga ano niya mga ano lang niya sa kabinet. Hindi naman masisira kung para lang magtatakpan niya pag nilagay mo sa ilalim yung nilagay sa kabinet. Okay ba? Okay. Okay ba? Okay.
Marry me. Marry me. To be out. Slowly try.
Mike Anderson was barely making ends meet as a single dad in a small town. His old Toyota Corolla wasn't much, but it got him to his 3 jobs and his daughter to school. One rainy night, a desperate stranger knocked on his door needing help. Despite having work the next morning, Mike did something that would change his life forever. He handed over his keys. It was all he had to give. But sometimes the smallest acts of kindness open the biggest doors. The next day, that same stranger returned. Not in his beat-up car, but in a private jet. She wasn't just any traveler. She was one of the wealthiest people in the world. But why had she been searching for someone like Mike? And what made his simple act of kindness so special to her? Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from. And if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed, because tomorrow I've saved something extra special for you. Daddy, the toaster's doing that funny smell again. Mike Anderson looked up from the stack of bills spread across the kitchen table, his daughter's voice pulling him from columns of red numbers. Sarah stood on her tippy toes by the counter, her wild brown curls escaping from hastily done pictures Back away, princess, he said, pushing aside an overdue electric notice to rescue what remained of their breakfast. The toast was charred on one side, barely warm on the other, par for the course with their temperamental toaster. How about peanut butter on the good side? Sarah nodded solemnly, sliding into her usual chair. At 8 years old, she had mastered the art of pretending everything was fine, a skill Mike wished she'd never had to learn. Her small fingers traced the edges of a handmade birthday card she'd been working on since yesterday. Not for herself, but from Maria next door, their saving grace of a neighbor who watched Sarah during Mike's night shifts. Think she'll like it? Sarah held up the card, revealing a crayon masterpiece of stick figures holding hands under a rainbow. That's Maria, and that's me, and that's you, and that's... Her voice caught slightly. That's Mommy in the clouds. Mike swallowed hard, spreading peanut butter over the salvageable side of the toast. 3 years had passed since cancer took Emily, but moments like these still felt like walking on broken glass. It's beautiful, sweetheart. Maria will love it. The wall clock, the garage sale file with a slightly crooked number 6, showed 6:45 a.m. First shift at Pete's Auto Shop started at 7:30, followed by afternoon deliveries for local businesses, then night security at the mall from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Sleep came in patches between shifts, often at the kitchen table while helping. Sarah with homework, backpack ready? He asked, sliding the toast across to her. Sarah nodded, mouth full of peanut butter. Her school uniform was second-hand, but meticulously clean, ironed late last night while she slept. The shoes, though, were showing wear. Another item from the growing list of things they needed but couldn't afford. Ms. Rodriguez says we're having a career day next week, Sarah said, carefully wiping crumbs from her mouth. She says parents can come talk about their jobs. Mike's heart squeezed. That sounds interesting. I told her you have 3 jobs, so maybe you could come 3 times. Sarah's eyes sparkled with innocent pride. That's more than anyone else's parents. Before Mike could respond, a gentle knock at the back door announced Maria's arrival. She was their neighbor of 5 years, a retired teacher with silver-streaked black hair and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. Maria had been Emily's friend, first and after. Well, after everything, she'd become family. Buenos dias, letting herself in. The smell of fresh tomatoes wafted in with her. I made too many again. Such a shame they'll go to waste if nobody helps me eat. Them. It was a dance they did every week. Maria's accidental cooking that somehow always yielded enough extra to feed them. Mike had tried to pay her back in the beginning, but she firmly refused. Family helps family, she said. And that was that. Sarah bounced up to hug her, the birthday card clutched behind her back. Maria, is it really your birthday today? Ah, mi amor, you remembered. Maria's face lit up. 65 years young today. Mike watched as Sarah presented her card with flourish, explaining each crayon detail. Maria's eyes misted over at the stick figure in the clouds, and she hugged Sarah tight. Mi angel, it's perfect, the most beautiful card I've ever received. The clock struck 7 a.m. Mike grabbed his keys. The Toyota's ignition was finicky, would need an extra few minutes to coax it to life. Sarah, shoes on. Maria, thank you for... Go, go. Maria waved him off. Sarah and I have big plans today. Reading, mathematics, maybe some secret birthday making. As Mike helped Sarah with her shoelaces, a bill slipped from his pocket. The 4th notice for her upcoming school fees. He quickly stuffed it back in, but not before catching Maria's concerned eyes. The private school had been Emily's dream for Sarah, her final wish. The scholarship helped, but even the reduced fees were stretching them to breaking point. Daddy! Sarah's voice was small as they walked to the car. Jenny's having a birthday party next weekend. She invited the whole class. Mike's stomach clenched. Birthday parties meant presents, proper clothes, another expense they couldn't afford. We'll see, princess. Maybe we can... The Toyota coughed twice before grudgingly turning over. Sarah buckled herself in, humming softly, the same lullaby. Emily used to sing. In the rearview mirror, Mike saw Maria standing in the doorway, somewhere in the building, a loose sign creaked rhythmically. His evening coffee. Last from his thermos. Gone cold hours ago. His phone buzzed, a text from Maria. Sarah had a nightmare. She's okay now. Asked me to tell you she loves you to the moon and back. Mike's throat tightened. Emily used to say that, to the moon and back. He started typing a response when headlights swept across the mall entrance, catching his attention. Not the usual. A troll car. This was different. A sleek black sedan pulled up, clearly expensive, with steam billowing from under its hood. The driver's door opened, and a figure emerged into the downpour. A woman in what had probably been an elegant business. Soon before the rain got to it, she hurried to the entrance, a sodden designer scarf clutched around her shoulders. Mike unlocked the door, security training warring with basic human decency. "Ma'am, are you all right?" Up close, she was younger than he'd expected, maybe early 30s. Despite her drenched appearance, there was something commanding about her presence. "I'm so sorry to bother you," she said, her accent suggesting old money and Ivy League education. "My car, I think it's the radiator. My phone's dead, and I've been driving for hours trying to find somewhere open." Mike glanced at her car. Even with his mechanic's experience, that wasn't a quick fix. Nearest open service station is 40 miles away in Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids. She pressed her fingers to her temples. "I need to be in Chicago by morning. A meeting I absolutely cannot miss." Her composure cracked slightly. "I don't suppose there's a car rental place open at this hour? Not around here." Mike hesitated. "Look, I work at Pete's auto shop during the day. First thing tomorrow I could..." "Tomorrow will be too late." She straightened, reaching for her purse. "I'll pay whatever it takes. Surely there must be some service that..." They'll all say the same thing. That engine needs to cool before anyone can work on it safely. Outside, the rain intensified. The woman, who still hadn't introduced herself, paced a tight circle. "I should have listened to James about getting the car serviced, but I had to do this my way. Prove I could. Handle..." She stopped, seeming to remember she had an audience. "I'm sorry. You don't need to hear this." Mike thought of Sarah. Of all the times they needed help and someone had stepped up, Maria with her extra tamales, Pete keeping him on in the shop even when business was slow, Emily's parents helping with school fees when they could. Sometimes, kindness was all you had to give. "My car," he said slowly. "It's not much, a 99 Corolla, but it runs. You could take it to Chicago, have someone drive it back tomorrow." She stared at him. "You'd lend your car to a complete stranger. You'd trust a complete stranger's car." That startled the laugh out of her. She studied him with new interest. "Why would you do that?" Mike shrugged. "Because you need help. And sometimes that's reason enough. Just like that, you don't want collateral, references, proof I'm not going to steal your car? Are you going to steal my car?" "No, but then we're good." He pulled out his keys, separating the Toyotas from the bunch. "It takes a few tries to start sometimes. Fuel gauge sticks at quarter tank, but it's actually full. And the passenger window doesn't roll down, so don't try." She stood frozen, designer scarf dripping onto his polished floor. "I don't even know your name." "Mike Anderson. Alexandra," she said after a pause that suggested she was choosing what name to give. "Alexandra Pierce." Mike held out the keys. "Nice to meet you, Alexandra Pierce. Drive safely." She reached for them, then hesitated. "Your job. Won't you get in trouble for leaving? Night shift ends at 5. I'll call Pete. Tell him I'll be late to the shop. He'll understand." Alexandra took the keys, her manicured fingers brushing his weather boards. "I'll bring it back tomorrow, I promise. And Mr. Anderson, thank you. Not many people would. Sometimes a little trust goes a long way." Mike thought of Sarah's crayon drawings, of Maria's tamales, of Emily's last smile. Just take care of her. That car's got a lot of memories. Alexandra nodded, clutching the keys like they were made of gold. She turned to go, then looked back. "Your daughter, the photo on your keys. She has your smile." Before Mike could respond, she was gone, hurrying through the rain to the Toyota. The engine coughed once, twice, then cooled. Headlights swung around and the car pulled away, carrying a stranger into the store. Mike watched until the taillights disappeared. Tomorrow would be interesting, trying to get Sarah to school and himself to work. But right now, in the quiet of the empty wall with rain drumming on the roof, he felt oddly at peace. His phone buzzed again. Maria sending a photo of Sarah finally asleep with a favorite stuffed rabbit. Below it, she'd written, "Man, my cats, ever be proud." He smiled, tucked the phone away, and settled in to finish his shift. Outside, the storm raged on. But somewhere out there, a beat-up Toyota was carrying a load down the highway, 1 mile at a time. Dawn broke over Main Street as Mike walked home from his night shift, his steps heavy with fatigue. The storm had passed, leaving puddles that reflected a sky streaked with pink and gold. Pete had been understanding about the car. He'd even offered to pick Mike up for his afternoon shift, but the real challenge would be explaining things to Sarah. The smell of coffee and fresh bread wafted from Joe's diner. Inside, early regulars pressed against the windows and clustered around. The morning paper, Joe himself burst out the door, paper in hand. "Mike, you seen this?" He thrust the Cedar Rapids Gazette forward. "Your midnight visitor. She's all over the news." Mike blinked at the headline. "Pierce, IRS missing. Billionaire's daughter vanishes before crucial board meeting." Below was a photo of Alexandra Pierce at some charity number, looking polished and powerful in an evening gown. Her eyes held the same determination he'd seen last night, even through the rain. Billionaire's daughter. Mike's mouth went dry. Alexandra Pierce. Joe was practically bouncing. The Pierce Industries Alexandra Pierce. Word is, she ran away from some big corporate showdown. Her family's going crazy looking for her. Mike's phone chose that moment to ring. An unknown number. His heart jumped, but it was just a reporter from the local station. They'd already traced the mysterious woman's path to their town. No comment, he managed, ending the call. 3 more messages blinked on the screen. Inside the diner, the regulars were having a field day. Mike heard fragments as he passed. Could buy the whole town 10 times over. Wonder if she'll remember us little people. Always knew. Something big would happen here. Maria was waiting on his front porch, worry creasing her face. "Mijo, you're all over the morning news. Sarah's been watching the coverage. She's so excited." Sarah's watching the news. Mike quickened his pace. He found his daughter glued to Maria's small TV, still in her pajamas. On screen, a reporter stood outside Pierce Industries headquarters in Chicago. Sources say Alexandra Pierce arrived moments ago for the emergency board meeting. The question everyone's asking, where has the heiress been? And what statement will she make about Daddy? Sarah launched herself at him. "You helped a princess, just like in my books." "Not a princess, sweetheart. Just someone who needed help." Mike sank into his chair, exhaustion hitting hard. "Come on, you'll be late for school." "But Daddy, the car." "Maria's gonna drive you today." He managed to smile. "Remember what Mom used to say about helping others?" Sarah nodded solemnly. "It always comes back around, like a big circle of good things." "That's right." Mike kissed her forehead. "Now go get dressed." Once Sarah was upstairs, Maria brought him coffee, her expression concerned. "What are you thinking, giving your car to a stranger, even a rich one?"
A poor cleaning lady blew bubbles to calm a boy having a meltdown, unaware that the millionaire CEO was watching. And what he did surprised the entire company. Before we get into the story, leave a comment telling us where you're watching from. And at the end, don't forget to rate this story from 0 to 10. Enjoy. Lily Carter froze in the hallway, still holding her cleaning bucket. Just a few feet away, she saw a boy sitting on the floor, hugging his knees, rocking back and forth. His eyes were wide, like he was seeing something no one else could. People backed away. No one said a word to him. "He's having another episode," a woman whispered on the phone. "Is the nanny here yet?" A manager murmured. "Don't get too close," a tense security guard warned. Right at that moment, Nathaniel Blake saw the scene on the security cameras. It was his son, in the lobby, having a meltdown, alone. He dropped everything, rushed out of his office, ignored his assistant calling his name, hit the elevator button 3 times. When it didn't come, He ran down the stairs, his heart pounding. But Lily didn't hesitate. She sat down on the floor near the boy. She didn't touch him. She didn't speak. She simply unzipped her apron pocket and pulled out a small, almost empty bottle of dish soap. She added a bit of water and blew a bubble, then another, and another. The boy stopped rocking. His breathing slowed. His panicked eyes followed a gentle, silent bubble drifting through the air. That was when Nathaniel, exhausted and out of breath, reached the lobby and stopped in his tracks. Right there in the center of the hall, his son was calm, sitting on the floor, quietly watching soap bubbles dance in the air. And in front of him, a woman he'd never seen before, wearing cleaning clothes, hair pinned up with a pen, blew another bubble with quiet focus. No one moved. No one spoke. Owen, his son, wasn't crying or screaming. He was just watching. Nathaniel blinked, stunned. He knew the signs of a full-blown meltdown, and he also knew how rare it was for one to stop without professional help. Mr. Blake, a security guard, whispered when he noticed him. Nathaniel raised a hand for silence. Lily, unaware of what was happening around her, stayed seated, blowing small bubbles, one at a time, as if each one had a purpose. Owen looked at her. His shoulders dropped. He reached out to touch a bubble. When it popped gently against his finger, he let out a tiny, almost silent laugh. Lily smiled too, only then realizing someone was behind her. She turned slowly and froze when she saw the company's CEO standing there, tall, serious, dressed in a perfect dark suit, intense eyes. Nathaniel stood just a few steps away, watching her with an unreadable expression. "I'm sorry," Lily said quickly, getting to her feet. "I thought he needed help. No one was doing anything, and I didn't touch him. I just blew bubbles." Nathaniel looked at his son, then back at her. "He usually takes hours to calm down," he said quietly. "You did it in 2 minutes." "He calmed himself," Lily replied, adjusting her apron. "I just stayed nearby. Sometimes that's all it takes." Owen now looked at them both, curious. His eyes were still wet, but he seemed fully present. Nathaniel stepped closer, knelt down gently, and asked his son, "Are you okay now?" Owen nodded. "It was her," he whispered. "The bubble lady." Lily smiled. "Yep, that's my superpower. Bubbles and plungers. Works every time." Nathaniel stood slowly, eyes still on her. "You work here? As a cleaner?" "Yes. Outsourced. Morning shift. 3 months in, lots of coffee, no raise," she said, trying to hide her nerves with a bit of humor. "What's your name?" "Lily Carter." Nathaniel held out his hand. "Nathaniel Blake." "Yeah, I figured. Your face is on the walls, the security badges, the website, the elevators, pretty much everywhere but the toilet paper." He almost smiled. "I'd like to speak with you, Miss Carter. Would you come with me to my office?" Her eyes widened. "Look, I swear I didn't teach your kid magic or give him candy. It was just soap." Nathaniel gave a subtle nod to the security guard. Owen, seeing Lily walk away, reached out his hand and said, "Come back." She crouched down. "If you want more bubbles, I'll bring a lemon-scented one tomorrow, but only if you promise to smile more than once." The boy smiled. Nathaniel watched quietly. Once they were in the elevator, Lily took a deep breath. "Just curious, am I getting fired?" "I haven't decided yet," Nathaniel replied as the doors closed. The elevator rose in complete silence. Lily watched the numbers blink. With every floor that passed, her anxiety grew. She had never gone higher than the 3rd floor, where the bathrooms she cleaned every morning were located. "Breathe, Lily," she muttered to herself, adjusting the strand of hair that had escaped her makeshift ponytail. When the doors opened on the 25th floor, she almost choked. Nathaniel Blake's office took up the entire floor. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed Chicago stretching all the way to the horizon. Dark wood furniture, expensive abstract paintings, and a silence that probably cost more than her yearly salary. "Please have a seat," Nathaniel said, pointing to one of the leather armchairs in front of his desk. Lily perched on the edge of the chair, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Her sweaty hands squeezed the cleaning rag she'd forgotten in her pocket. "Mr. Blake, I can explain. I know I shouldn't have gotten involved, but the boy was—" "Miss Carter," he interrupted, sitting down behind the desk. "Do you have children?" The question caught her off guard. "No, sir. I'm single. No kids, no boyfriend, no plans that last more than 2 weeks." Nathaniel almost smiled at her blunt honesty. "Owen, my son, is 7. He lost his mother 2 years ago in a car accident. Since then, he's had episodes of emotional instability, Anxiety attacks, panic attacks. We've gone through 5 therapists, 3 specialized nannies, and 2 doctors. Nothing has worked like what you did today. Lily blinked, processing his words. Sir, I just blew bubbles. It wasn't anything scientific. Exactly, Nathaniel said, getting up and walking to the window. The experts try to analyze, diagnose, medicate. You simply showed up. Lily shifted in the chair, uncomfortable. Look, I'm sorry for your loss. It must be terrible for a child. But if you're thinking of promoting me to nanny, I'm not talking about a promotion, Nathaniel interrupted, turning to face her. I'm talking about a different proposal. What kind of proposal? Nathaniel took a deep breath, like he was about to jump off a cliff. I want you to spend a few hours a week with Owen. Not as a nanny, not as a therapist, just as you, the person who managed to calm him with soap bubbles. Lily laughed, a genuine laugh that echoed through the quiet office. You're joking, right? You want me, a janitor who can barely take care of herself, to take care of your son? Not take care of him, just be with him. Mr. Blake, with all due respect, that's the craziest idea I've ever heard. You don't even know me. I could be a terrible person. I could teach him bad words, let him eat candy for breakfast, or watch horror movies. Would you do that? Of course not. But you don't know that. Nathaniel stepped closer to the desk, resting his hands on the polished mahogany surface. Miss Carter, I saw the way you looked at my son. There was no pity, no fear, no impatience. There was kindness. And for the first time in 2 years, I saw Owen smile. Really smile. Lily felt her chest tighten. She stood up from the chair and walked to the window. You don't get it? I clean bathrooms at 5 in the morning. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment with 2 cockroaches I named Tom and Jerry. My idea of a fancy dinner is instant noodles with an egg. I have nothing in common with you. Maybe that's exactly what Owen needs, Nathaniel murmured. Before Lily could answer, the office door burst open. Owen ran in, followed by a woman in a blue suit who looked frantic. I'm sorry, Mr. Blake. He slipped away when I opened the car door, the woman said, clearly a nanny or assistant. Owen ignored everyone and ran straight to Lily. Bubble lady, you came back. Lily knelt down automatically, meeting the boy's eyes. Hey, champ, how are you? Better. Sarah said you were leaving forever. Is that true? Lily glanced at Nathaniel over Owen's head. The CEO watched the exchange with an intense expression. Well, your dad and I were just talking about that. Dad, Owen turned to Nathaniel, eyes shining. Can she stay, please? She makes bubbles and doesn't yell when I get sad. The silence that followed was heavy with emotion. Lily felt something stir in her chest, a feeling she hadn't had in a long time. Owen, Nathaniel said softly, Miss Lily has her job, and we can't. I can come on Wednesdays and Saturdays, Lily interrupted, surprising herself. 2 hours each day. But I have conditions. Nathaniel raised his eyebrows. Conditions? First, no nannies watching me or giving me instructions. If you don't trust me, it's better not to start. I agree, Nathaniel said right away. Second condition, no cameras or recordings. Owen needs to feel free to be a kid, not part of some experiment. Nathaniel hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Third, I'm not a therapist, psychologist, or expert. I'm just a regular person. If you're expecting miracles, you're going to be disappointed. And the fourth condition? Nathaniel asked. Lily smiled, looking at Owen. If he doesn't want me around anymore, I'll leave. No drama, no explanations. It's always his decision. I want you, Owen said right away. I really do. Nathaniel walked over and held out his hand to Lily. Then we have a deal, Miss Carter. Lily shook his hand, feeling how firm his grip was and the honesty in his eyes. Just call me Lily. And for the record, I still think you're all a little crazy. Owen laughed and clapped his hands. Dad, she said she's just as crazy as we are. Nathaniel smiled, a real smile that completely changed his face. No, Owen. She said we're the crazy ones. She's the sensible one here. Oh, I don't know about that, Lily said, taking Owen's hand. A sensible person wouldn't agree to take care of a kid she just met. I think we've officially entered the realm of shared madness. And for the first time in a long while, the CEO office of Blake Tech was filled with the sound of laughter. The next day, Lily stopped in front of the most impressive residential building she had ever seen. 40 floors of glass and steel stretched up like a crystal tower in the heart of Chicago. The doorman, dressed in a uniform that probably cost more than her entire wardrobe, looked at her with suspicion. "Good afternoon. I'm here to see Owen Blake," she said, trying to sound confident. "Full name and ID, please." "Lily Carter, and here's my ID," she replied, handing over a document that was a little worn. The doorman typed something into a sleek tablet, frowning. "You're not on the guest list. Look, I know I look suspicious wearing a Monday outfit on a Wednesday, but Mr. Blake hired me to spend time with Owen. Kind of like a babysitter, but not exactly." One moment. After a few minutes of whispered phone calls and doubtful glances, Lily was finally allowed in. The private elevator to the top floor had golden buttons and mirrors everywhere. She saw her reflection repeating endlessly inside. "I definitely don't belong here," she muttered to herself. When the doors opened straight into the penthouse, Lily froze. The apartment was bigger than the whole building she lived in. High ceilings, a minimalist decor in shades of gray and white, and artwork that probably cost more than she could earn in 10 lifetimes. "Wow, this place is like a museum," she said out loud without realizing it. "You must be Lily." She turned to see an elegant, middle-aged woman with her hair in a perfect bun and a serious expression. "I'm Margaret, the housekeeper. Mr. Blake had to step out for an emergency meeting, but Owen is in his room." "Okay, and where's his room in this small city?" Margaret pointed down a hallway that seemed to go on forever. "Third door on the left. Be careful with the vacuum robot. It's motion sensitive." Lily walked down the hallway, admiring the paintings on the walls. Suddenly, a small round thing came out from behind a plant, making mechanical noises. She jumped back, stumbling over her own feet. "What is that thing?" she nearly yelled. The little robot stopped, made a few beeping sounds, and resumed its quiet cleaning. "That's just Max, the vacuum robot," Owen said, appearing at his bedroom door with a shy smile. "He doesn't bite. Hey, champ, wow, you scared me. I thought it was some kind of alien or something," Lily said, still catching her breath. Owen laughed, a soft sound that echoed down the empty hallway. "Want to see my room?" "Sure." Owen's room was the size of Lily's entire apartment. A race car-shaped bed, shelves full of color-coded books, and toys neatly arranged like a showroom. Everything was perfect. Everything was cold. "Wow, Owen, your room is amazing. But where's the mess? Dirty socks on the floor? Toys everywhere?" "Margaret always puts everything back," he said with a shrug. "I see. Do you like it that way?" Owen paused, glancing around. "Sometimes I wish it felt more like a real room." Lily sat on the bed and patted the spot next to her. "Come here. Let's talk about that. But first," she pulled a small bubble bottle out of her pocket. "A promise is a promise. Lemon-scented bubbles." Owen's eyes lit up. He sat beside her, and together they started blowing bubbles. Some small, some large and lazy, floating around the room. "You know what's missing here?" Lily asked. "What?" "Music. Every room needs a soundtrack." She took out her phone and played a soft, gentle song. For the first time since she'd arrived, Owen let his shoulders relax. "Now that's better," Lily said. "How about we do something different?" "Like what?" "Let's have a picnic, right here, on the floor." "But we don't have any food." "Who says a picnic needs real food?" Lily stood up and started pulling pillows off the bed, spreading them out on the rug. "Make-believe picnics are way better. You get to choose whatever you want to eat." Owen joined in, sitting on the floor. "I want chocolate pizza with French fry ice cream." "Ew, that's disgustingly delicious," Lily laughed. "I want a cloud sandwich with rainbow juice." They spent the next few minutes eating the most ridiculous things they could imagine, laughing at the crazy combos. Owen talked about school, about classmates who didn't understand why he sometimes felt sad for no reason. Lily listened closely, asking simple questions and offering hugs when he needed them. From the hallway, hidden behind a slightly open door, Nathaniel watched. He'd come back early from a meeting and found his son genuinely happy for the first time in months. A slow smile spread across his face as he listened to the laughter coming from the room. What a touching scene. The cold voice behind him made him turn around. Diana Worthington, Owen's godmother and one of the most influential socialites in Chicago, stood in the hallway, her expression full of disdain. "Diana, I didn't know you were coming today. Clearly, otherwise, you wouldn't have left that woman alone with Owen." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "Lily is here because I asked her to be." "Nathaniel, dear, I know you're going through a rough time, but hiring a cleaning lady to care for Owen? That's madness. She's not a cleaning lady hired to take care of him. She's... What? Your new girlfriend? Diana gave a harsh, unpleasant laugh. Please, Nathaniel. This woman is obviously after your money. It's the oldest trick in the book. Owen's laugh echoed down the hallway right then, clear and real. Nathaniel and Diana turned toward the bedroom door. Listen to that, Nathaniel said quietly. When was the last time you heard Owen laugh like that? That's not the point. The point is that you're being manipulated by some gold digger who... Diana? Nathaniel's voice was dangerously calm. I suggest you leave. Now, Nathaniel Blake, you've completely lost your mind. Victoria must be rolling in her grave, seeing what you're doing with her son. The mention of his late wife hit him like a punch. Nathaniel clenched his fists, fighting the anger rising inside him. Get out of my house, now. Diana stared at him for a moment, then turned sharply and walked toward the elevator. This won't end well, Nathaniel. And when it doesn't, don't say I didn't warn you. When the elevator doors closed, Nathaniel took a deep breath and looked back toward the bedroom. Lily and Owen were now making Play-Doh from something she pulled out of her bag, chatting happily about shapes and colors. For the first time in 2 years, the house felt like a home. And for the first time since Victoria's death, Nathaniel felt that maybe, just maybe, they were going to be okay. A week after the scene with Diana, Nathaniel found himself typing and erasing the same message for the 5th time. It was Friday afternoon, and he was in his office, trying to write a dinner invitation that didn't sound too formal or too casual. I'd like to invite you to dinner as a thank you for your work with Owen. He deleted it. Too businesslike. How about dinner tomorrow? Too forward. Could be taken the wrong way. Owen and I would like to invite you to dinner. Not true. Owen didn't even know about the invite. Finally, he went with something simple. Lily, I'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow at 8 p.m. as a thank you. Nathaniel. He hit send before he could change his mind again. The reply came 15 minutes later. Seriously? Like real dinner? With forks and knives and everything? Okay, but if there are more than 3 utensils, I'm leaving. Lily. Nathaniel laughed to himself in the empty office. She was definitely not like any woman he'd ever met. Lily had been standing in front of the bathroom mirror for 2 hours, trying to decide if she looked ridiculous or just out of place. The black dress she'd rented from a second-hand shop looked fine, but she felt like a kid playing dress-up in grown-up clothes. Breathe, Lily. It's just dinner. Dinner with a man who probably eats caviar for breakfast, sure. But still, just dinner, she muttered to her reflection. She arrived at the building right at 8 p.m., after circling the block 3 times to gather her courage. The doorman, the same as before, greeted her with a slightly warmer smile. Good evening, Miss Carter. Mr. Blake is expecting you. When the elevator doors opened at the penthouse, Lily found Nathaniel waiting for her. He had traded his formal suit for a dark blue dress shirt and casual slacks. Still, he managed to look effortlessly elegant in a way she knew she never could. Good evening, Lily. You look beautiful. Thank you. You also look not terrible, she replied, instantly regretting it. Sorry. When I'm nervous, I say weird things. And I'm very nervous because I've never had dinner in a penthouse bigger than the neighborhood I grew up in. Nathaniel smiled, and she noticed her shoulders relax a little. Owen's asleep? Yes, but he insisted on picking the wine. Lily's eyes widened. Owen picked wine? Grape juice. He said it's kid wine and goes with anything. That boy's a genius. Nathaniel led her to the dining room, where a table for 2 was set with understated elegance. Candles, flowers, crystal gleaming under the soft light. Romantic in a way that made Lily feel completely out of place. Nathaniel, this is beautiful, but you didn't have to... I'm just the person who blows bubbles with your son. You didn't need all this. Ritual? He finished for her, pulling out her chair. Yes, exactly. Ritual. They sat, and a slightly awkward silence hung in the air until Lily decided to break it the only way she knew how. So, this table has more silverware than a hospital. What's this tiny spoon for? Doll food? Nathaniel laughed. It's for dessert. Oh, makes sense. And this little fork? Salad. Of course, and here I was thinking it was in case the food tried to escape. The arrival of the first course saved Nathaniel from answering. It was something sophisticated and artistically arranged that Lily couldn't identify. What is this? She asked, poking it gently with her fork. Salmon tartare with wasabi emulsion and microgreens. Lily stared at him for a moment. Okay, I'm going to pretend I understood that and eat it anyway. She took a small bite and made an involuntary face. Is it bad? Nathaniel asked, worried. No, not bad. It's just that it tastes like raw fish with mint toothpaste. Nathaniel nearly choked on his wine. Lily, you don't have to eat it if you don't like it. No. Sorry, I have zero filter. It's just that my taste is more basic. Pizza, burgers, pasta, things that don't need an instruction manual. Note to self, next dinner, pizza. Next dinner? Lily raised an eyebrow. Confident, aren't you? Hopeful, he corrected, and something in his tone made Lily's heart skip. As the night went on, the conversation began to flow more naturally. Lily shared stories about her childhood in Detroit, about coming to Chicago, chasing opportunities that never arrived, and her dream of one day opening a daycare for children from working families. Why kids? Nathaniel asked. Because they're honest. If a kid doesn't like you, they'll say it to your face. If they do, they give you a hug that fixes any bad day. Adults are complicated. Kids are pure. Even the ones with emotional struggles? Especially those. They're just trying to process a world that's too big, too loud, too scary. They just need someone who understands they can't always be strong. Nathaniel watched her in silence for a moment. You talk like someone who's been there. Lily toyed with her napkin, avoiding his eyes. Everyone's felt too small for the world at some point. The difference is, adults get better at hiding it. And you, can you hide it? Clearly not, she laughed. Here I am, in $1 million penthouse, wearing a rented dress, talking about salmon that tastes like toothpaste. If that's not showing all my flaws at once, I don't know what is. Maybe that's exactly what makes you so refreshing. Refreshing is a fancy word for clumsy, isn't it? No. Refreshing is a word for someone who isn't afraid to be real. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of the main course, but the air between them had shifted. It wasn't awkward anymore. It felt closer to anticipation. Can I ask you something? Lily said, cutting into what looked like the most expensive steak in history. Of course. Why did you really invite me? And don't give me the thank you line. You could have sent an overpriced fruit basket or a golden card. Why dinner? Nathaniel paused, fork in midair. Honest answer? Always. Because for the past 2 weeks, Owen wakes up smiling on Thursdays, knowing you were here on Wednesday. Because he talks about you during breakfast and asks if he can call you when he has nightmares. And because, he paused, because it's been a long time since I met someone who makes me laugh without trying to impress me. Lily felt her face grow warm. Nathaniel, Dad. They both turned, surprised. Owen was standing at the entrance of the dining room, wearing the floral apron Lily had forgotten in the kitchen the week before. It hung huge on him, dragging on the floor, but he wore it proudly. Owen, you're supposed to be in bed, Nathaniel said, getting up. I was, but I woke up and saw the lights, and I smelled something good. Owen looked at Lily. Hi, Lily. Do you like my apron? It looks great on you, champ, but that's a cooking apron. Are you planning to make something? Yes. Owen clapped his hands, excited. I want to cook with you. You promised to teach me how to make cookies that don't burn. Lily looked at Nathaniel, who seemed torn between amusement and frustration. Owen, Lily and I are having dinner. Maybe tomorrow. But Dad, she's here now, and I can't sleep because I keep thinking about the cookies. Please? Owen, Nathaniel's voice carried a warning tone. It's okay, Lily cut in, standing up. How about this? We finish dinner quickly, and then we make cookies. Just a simple recipe. Something we can make with whatever's already in the kitchen. Really? Owen's eyes lit up. Nathaniel ran a hand through his hair, clearly frustrated by the interruption, but unable to say no to something that made his son so happy. All right, but first, go back to your room, brush your teeth, and put on your pajamas. And after we make the cookies, straight to bed. No arguments. Promise. Owen ran off, the apron trailing behind him like a superhero cape. When they were alone again, Nathaniel sank into his seat. Sorry, he was just too excited to sleep in. Nathaniel, it's fine. Actually, it's kind of sweet. Sweet? He just interrupted our dinner to ask for cookies. So what? Lily smiled. Dinner was great, but making cookies with Owen at 10 o'clock on a Friday night? That's the kind of memory that lasts. Nathaniel looked at her like she was a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out. You really don't mind? Nathaniel, I spent the last 2 years cleaning office bathrooms at 5 in the morning. Making cookies with an excited kid in a beautiful apartment? That's like winning the lottery. Then he smiled, a slow, genuine smile that completely changed his face. You're something else, Lily Carter. No, I just have different priorities. Owen came back in, now in pajamas, but still wearing the apron. I'm ready. Let's make the best cookies in the world. And as the three of them walked toward the kitchen, Nathaniel realized that, for the first time in a very long time, his house was full of laughter, mess, and life. Just the way it should be. On Monday morning, Lily was having breakfast when her phone lit up with notifications. Message after message, call after call. She frowned and picked it up. The first message was from a coworker. Lily, did you see the news? You're on every site. Her heart pounding, she opened her browser and typed in her name. What she found made her choke on her coffee. Millionaire CEO caught having romantic dinner with cleaning lady. Modern Cinderella, employee wins over billionaire boss. Blake Tech in crisis, CEO involved with staff member. The photos were everywhere. Someone had snapped shots of her entering Nathaniel's building the previous Saturday. The pictures showed her in the rented dress, clearly nervous, with the doorman watching her. The most hurtful headline read, "From mop bucket to the altar, a perfectly planned strategy." Lily's stomach turned. She quickly opened her social media and found a flood of nasty comments. She obviously planned this. Who believes in coincidence? Poor guy. Lost his wife and now being played by a gold digger. Someone tell him this isn't a Disney movie. In real life, Cinderella just wants the cash. Pathetic. A cleaning lady thinking she's good enough for a CEO. Each comment hit like a punch to the gut. Lily dropped her phone on the table and buried her face in her hands. Tears of humiliation and anger stung her eyes. The phone rang. It was Nathaniel. Lily, are you okay? I saw the news and... I'm fine, she lied, trying to steady her voice. Never better. I always dreamed of being a national joke. Lily, don't listen to those people. They don't know you. But they know you. They know how much you're worth. And they know I'm nobody. You're not nobody. You're... Nathaniel, stop, please. Lily took a deep breath. I think it's better if I stop coming by. Owen will be fine. He doesn't need me. Lily, don't do this. Owen does need you. We need you. No, you need someone who doesn't end up in the gossip columns. Someone who won't embarrass you. You've never embarrassed us. Nathaniel. Her voice broke. I have to go. Take good care of Owen. She hung up before he could say anything, and immediately blocked the number. It was better this way. For everyone. The following Wednesday, Owen waited for 2 hours, sitting by his bedroom window, watching the street. Where's Lily? He asked for the 10th time. She can't come today, buddy, Nathaniel answered, trying to sound casual. But it's Wednesday. She always comes on Wednesdays. Sometimes people get busy. Owen didn't say anything, but Nathaniel noticed he barely touched his lunch, or dinner. On Thursday, Owen woke up asking if Lily was coming on Saturday. When Nathaniel said he didn't know, the boy quietly went back to his room and shut the door. On Saturday, Owen refused to get out of bed. I'm sick, he muttered, pulling the blanket over his head. Where does it hurt? My chest, and my stomach, and my head. Nathaniel knew exactly what it was. He felt the same pain. Following Monday, Owen didn't want to go to school. On Tuesday, he broke down crying at the dinner table. On Wednesday, Nathaniel found him sitting on the bedroom floor, blowing bubbles alone, tears running down his face. Owen, what's going on? Lily left me, the boy whispered, just like Mommy did. The words hit Nathaniel like a knife to the heart. He knelt beside his son. Lily didn't leave you. She's just going through a tough time. Why does everyone I love leave? Nathaniel had no answer. He just pulled Owen into a tight hug and made a decision. Something had to change. Thursday night, Nathaniel stood in front of a small, modest apartment building on the outskirts of Chicago. It had taken him 3 days to track down Lily's address, and now that he was there, he wasn't sure what to say. He climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of apartment 3B. Lily opened it and froze when she saw him. She was wearing an old college t-shirt and faded sweatpants. Her hair was down around her shoulders, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. Nathaniel thought she had never looked more beautiful. Nathaniel, how did you find my address? I have my ways. Can I come in? Lily hesitated, then stepped aside. The apartment was tiny but cozy. One room served as both living room and bedroom. The kitchen was no bigger than a closet. Plants filled the windowsills, and books were scattered on makeshift shelves. "It's small," she said defensively. "It's warm," he replied, looking around. The walls were covered in children's drawings, clearly done by kids from the building. "Do you teach art?" "Informally. For the neighborhood kids. It's nothing official." Nathaniel turned to face her. "Owen's not eating." Lily's chest tightened. "He'll be okay. Kids are resilient." "He had a meltdown yesterday. Said everyone he loves leaves him." Lily's eyes filled with tears. "Nathaniel, you don't understand. I've become a joke. People who've never even met me are talking about my life, my character, my intentions. They say I'm a gold digger, that I'm using Owen to get to you. And you care what strangers think? I care what that does to you too," she said, her voice rising. "Owen doesn't deserve a mother figure who's the punchline of a scandal. You don't deserve to have your name dragged through the mud because of me." "Lily," Nathaniel stepped closer. "Do you really think I care more about my reputation than my son's happiness? You should care. You run a company. You have employees, responsibilities. And I have a son who hasn't smiled in a week. A son who asks every day where his Lily is. A son who believes everyone he loves eventually leaves him." Lily covered her face with her hands. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I thought it would be better this way." "Better for who? For the people spreading lies online? Or for the three of us who were happy together?" "Nathaniel." "Lily, look at me." She lifted her eyes, meeting his intense gaze. "Owen needs you, and he paused, "I need you too. You need someone who doesn't bring drama. I need you, exactly as you are, with your honesty, your spark, and the way you make an ordinary Tuesday feel special." The tears finally spilled down Lily's cheeks. "And what if they don't stop? What if they keep talking, keep judging? Then let them talk. People who know me already know who I am, and the people who matter will meet you and see what I see." "What do you see?" Nathaniel smiled, wiping a tear from her cheek with his thumb. "I see the woman who made my son laugh again, who brought life back into my home, who reminded me what it feels like to feel something beyond responsibility and work." Lily glanced around her tiny apartment, then back at him. "Are you sure? Because once I come back, I'm not running away again, no matter what anyone says." "I'm sure. And Owen? He's not mad at me. He drew a picture for you. It's been on his fridge for a week, waiting for you to come get it." Lily laughed through her tears. "Then I guess I'd better go pick up that drawing." The Friday after Lily returned, once Owen had finally fallen asleep after an afternoon of baking cookies and telling stories, Nathaniel and Lily found themselves alone on the penthouse balcony. The Chicago sky was full of stars, a rare sight in the city, and the quiet between them was comfortable. "Thank you," Nathaniel said, breaking the silence, "for coming back." Owen was different, distant, like part of him had disappeared. Lily leaned against the railing, staring at the city lights below. "I shouldn't have run. Not like that. Owen didn't deserve to pay for my fear." "Why were you so afraid?" Nathaniel asked softly. "Of opinions, of judgment. You always seemed so strong to me, so sure of yourself." Lily let out a laugh, but it had no humor in it. "Sure of myself? Nathaniel, I clean bathrooms for a living and live in an apartment the size of your closet. Confidence isn't exactly my specialty. But with Owen, you're different. Natural, like you just instinctively know what he needs." Lily stayed quiet for a long moment, her fingers playing with the sleeve of her coat. "I had a child," she said finally, so quietly Nathaniel almost didn't hear. He stepped closer, but said nothing, waiting. "Samuel, he was born premature. Spent 2 months in the NICU. I spent whole days there, singing to him, telling him stories, blowing bubbles on the window when it rained." Her voice trembled. "The doctor said premature babies need stimulation, connection. So I talked to him all the time, even when he couldn't hear me." Nathaniel's chest tightened, already knowing how the story would end. "He died at 3 months, Lily continued, tears streaming silently. "Sudden infant death syndrome. One morning I went to his crib and he was peaceful, like he'd just fallen asleep forever. Lily, his father blamed me, said I didn't take good enough care of him, that maybe if I'd done something differently." She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. "He left me a week after the funeral, said he couldn't look at me without seeing failure." Nathaniel stood beside her now, fighting the urge to pull her into his arms. "That's why you understand Owen so well," he said. "You know what it's like to lose someone you love." "I see Samuel in every child," she admitted. "In their vulnerability, in the way they need to be seen, to be understood. When I saw Owen having that meltdown in the lobby, it was like Samuel was there, needing me." "How old were you?" 22. "It's been 4 years, but it feels like yesterday, and a lifetime ago at the same time." Nathaniel finally reached for her hand, lacing his fingers with hers. "Victoria, Owen's mother, died in a car accident," he said. "She was coming back from a parent-teacher meeting. A drunk driver ran a red light and..." He paused, taking a deep breath. Owen was in the back seat. Lily turned to him, eyes wide. He saw everything? All of it. He was in a coma for 3 days. When he woke up, he didn't talk, didn't cry, didn't react to anything. The doctor said it was trauma, that he needed time. But it was over a year before he smiled again. That's why he has the anxiety attacks. They started when he went back to school. Any loud noise, any stressful situation, it's like he's back in that car. Lily squeezed his hand. "And you? How did you handle all of this?" "I didn't," Nathaniel said with raw honesty. "I buried myself in work. I hired the best nannies, the best therapists, the best doctors. I thought if I could control everything around him, he'd be okay. But you couldn't control his pain." "No, and it drove me crazy. Until you showed up and blew bubbles in my lobby. Suddenly, Owen was laughing again. He was present. And I realized that maybe the solution wasn't controlling everything, but simply being there." They sat in silence, hands intertwined, each lost in their own painful memories, and the strange comfort of sharing them with someone who understood. "Lily," Nathaniel said eventually, "Owen sees you as a mother figure. You know that, right?" "I know, and it scares me and warms my heart at the same time." "And he hesitated. "I've started to see you as more than just the person who takes care of my son." Before Lily could respond, Nathaniel's phone rang. He looked at the screen and frowned. "It's Richard, from the board. I have to take this." "Nathaniel," said Richard Mason, chairman of the Blake Tech board, his voice tense. "We need to talk. First thing tomorrow morning." "About what?" "About your personal choices and how they're affecting the company. The meeting's at 8 a.m., don't be late." The call ended abruptly. Nathaniel stared at the phone, his expression dark. "Trouble?" Lily asked. "Maybe. The board wants a meeting tomorrow. Probably about us." "Nathaniel, if this is going to cause problems for you..." "No," he turned to her, determined. "We're not going through this again. I'm not going to let fear or outside pressure tear our family apart." "Our family." Nathaniel realized what he'd said and gave her a soft, honest smile. "Yes, our family. Because that's what we are, right? You, me, and Owen. A slightly crazy, unconventional family, but a family all the same." Lily's heart skipped a beat. And what if the board disagrees? Then they'll have to live with it. Because I'm not giving up my happiness, or Owen's, just to please people who care more about appearances than real results. That night, as Lily returned to her apartment, she carried not just the shared pain of past losses, but also the hope that maybe, just maybe, she'd finally found where she belonged. And Nathaniel, staring out at the Chicago skyline, knew he was about to face the biggest battle of his career. But for the first time in years, he had something worth fighting for. Something more important than money, power, or status. He had a family. The next morning's board meeting was exactly the nightmare Nathaniel had expected. Richard Mason, seated at the head of the long mahogany table, wasted no time with pleasantries. "Nathaniel, let's get straight to the point. Your personal situation is damaging the company's image. Our investors are nervous, the media is making a circus of it, and frankly, we're questioning your judgment." The other 5 board members nodded silently, their expressions serious and disapproving. "My judgment?" Nathaniel kept his voice steady, though his fists were clenched beneath the table. "The company just had its best quarter ever. Our products are changing the landscape of assistive technology. In what way is my judgment in question?" "In the sense that you're romantically involved with an employee," said Margaret Winters, the only woman on the board. "And not just any employee, a member of the cleaning staff. That raises serious legal and ethical concerns." "Lily no longer works for the company. She resigned last week." "How convenient," Richard muttered. "Nathaniel, be reasonable. You have responsibilities. To the company, to the shareholders, and to your own reputation. This woman is not a suitable match for someone in your position. Suitable according to who? According to reality, said Harold Peterson, the oldest member of the board. You're the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. She cleaned bathrooms. That's not prejudice, that's common sense. Nathaniel stood slowly, anger simmering beneath the surface. Let me make this clear. My personal life is not up for debate in this room, as long as I continue to deliver outstanding results for this company. But what if you don't? Richard interrupted. What if this distraction starts affecting your performance? Nathaniel, we're offering a solution. End this. Relationship and everything goes back to normal. And if I refuse, the silence that followed said everything. Then we'll have to consider other options, Richard finally said, for the good of the company. 2 hours later, Nathaniel stood outside Lily's apartment, his heart heavy. She opened the door with a smile that vanished the moment she saw his face. What happened at the meeting? Can I come in? They sat on Lily's small couch, and Nathaniel told her everything. Every bitter word, every thinly veiled threat, every ultimatum disguised as advice. So that's it, Lily said when he finished. They want you to choose between me and your company. Lily, Nathaniel, you don't even need to think about it. The answer's obvious. It is? Of course it is, she said, getting up and walking to the window. You built that company from the ground up. It's your legacy, your dream. You have hundreds of employees who count on you. You can't throw all that away because of this. Because of this. Nathaniel stood up too. You're talking about our relationship like it's something disposable. It's not disposable, but it's also not more important than everything you've worked for your whole life. Lily, you don't understand. That company means nothing to me anymore if I don't have you and Owen to share the success with. You'll still have Owen. Owen needs you. We both do. Lily turned to face him, tears in her eyes. And I need you too, both of you, more than you can imagine. But sometimes loving someone means letting them go so they can be happy. You think I'd be happy without you? Before she could answer, loud knocking at the door interrupted them. Lily opened it and gasped when she saw Owen standing there out of breath and crying. Owen, oh my God, how did you get here? I ran away, he said, throwing himself into her arms. Margaret said Daddy was here and you were going to break up forever. I don't want that. I don't want to lose you too. Lily hugged him tightly, looking at Nathaniel in shock. How did he get here by himself? Taxi? Owen sniffled. I told the driver it was an emergency and gave him the address from Dad's desk. Owen, you can't just leave the house like that. Nathaniel knelt beside them. I was going out of my mind looking for you. I'm sorry, Dad, but I heard Margaret on the phone. She said you were going to have to choose between the company and Lily, and I was scared you'd choose the company. Lily and Nathaniel exchanged a look over Owen's head. And would you? Owen asked, looking up at his father with wide, tearful eyes. Nathaniel sat down on the floor, pulling both Owen and Lily close. Owen, can I tell you a secret? The boy nodded. I've already made my decision, and you two are more important than any company in the world. Nathaniel? Lily whispered. No, let me finish, he said, looking into her eyes. These last few months, you two reminded me of who I really am. Not just a CEO, a father, a man who wants to build something that actually matters. But your company, it'll still exist, but not like it does now. Nathaniel smiled, a new idea taking shape in his mind. Lily, remember when you told me about your dream to open a daycare? Yes, but what if we did something bigger? Much bigger? Owen looked back and forth between them, confused but hopeful. What are you talking about? I'm talking about turning half of Blake Tech into a foundation focused on emotional inclusion. Support centers for children with trauma, training programs for educators, assistive technology for special needs, Nathaniel said, growing more excited. And I want you to lead it. Lily's eyes widened. Nathaniel, you can't be serious. I've never been more serious. Lily, you have a gift. You see children in a way most professionals can't. You understand pain, loss, healing. You're exactly what those kids need. But the investors, the board, they can adjust or step aside. It's time for Blake Tech to stand for something more than just profit. Owen started clapping, excited. Lily's gonna work with Dad. Does that mean you'll stay together forever? Lily looked at Nathaniel. seeing the conviction in his eyes and the honesty on his face. Are you sure? This will change everything. Your life, your company, your reputation. For the better, Nathaniel said, taking her hands. Lily Carter, will you be my partner? In life and in work? Aye. She looked at Owen, who was watching her with hope, then back at Nathaniel. Yes, I will. Owen squealed with joy, throwing his arms around them. And there on the floor of that tiny apartment, the three of them knew they had found something more valuable than money or status. They had found a family. And a purpose worth any sacrifice. 3 weeks after the foundation announcement, everything seemed to be going perfectly. Lily had moved into a bigger apartment closer to Blake Tech and spent her days working side by side with Nathaniel developing the educational programs. Owen was thrilled to see his two favorite adults working together every day. The Little Hearts Foundation would launch officially the following Friday with a press conference and a special event for potential investors. Lily had worked tirelessly over the past few days, finalizing presentations and organizing all the necessary paperwork. On Thursday morning, she arrived at the office earlier than usual, anxious to review the final details. But when she tried to log into her computer, the password didn't work. Strange, she murmured, trying again. Miss Carter? Richard Mason's voice behind her made her turn. He was accompanied by two men she didn't recognize. Good morning, Mr. Mason. Is there a problem? I'm afraid there is, Richard said, his expression serious and just slightly satisfied. These are Detectives Morrison and Clark from the Corporate Fraud Division. Lily felt the blood drain from her face. Fraud? I don't understand. Miss Carter, Detective Morrison said, we need to ask you some questions about discrepancies we found in the Foundation's documentation. What kind of discrepancies? Altered documents? Falsified certifications? Inconsistent financial data, Richard said. All carrying your digital signature. That's impossible. I didn't falsify anything. Every document I prepared is authentic. Then how do you explain this? Richard showed her a folder stuffed with papers. Teaching certificates from a university that confirms you never studied there. References from previous jobs at companies that don't exist. Fabricated professional experience. Lily flipped through the documents with trembling hands. They were indeed her records, but completely distorted. Her technical course had been turned into a full degree. Her previous nanny jobs had been listed as management positions at fictional institutions. I didn't do this, she said, her voice higher than usual. Someone changed my documents. I've never lied about my background. Miss Carter, Detective Clark said, you're going to have to come with us to give a statement. Wait. Nathaniel appeared, rushing in, clearly alarmed. What's going on here? Nathaniel, Richard turned to him with a grave expression. We've uncovered serious irregularities in the Foundation's paperwork. It appears Miss Carter falsified her credentials to get the position. That's absurd, Nathaniel said, looking at Lily, who was pale as a sheet. Lily, what is this? I didn't do any of it, Nathaniel. Someone altered my records. I never lied to you about who I am or what I've done. Mr. Blake, Detective Morrison interrupted. Were you aware of Miss Carter's true qualifications when you hired her? I knew her full background. She's always been honest about her education. Then how do you explain these documents with her digital signature? Nathaniel studied the papers, frowning. They really looked like Lily's work, but he knew she would never do such a thing. There's a mistake here, or someone is deliberately sabotaging this project. Richard cleared his throat. Nathaniel, I understand this is hard to accept, but the facts are clear. This fraudulent paperwork compromises the entire Foundation. We'll have to suspend the launch immediately. You can't do that. We can, and we will, Richard said firmly. And until this is resolved, Miss Carter cannot remain on company premises. Lily looked around at the curious faces of employees who had gathered to watch. Whispers, judging eyes. It was like the media scandal all over again, only worse. Lily, Nathaniel said, stepping closer. Don't worry, we'll fix this. I'll hire the best lawyers, private investigators. Nathaniel, Richard said, placing a hand on his arm, I strongly advise you to step away from this until it's resolved. Any involvement could be interpreted as obstruction of justice. You're telling me to abandon Lily? I'm telling you to protect the company and yourself. Lily met Nathaniel's eyes and saw the conflict in them. She knew he wanted to help her, but she also knew his presence would only make things worse for him. "It's okay," she said softly. "I'll go with the detectives. I'll clear this up." "Lily, don't. Take care of Owen. Tell him," her voice faltered. "Tell him I didn't do anything wrong, but I have to fix this." The detectives escorted her out of the building, through the lobby where it had all begun. Lily glanced at the spot where she had first met Owen and felt her heart shatter. That night, after hours of questioning and having her apartment turned upside down for evidence, Lily finally returned home. She was exhausted, humiliated, and desperate. Her phone rang nonstop, Nathaniel calling, but she didn't answer. How could she? Even if he believed her, staying in his life would only bring him more trouble. Around midnight, she sat at her kitchen table and began to write a letter. Her tears smudged the paper, but she kept going. "My dear Owen, when I met you that day in the lobby, you were sad and scared. I just wanted to help, and I ended up receiving the greatest gift of my life, your friendship and your affection. Now I have to leave for a while. Some bad people are saying things about me that aren't true, and until I can prove their lies, I can't be near you or your dad. But I want you to know something. You are the most special child in the world. You're brave, smart, funny, and you have the biggest heart I've ever known. Never let anyone make you believe otherwise. Take care of your dad. He loves you more than anything in the world. And always remember, even from far away, I'll be cheering for you and sending invisible bubbles through the wind. With all my love, Lily, P.S. The drawing you made for me is right here with me. I'm taking it wherever I go." She folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, and wrote "For Owen" on the front. Then she began to pack her things. By sunrise, Lily Carter had vanished from Chicago, leaving behind only the letter and a broken heart. And in his penthouse, Nathaniel woke Owen to give him the hardest news of his life. Lily was gone, and they didn't know when she'd be back. 3 weeks. 21 days since Lily had disappeared, and Nathaniel felt like he was living on autopilot. He had hired the best private investigators in Chicago, and they quickly discovered that the forged documents had been created using Richard Mason's computer. The board chairman had been forced to resign, but the damage was already done. Lily had vanished without a trace. Owen barely ate, barely spoke, and spent hours sitting by his bedroom window, as if hoping to see her walking down the street below. Nathaniel tried to comfort him, but how do you comfort a child when you're just as broken yourself? On Thursday morning, Nathaniel was in a virtual meeting with Japanese investors when his assistant, Sarah, quietly stepped into the room. "Mr. Blake, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is urgent." "Sarah, I'm in an international meeting." "I found her," she said simply. Nathaniel nearly dropped his coffee cup. "What?" "Lily? I found her. She's volunteering at a public school in Detroit. One of the investigators we hired tracked her through volunteer records." Nathaniel looked at the screen where 12 Japanese executives were waiting for him to finalize a $50 million deal. "Gentlemen," he said in English, then turned to Sarah and added in Portuguese, "Please translate this. I need to reschedule our meeting. A family emergency has come up." "But Mr. Blake," one of the executives protested, "we've been working on this contract for months, and will continue. But right now, I can't. Thank you for understanding." He closed the laptop and stood up. "Sarah, get the jet ready. We're going to Detroit now." "And Owen?" "Owen's coming with us, actually." Nathaniel smiled for the first time in weeks. "I have a feeling he'll want to be there when I make the most important pitch of my life." Lincoln Elementary School was in a modest Detroit neighborhood, a red brick building surrounded by a simple but well-kept playground. Nathaniel parked the rental car outside and looked at Owen in the back seat. "Ready, champ?" Owen was holding a small canvas wrapped in gift paper, something he had made over the past few weeks. "Ready, Dad. But what if she doesn't want to see us? Then we'll keep trying until she changes her mind." They walked into the school, following the sound of children's laughter down the hall to a classroom at the end. Through the small window in the door, Nathaniel saw Lily sitting on the floor, surrounded by about 15 children of different ages. She was helping them paint, and her face had a peaceful expression he hadn't seen in a long time. She wore an old t-shirt stained with paint, her hair was in a messy bun, and she was smiling as a little girl proudly showed her a colorful drawing of a house. "That's her," Owen whispered excitedly. Nathaniel gently knocked on the door. Lily looked up and froze when she saw them. Her cheeks turned red, and she stood up quickly. "Sorry, kids, we have visitors," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Hi, everyone," Nathaniel said as he stepped into the room. "I'm Nathaniel, and this is Owen. We came to speak with Miss Lily." "Are you Miss Lily's boyfriend?" asked a boy of about 7, as direct as only children can be. Nathaniel looked at Lily, who seemed like she wanted the floor to swallow her up. "Well, it's complicated," he replied. "Oh, like my parents," a little girl said. "They're complicated too." The children laughed, and even Lily gave a small smile. "Lily, I need to talk to you," Nathaniel said, stepping into the middle of the room. "I want to do it in front of everyone, because I want these kids to be witnesses to what I'm about to say." "Nathaniel, that's not necessary." "Yes, it is," he said, kneeling right in the center of the circle of children. "Lily Carter, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you, that I let awful people hurt you, that I didn't run after you the day you left." The children watched quietly, some with their mouths hanging open. "You don't have to kneel," Lily said softly, clearly uncomfortable. "Yes, I do, because this is how you give a real apology, and because I want these children to see how a man should treat the woman he loves." A chorus of ahs echoed around the room. "Nathaniel, Lily, I found out who forged the documents. Richard was arrested yesterday. Your name is completely cleared. The foundation is waiting for you. Owen is waiting for you, and I'm right here, on my knees, asking for a second chance." Owen stepped forward, holding out a wrapped gift. "Lily, I made this for you, to show that we're a family." Lily took the gift with trembling hands and slowly unwrapped it. It was a small painted canvas with 3 colorful bubbles floating, one blue, one red, and one yellow. "The blue one is you," Owen explained, "because you're calm and make us feel safe. The red is Dad, because he's strong and brave. And the yellow is me, because you said yellow is the color of joy." Tears rolled down Lily's cheeks as she looked at the painting. "And the 3 bubbles are together," Owen added, "because bubbles pop easily when they're alone, but when they're together, they stay strong." "Owen," Lily's voice cracked, "that's beautiful. It's perfect. So will you come back home with us?" he asked hopefully. Lily looked at Nathaniel, still kneeling, then at Owen, then at the children watching her with hopeful eyes. "I'll come back," she said at last, "but on one condition." "Anything," Nathaniel said immediately. "I want these kids to be part of the Foundation's project too. They've taught me so much about courage and hope these past few weeks." "Done," Nathaniel said, standing up. "The first Little Hearts branch will be right here in Detroit." The children burst into cheers and applause. Owen ran into Lily's arms, and she lifted him in a tight hug. "I missed you," she whispered in his ear. "I missed you too. The house was way too quiet without you." Nathaniel joined them, wrapping his arms around both. "Never again," he whispered. "We're never going to be apart again." And right there, in a simple classroom in Detroit, surrounded by joyful children, the 3 of them knew they were finally in the right place. Home. Together. For good. 6 months after that day in Detroit, the Grand Hall of the Palmer House Hotel had been transformed into a colorful, vibrant celebration. Pastel balloons decorated the tables, children's drawings covered the walls, and laughter filled the elegant space in a way it never had before. The official launch of the Little Hearts Foundation had brought together more than 300 guests, investors, educators, families, journalists, and most importantly 50 children from different backgrounds who would be the first to benefit from the project. Backstage, Lily adjusted the navy blue blazer for the 10th time, the one Nathaniel insisted she wear. Her hands trembled slightly as she mentally reviewed the speech she had prepared. "Nervous?" Nathaniel asked, appearing beside her. "Terrified," she admitted. "I've never spoken in front of so many important people before." "You've already spoken to the most important person of all," he said, pointing to Owen, who was playing with other kids near the stage. "If you could win over a 7-year-old with anxiety, you can win over any audience." Lily smiled, some of the tension melting away. "How are things out there?" "Better than we hoped. The mayor's here, 3 state education secretaries, and all the major media are covering it. Oh, and the school director from Detroit just arrived with 10 of the kids he taught there. Really? Lily's eyes lit up. They actually came? They're all in the front row, wearing t-shirts they painted themselves with colorful bubbles. Lily's eyes welled with tears. Nathaniel, what if I forget everything? What if I mess up? What if... He placed his hands gently on her shoulders, guiding her to look into his eyes. Lily Carter, you go out there and speak from the heart, like you always do, and it'll be perfect, just like you always are. Before she could respond, Sarah appeared with a headset. Lily, it's time. The audience is waiting. Lily took a deep breath, gave Nathaniel a quick kiss on the cheek, and walked toward the stage. When she stepped onto the platform and saw all those eyes on her, for a moment she thought she might faint. Then her gaze found Owen in the front row, giving her a big thumbs up. Next to him, the kids from Detroit smiled and waved. In the second row, she spotted parents holding children with special needs, teachers who had driven hours to be there, and therapists with hopeful expressions. Good afternoon, she began, her voice still a little shaky. My name is Lily Carter, and a year ago, I was cleaning bathrooms in this very hotel. A murmur ran through the audience. Nathaniel, watching from a corner of the room, smiled. Classic Lily, always starting with raw honesty. I'm not here today because I have impressive degrees or years of experience in special education. I'm here because one day, a little boy was having an emotional meltdown in a building lobby, and I did the only thing I knew how to do. I sat on the floor and blew bubbles. The children in the audience giggled, recognizing the simplicity of the gesture. The Little Hearts Foundation was born from that experience, from the discovery that sometimes, to help a child, we don't need complex techniques or expensive equipment. We just need to be present. We need to see every child as unique, special, and capable. Lily glanced at her notes but realized she didn't need them. The words flowed naturally. Our children, and when I say our, I mean every child we meet along the way, don't need to be fixed. They need to be understood. They don't need to be over-medicated. They need to be embraced. They don't need to fit a mold. They need to be celebrated. The room had gone completely silent, every ear tuned to her voice. The Little Hearts Foundation will work with 3 pillars: emotional support centers in public schools, training educators to recognize and welcome differences, and developing affordable assistive technologies. But our main goal is simple. We want every child to feel seen, heard, and loved. Applause began to ripple through the hall. I lost a child, Lily continued, her voice breaking but steady. And for a long time, I thought I would never be able to love another child without fearing I'd lose them. But Owen Blake taught me that love isn't about possession or control. It's about presence. It's about being there, with soap bubbles if necessary, when the world feels too big for a little heart. Nathaniel discreetly wiped away a tear, too proud to care who noticed. So today, we're not just launching a foundation. We're starting a quiet revolution. A revolution that says every child matters. That every difference is a gift. That every little heart deserves a gentle world. The standing ovation was immediate and thunderous. People rose to their feet, clapping, some discreetly wiping their own tears. The Detroit kids cheered, Miss Lily, and clapped with excitement. Lily thanked everyone, stepped off the stage, and was immediately surrounded by people wanting to congratulate her, ask questions, and offer support for the project. But in the middle of the crowd, she saw Owen making his way toward her with purpose. "Excuse me," he said politely to the adults around her. "I need to talk to Lily." The crowd smiled and stepped aside, letting the boy through. "Owen, did you hear my speech?" "I did. It was beautiful. But now I have a very important question." "Of course, champ. What is it?" Owen glanced around, saw he had everyone's attention, grabbed the microphone still on the stage stand, and climbed onto a chair. "Hi, everybody," his voice echoed through the hall. "I'm Owen Blake, and this is Lily." Loving laughter filled the room. A year ago, my mom went to heaven in an accident, and I was really sad for a long time. But then Lily came with her magic bubbles and taught me that you can feel sad and happy at the same time. The hall went completely silent. Owen turned toward where Nathaniel was standing, then back to Lily. "Dad," he said into the microphone, looking straight at his father. "Can I call her Mom now?" The whole room seemed to hold its breath. Lily covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming freely. Nathaniel walked to the stage, his eyes shining with emotion. "Owen," he said, taking the microphone, "that's a decision you need to make with Lily." Owen turned to her. "Lily, will you be my heart mom?" Lily knelt to his level, barely able to speak through her tears. "Yes, sweetheart, it would be the greatest honor of my life." Owen dropped the microphone and ran into her arms. The room erupted into cheers, applause, and joyful tears. And there, in the middle of hundreds of people, but feeling like it was just the three of them in the world, the family that had come together through soap bubbles and broken hearts was finally complete. 2 weeks after the Foundation's launch, Lily was going over the final details of the support centers when Nathaniel walked into her office with a strange look on his face. "Lily, I need to show you something," he said, looking slightly nervous. "Right now, I'm reviewing the contracts for the Detroit therapists, and it's important, and it'll be quick, I promise." Lily looked at him, suspicious. Nathaniel rarely interrupted her work without a serious reason. "Okay, but if this is about the budget, I'm warning you. I'm not cutting the art supplies." "It's not about the budget," he said with a smile, holding out his hand. "Come with me." They walked through the halls of Blake Tech, but instead of going up to the executive floors, Nathaniel led her down toward the basement. "Nathaniel, where are we going?" Lily asked as they went down the service stairs. "You'll see." When they reached the lowest floor, Lily recognized the place right away. The supply room where she had worked for 3 months before meeting Owen. "Why did you bring me here?" "Because this is where it all started," Nathaniel said, opening the door to the little closet where she used to store her cleaning supplies. "This bottle of dish soap is where you got the bubbles that changed our lives." Lily stepped into the tiny room, remembering those early days. The tight uniform, her hands raw from cleaning chemicals, the loneliness of those early mornings scrubbing bathrooms while dreaming of a different life. "Nathaniel, this is kind of morbid. Why do you want me to remember that time?" "Because I want you to see how far we've come," he said, closing the door behind them. "From a lonely janitor and a bitter CEO, we became a family, and it all started right here." Lily looked around the room, which now looked different. Someone had decorated it with tiny LED lights, giving the cramped space an almost magical feel. On the floor, rose petals formed a path to the back of the room. "Nathaniel, what is this?" "Lily Carter." He stepped closer, his eyes shining in the soft light. "A year ago you told me you didn't need titles. That being Owen's heart mom was enough." "And it is," she said, beginning to realize where this was going. "It might be enough for you, but it's not enough for me." Nathaniel knelt on the floor of the small room, right where she used to keep her mop and bucket. Lily covered her mouth with her hands, tears already starting to form. "I want everyone to know you're my wife. I want Owen to have a birth certificate with your name as his mom. I want to grow old by your side and tell our grandkids how the most extraordinary woman in the world won me over with soap bubbles." He pulled a small blue velvet box from his jacket pocket. "Lily Carter, will you marry me? And before you answer, just know that if you say no, I'll stay here on my knee until you change your mind." "Owen already gave me permission to camp out in this room as long as it takes." Lily looked at the box, then at Nathaniel's face, then at the lights glowing around him. "Nathaniel Blake," she said, her voice trembling. "You are completely out of your mind. Who proposes in a supply closet? Someone who wants to show the woman he loves that it doesn't matter where we are, as long as we're together." "That was ridiculously romantic," she laughed through tears. "And bang! The door flew open with a loud noise, and something big and round tried to squeeze through the opening. "Can I come in?" came a muffled voice from inside the round thing. Lily and Nathaniel looked at each other, confused. "Owen," Nathaniel called out. "Yes, it's me, but I'm having a little technical problem here." The round thing finally made it through the doorway, and they saw that it was Owen, wearing a giant bubble costume made from clear inflatable plastic. He could barely move inside it, and his little arms barely reached the sides. "Owen," Lily exclaimed, trying not to laugh. "What are you doing here, and what is that outfit?" "Margaret helped me make it," he said, spinning awkwardly inside the costume. "It's a real bubble. I thought it would be cool to show up at Dad's proposal dressed as a bubble, since you guys met because of bubbles." How did you know about the proposal? Nathaniel asked, still kneeling. Sarah told me, and I wanted to be part of it. Owen tried to walk, but stumbled, rolling like a ball across the small room. Oops, Houston, we have a problem. Lily burst out laughing, a real heartfelt laugh that echoed through the room. Nathaniel started laughing too, watching their son rolling around like a giant human bubble. Owen, are you okay in there? Lily asked, trying to help him up. I'm great, a little dizzy, but great. So, Lily, are you gonna marry Dad or not? Because these rose petals are tickling my nose and I think I'm gonna sneeze. Lily looked at Nathaniel, still on one knee with the ring box in hand, then back at Owen, who looked like a walking soap bubble, and realized this was exactly the kind of crazy family she'd always wanted. Nathaniel Blake, she said, extending her left hand. Yes, I'll marry you, but only if Owen promises to wear that costume at the wedding. Really? Owen shouted, trying to jump for joy and nearly falling again. Really? Nathaniel laughed, sliding the ring onto her finger. It was a simple solitaire with 3 tiny stones beside the diamond, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 yellow. The 3 bubbles, Lily whispered, recognizing the reference to Owen's painting. Our family, Nathaniel said, standing up to kiss her. Wait, Owen interrupted. Family hug first. Come here. They moved toward him, doing their best to hug the giant inflatable bubble. Owen pulled them both inside the costume, creating the strangest and most perfect group hug ever. Now it's official, Owen said, pleased. We're the craziest family in Chicago. 6 months after the most unusual proposal in Chicago, the garden of the Little Hearts Foundation had been turned into a dream come true. Not the kind of dream you see in fancy wedding magazines, but the kind a 7-year-old would imagine if they got to plan their parents' perfect wedding. White chairs were set in a half circle around a simple altar made from wildflower arches. But what made everything special were the personal touches. Hundreds of glass jars hanging from trees, each filled with a different bubble mix. Balloons floated in groups of 3, always blue, red, and yellow. And instead of petals in the aisle, little bubble bottles were scattered all along the path. Nathaniel, stop messing with your tie, said Sarah, now promoted to official wedding planner. It's perfect. What if she changes her mind? He murmured, glancing toward the garden gate for the 10th time. What if she realizes she could do better than a nervous CEO with a kid who collects bubble costumes? Dad, Owen said, suddenly appearing at his side, wearing a tiny tuxedo and carrying the most important accessory of the day, a special belt holding 12 different bottles of bubble mix. Lily's not going to run, she promised, and Lily always keeps her promises. You're right, champ. Ready to be the official bubble bearer? Born ready. Owen tested 1 bottle, blowing a perfect bubble that floated over the guests' chairs. The 100 guests were a one-of-a-kind mix you'd only see at Lily and Nathaniel's wedding. Executives from Blake Tech sat next to school kids from Detroit who had traveled just to be there. Margaret, the housekeeper, was seated beside Tom, the doorman from Lily's building. Families helped by the foundation filled the front rows, and some of the kids were already playing quietly with the bubble bottles on the lawn. The music began, not the traditional wedding march, but Somewhere Over the Rainbow, played by a string quartet. It was the lullaby Lily used to hum to Owen when he had nightmares. Everyone turned toward the garden gate, and there she was. Lily Carter walked down the aisle wearing a simple knee-length white crepe dress with 3/4 sleeves and a modest neckline. No veil, no long train. But what made everyone smile were her shoes, white canvas sneakers with colorful laces hand-painted by Owen himself. She held a small bouquet of white daisies tied with blue, red, and yellow ribbons. But what stood out the most was the bright smile on her face as she made her way down the aisle, stopping now and then to blow bubbles from the jars along the path. "Oh my goodness," whispered one of the foundation moms. "She looks beautiful." "And completely herself," added another, clearly moved. Nathaniel felt his eyes well up as he watched her walk toward him. It wasn't the dress or the setting that got to him. It was how effortlessly Lily turned every moment into something special and true. When she reached the altar, Owen ran to hug her. "Lily, you really came." "Of course I did, sweetheart. I wouldn't miss this for anything in the world." The judge, a kind man who had become a family friend during Owen's adoption process, smiled at the scene. Friends, Family and Bubbles, he began, earning laughter from the guests. We're here today to celebrate not only the union of Nathaniel and Lily, but the official creation of a family that already existed in their hearts, long before it existed on paper. Lily and Nathaniel faced each other, hands intertwined. Owen stood between them, occasionally blowing a bubble that floated over their heads. Nathaniel, the judge said, would you like to read your vows? Nathaniel pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, then folded it again. Lily, he said, looking straight into her eyes. A year ago, I was a man who had forgotten how to smile. You taught me that sometimes the simplest solutions are the most powerful, that a bottle of dish soap can hold magic, that love isn't about having all the answers, but about being present when you don't know what to do. He took a deep breath. I promise to be present, on bubble days and on stormy days. I promise to listen more than I speak, and I promise to never, ever underestimate the power of a simple solution to a complicated problem. Lily smiled, tears streaming freely. Nathaniel Blake, she said, you gave me something I thought I had lost forever, a family. Owen gave me back the ability to love without fear. And you showed me that it's possible to build something beautiful on the ruins of broken hearts. She looked at Owen, then back at Nathaniel. I promise to be the mother Owen deserves and the partner you need. I promise that our home will always have laughter, even on the hard days. And I promise there will always be soap bubbles in the kitchen drawer, because magic can hide in the simplest places. The rings? The judge asked. Owen walked forward solemnly, pulling two simple gold bands from his pocket. But before handing them over, he blew a giant bubble that floated above Nathaniel and Lily's hands. Make a wish, he whispered. They both closed their eyes for a moment, then they opened and smiled at each other. Now you can have them, Owen said, handing over the rings. They exchanged rings as small bubbles floated around. Blown by guests, they couldn't resist the bottles scattered around the garden. Love, family, and magic bubbles, the judge said with a wide grin. And now pronounce your husband and wife, Nathaniel. You may kiss the bride. The moment Nathaniel kissed her, Owen ran to the side of the altar, grabbed a special bottle he had hidden behind the flowers. It was a mixture he had made himself, with colors that created huge iridescent bubbles. Blue with Owen's light, forming a bubble the size of a basketball that floated slowly over the couple's heads. They hovered there for a magical moment, reflecting all the smiles around, the colors of the garden, and the joy of the day. Then Owen jumped and caught the bubble with his fingertip. Pop! The sound echoed in the quiet garden for a split second, before being replaced by laughter, applause, and cheers. Children ran for the bubble bottles, adults stood clapping, the garden filled with hundreds of tiny bubbles floating in every direction. Nathaniel and Lily hugged, laughing as Owen danced around them, blowing bubbles everywhere. We did it, Lily whispered in Nathaniel's ear. Did what? We found our home. Nathaniel looked around, at Owen, glowing with happiness, at the guests laughing, playing with bubbles, at the foundation's garden they had built together, and at the woman in his arms who had changed their lives with one simple act of kindness. Yes, he said, kissing her again as more bubbles floated around. We finally found our home, and as the sun set over Chicago, painting the sky in the same colors as Owen's bubbles, blue, red, and yellow. The family born on the marble floor of a corporate building celebrated not just a wedding, but the discovery that true love can bloom in the most unexpected places. What did you think of Lily and Nathaniel's story? Leave your thoughts in the comments. From 0 to 10, what rating would you give it? Subscribe to the channel and click the bell to follow all our stories. Check out more emotional stories by clicking here on the final screen.
twins make a request to a young Vicky. Will you be our dad at the school presentation? The answer will give you goosebumps. When school let out, that one club waited in the school of St. Francis Elementary, while the other children ran to their parents, excitedly chattering about the presentation on Friday. The twins sat quietly on a bench, swinging legs that barely touched the ground. Everyone's already talking about the dresses and hair and how the parents look different, Chloe muttered, kicking a small stone on the ground. We're the only ones who will be alone. At least we have Mom. Even if she can't come, Chloe muttered. But Tommy's mom doesn't have the work, and his dad is taking the day off just to see him sing. He's not even a good singer. The two fell silent, remembering that morning's conversation. Their mother, Sophie, had found the note about the family presentation and explained with tears and cries that she could miss her shift at the diner on Friday. It was the busiest day of the week, and she was already hanging on by a thread after having to miss a day when Emma got sick last month. That's when the twins noticed a shiny black car parking across the street. A young man in a dark, well-tailored suit got out of the vehicle. He glanced at his watch, impatient, and took out his phone. Look at that one. Chloe nudged her sister. He looks important. Emma watched the stranger with curiosity. Don't you think he's someone's dad? No, Chloe answered thoughtfully. I've never seen him before. The man began to pace back and forth on the sidewalk, talking on the phone, looking a bit lost and late. Chloe suddenly stood up from the bench. Let's go talk to him. What, why? Emma asked, startled by her sister's suggestion. I don't know. Chloe shrugged, very determined. I just have a feeling. Mom told us not to talk to strangers. I reminded her, hesitating. We're just going to ask if he's lost. Chloe replied, looking at her sister by the hand. Come on. Without giving Emma time to protest further, Chloe started walking decisively toward the gate. Emma followed reluctantly, glancing back to see if the teachers were watching. The twins left the school gate and stopped on the sidewalk. The man was across the street, still on his phone. Let's wait for him to hang up, Chloe whispered, as if they were on a secret mission. The man was having a complicated day. The GPS had led him to the wrong address, and now he was late for it. Tell Mr. Martinez I'll be there in 20 minutes. Tops, he said on the phone, then hung up. That's when he noticed two identical little girls watching him from across the street. They wore simple school uniforms and had light brown hair tied on pigtails. They were looking at him with undisguised curiosity. He smiled slightly, amused by the situation. Even if the girls had moved away, he turned his attention back to his phone, trying to figure out the right way to go. To his surprise, the twins crossed the street and stopped a few feet away from him. One of them hurried boldly. The twins stepped forward. Are you lost? The man raised his eyebrows, surprised by the direct approach. I'm looking for a company's address. The girl nodded, as if that made perfect sense. I thought you looked important. You're wearing a suit. I couldn't help but smile, looking very observant and sweet. I'm Chloe, and this is my sister, Emma. We're twins. I figured that much. Never mind. Putting his phone in his pocket. There was something about these girls that intrigued him. Perhaps the confidence with which they approached a stranger, or the contrast between their expressions, one shy and the other fearless. And what's your name? Chloe asked, looking him directly in the eye. The man hesitated for a moment, as if considering whether he should answer. No, he said firmly. Noah Bennett. That's a nice name, commented Emma, speaking for the first time. Her voice was softer than her sister's. Thank you, Noah smiled. You know, you two shouldn't be talking to strangers. You don't look dangerous, Chloe replied simply. And we're right in front of the school. Everyone will see us. Noah glanced around, noticing a few adults watching the scene with attention, and made sure to keep a respectful distance from the children. Chloe continued, changing the subject abruptly. We're going to see and show drawings of our family. That sounds very nice. Our mom can't go. Emma asked her, looking at her shoes. She has to go to the girls. Noah sounds like a fraud. No, and you two, do you sing well? The teacher says whatever. Don't worry. It's smart. You practiced a lot. I'm the best in the class. Please go to the convention. But no one will be here to see it. I'm sure you'll do great, Melissa. Nancy is watching. You really need to hear. But something about these girls stopped you from just saying goodbye and leaving. Do you have kids? No, he asked, observing what with curiosity. Noah shook his head. No, I'm not married. Why not? Chloe continued, ignoring her sister's disapproving look. Chloe never spoke. Gosh, you don't ask that. Noah laughed again. It's okay. I guess I've never found the right person. Our mother's name is Judy. He explained. She says it's just unfairness against the world. And you manage well, from what I can see. Noah commented with a gentle smile. Chloe looked at her sister, as if asking for permission for something. Emma gave a slight nod. You could be our dad at the presentation, Chloe said suddenly, her voice clear and direct. Just on Friday, to watch us sing. Chloe was completely speechless. The unexpected request caught him totally off guard. We don't believe for one day, Emma added shyly. No one will know you're not our real dad. We just need someone to clap for us, Chloe explained. So we're not the only ones who are hoping. At 10 o'clock, Emma said, her eyes filling up. If you don't have a meeting at that time. Noah looked at the girls, surprised by the boldness of the request. Most of them wanted to say yes immediately, moved by the sadness in their eyes. But another, more rational part knew it would be strange for an adult to show up pretending to be the father of children they barely knew.
Hi.
I don't know if that really appropriate, he said finally. We hardly know each other yet. Tell anyone, Chloe insisted. They will be our secret. I understand you're disappointed that you won't come together, Noah said gently. But I don't know if I can help in that way. The twins' faces lost some of their brightness. Chloe lowered her head, trying to hide her disappointment. It's okay, Emma said with a sweet smile. It was just an idea. A silly idea, Chloe muttered. Let's not silly. Noah hurried to seem touched by their sadness. It's just complicated. We understand, Emma replied, pulling her sister by the leg. Sorry to bother you. You didn't bother me, Noah assured them. It was a pleasure meeting you. We have to go, Chloe said, her voice less cheerful than before. We're teaching the word. Of course, Noah nodded. Good luck with the presentation. I'm sure you'll do great. The twins waved a brief goodbye and started to walk. After a few steps, Chloe stopped and turned around. It's at St. Francis Elementary, she said, pointing to the building behind them. Friday at 10 o'clock. In case you change your mind. Before Chloe was gone, the girls had already crossed the street and entering the school gate. He watched them until they disappeared into the yard. His phone rang, bringing him back to reality. It was his assistant who wanted to know why he hadn't arrived at the meeting. I'm on my way. He went into his car. As he drove, Chloe gently accounted for the twins out of his head. There was something about them that touched him deeply. The request for him to pretend to be their father for a day was absurd. Of course, he barely knew them. He had no obligation to them. And yet, the thought of them being married on stage, while all the other children and their parents in the audience, bothered him. He wanted to admit. St. Francis Elementary, he muttered to himself. Friday, 10 o'clock. Francis Elementary was packed with eager parents, some with cameras, others with families to convention and to the show. Backstage, the children were getting ready, adjusting their clothes and rehearsing their lines one last time. Amid the hustle and bustle, the twins stood quietly in the corner, already resigned as the their eyes immediately scanned the audience, all of their habits. The rows were filled with smiling parents, some with cameras, others waving excitedly to their children. Several children proudly pointed to their parents in the audience. The twins felt that familiar pang of sadness, seeing all the seats occupied by complete families, while they had none. And then, almost in the back of the auditorium, leaning against them as if he had arrived too late to get a seat, they saw him. Noah Bennett was there, wearing a dark suit, watching the stage intently. When his eyes met the twins, he smiled and became described. Emma's and Chloe's faces lit up simultaneously. The surprise and joy was so intense that for a moment they forgot where they were. They squeezed each other's hands, barely able to contain their excitement. He came, whispered, without taking their eyes off Noah. I knew it, Chloe replied, though her tone of voice betrayed that she was also surprised. The show began. One by one, the children showed their drawings and sang little songs about family. When it was the twins' turn, they stepped forward to the center of the stage with a confidence they hadn't felt moments before. This is a drawing of our family, Chloe announced, showing the comfort baby. It's me and my sister and our mom. Our mom works very hard to take care of us, Noah added, her voice surprisingly firm. She couldn't be here today, even though she loves us very much. The twins then began to sing a song about family. Their sweet and tuned voices filled the auditorium. Throughout the performance, their eyes constantly sought out Noah in the back of the room. He smiled and watched them attentively, as if they really were the crowd he asked him to attend to the view. When they finished, the auditorium erupted in applause. Noah clapped enthusiastically in the crowd, and the twins could have sworn they saw a glint of emotion in his eyes. At the end of the presentation, while the other children ran to hug their parents, Emma and Chloe came down from the stage, shyly over to Noah. You really came, Chloe said, her eyes shining. You were incredible, Noah replied, genuinely impressed. You sing very well. Thank you for coming, said Emma, all reserved, but just as happy. Dinah was ever. She didn't complete the sentence, but she didn't have to. Noah understood what she meant. It was my pleasure, he replied, feeling an unexpected emotion. I invited him, and I couldn't miss it. The other kids thought we were our real dad, Chloe recounted proudly. He didn't say he meant. Noah felt a lump in his throat. How could two children he barely knew affect him so much? It's okay, he said, smiling. Our secret. The twins smiled back, and in that moment, something shifted inside Noah. Maybe it was their innocence, or the way they looked at him with admiration, or simply the fact that they entrusted him, a complete stranger, to fill, even for a few hours, a void in their lives. Judge, you were great, he repeated, not quite sure what else to say. Truly, thanks for being our dad today, Chloe said, that disarmed frankness that seemed to leave him true. Noah nodded, not trusting his voice to a woman. We have to go back, parents. The teacher was calling everyone back to the classroom. Of course, composing himself. It was very nice meeting you. The twins waved one last time, touring hand in hand as always. Noah watched them until they disappeared into the crowd of happy families. Something had changed in him, a desire he never knew anymore. A desire to protect, to care for, to be part of these children's lives was now present. As he left the school, Noah already knew that this encounter had touched his heart in a way he hadn't expected. That sad look in the girl's eyes, their courage and emotion, the simplicity of their request, all of it awakened something inside him that he couldn't explain. What he didn't imagine was how that simple, innocent request would change his life forever. While the other children applauded him for drawing by their proud parents, Noah remained in the back of the auditorium, watching the twins walk away with their teacher. The presentation was over, and he could just leave. Those girls had grown a few bitter smile spread across their faces as they ran toward him. "You're still here," exclaimed Chloe, with contagious enthusiasm. "We thought you had already left, never had, reserved, and equally happy." Noah smiled, surprised by his own relief at seeing them again. "I wanted to say a quick goodbye," he explained. "Like a tree of mercy over you. Everyone thought we were our own dad," Chloe recounted, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "The teacher asked me to be father. He just said it was a surprise." Noah laughed, fascinated by the girl's spontaneity. A sudden idea popped into his head. Before he could think very long, words were already out. "At lunch yet? I was thinking we could get something to eat together to celebrate the presentation. The twins, eyes wide and very sick. I can go to the restaurant," Chloe asked, incredulous. "If you like," "But I'm doing everything I can possibly like. Of course, if you don't have other plans or if you don't need to go home." "We don't have plans," Noah hurried to say. "We usually go home by ourselves and we sandwich. Mom only gets home from the first job at 3, Chloe explained. Noel felt a pang of sadness imagining the girls going back to an empty apartment, preparing their own lunch. Children of 6 or 7 shouldn't have to spend so much time alone. "So, what do you think?" he asked. "I know a place nearby with the best milkshakes in town." "Milkshakes?" Chloe's eyes sparkled. "Really? Of course," Noah smiled. "You deserve it," laughed Emma Collins. Emma, always the more cautious one, hesitated. "Mom said we shouldn't go to places with strangers." "She's right," Noah agreed seriously. "That's very important. But we know each other well, don't we? We're in public where everyone can see us." Emma considered for a moment, then nodded. "I guess it's okay, just this once. What do you think, Chloe?" "I think I will be," Chloe replied promptly, making Noah laugh. "It's settled then," he said, offering her hand to each of them. "Let's go celebrate your performance." The twins took his hands without hesitation. Together they walked up. Noah helped them bubble their cigarettes in the gas heater, struck by unnatural effort, as if he had done it hundreds of times before. The restaurant Noah chose wasn't far. A family-friendly place with outdoor seating. Emma, Chloe nudged her sister. Mom is right. If we study, we can be rich one day too. It's not just about money, Noah added gently. Now it's about doing something you love that makes a difference. When they finished eating, Noah realized he had spent almost 2 hours talking with the girls. Time had flown by and he had rarely did during his business lunches. I think it's time to take it now, he said, looking at his watch. A brief look of disappointment crossed the twins' faces, but they nodded understandingly. That was the best lunch of my life, Chloe declared solemnly, making Noah smile. Mine too, he replied, surprised by the sincerity of the statement. On the way to the car, Noah made an impulsive decision. He told me that I could drive the car. It's safer than the other way. Noah's expression consists as if he saw each other silently. It's a good thing. Apartment 302 on the road in St. Maple Street, Noah decided. During the short drive to the apartment, Noah found himself thinking about how the day had taken a completely unexpected turn. What had started as an impulsive act of kindness, attending the school presentation of 2 girls he barely knew, had turned into something more significant. The Oakwood Apartments was a modest 4-story building, without an elevator, in a simple part of the city. Noah parked the car and accompanied the twins to the 3rd floor. This is it, announced Emma, stopping in front of George Window 2. She took out a key attached to a lanyard hidden under her uniform shirt. Do you want to come in? Chloe invited, as Emma unlocked the door. I can show you our drawings. Noah hesitated. Entering the apartment of 2 children For an instant, Sophie's expression softened, as if she understood exactly what he meant. Her daughters had that effect on me, the ability to break down barriers with their disarming sincerity. But then, as quickly as it appeared, the softness was gone, replaced by determination. I appreciate what you did, she said, opening the door in an obvious invitation for him to leave. Perhaps it would be better for everyone if this doesn't happen again. Noah felt a strange reluctance to leave, as if he were leaving something important behind. But he respected her wish, heading for the door. They are extraordinary children, he said, pausing in the doorway. You must be very proud. For just got home from work. Ethan doesn't no comment, stepping inside and placing the bags on the floor of the small room. I want to surprise all three of you. The twins, eyes widen when they saw the number of packages. What is all this for us? Chloe asked, incredulous. As I opened them and see, Noah encouraged, feeling a wave of satisfaction and no excitement. He didn't have to say it twice. The girls began to explore the bags with enthusiasm, taking out each item with almost reverent care. Their eyes grew wider with each discovery. Look, Emma, Chloe exclaimed, holding up one of the new uniforms. It's the right size. Emma was already examining the first suitcase full of coloured pencils, running her fingers over each one as if they were tiny treasures. There are 36 different colours, she murmured, amazed. But it was when they found the sneakers that Noah saw the reaction that touched him most. Emma picked up one of the pairs and held it so carefully, it seemed she was holding something extremely fragile. My foot was hurting. Mom didn't have money. She said quietly, almost as if talking to herself. Her big eyes met Noah's. How did you know? Noah felt a lump in his throat. There was no way he could have known. It had just been a guess, based on his own childhood, when a new pair of sneakers was a rare luxury. I just thought you'd like them, he replied simply. At that moment, the bathroom door opened and Sophie appeared, wearing simple clothes and the candelier. She froze when she saw Noah. Then her eyes registered the open bags, the scattered gifts, and her daughter's radiant faces. What is going on here? She asked, a voice a mix of surprise and concern. Mom, look what Noah brought, Chloe exclaimed, running to show her the new uniform. And there are backpacks and pencils and sneakers and even blue watercolours. Sophie looked at the bags from expensive stores and the clearly pricey items, and her face flushed intensely. She crossed her arms as if trying to protect herself. Girls, Bennett. The twins exchanged worried glances, sensing the tension in the air. But Mom, Chloe started to protest. Just a minute, Sophie repeated more firmly. Reluctantly, the girls left the room, carrying some of the gifts, casting glances over their shoulders. When they were alone, Sophie turned to Noah, keeping her voice low so the girls couldn't hear. What are you doing? She asked. Didn't I ask you to stay away from my daughters? Noah remained calm. I just wanted to help. I saw they needed these things and I can take care of my daughters, Sophie interrupted, her pride clearly moving. We don't need charity. It's not charity, Noah replied softly. It's just a gift. The girls welcomed me with open arms when I needed to be something that day. They made me feel part of something that's priceless to me. Sophie stared at him, studying his face as if trying to find any sign of falsehood. But all she saw was sincerity. Exhausted after a long day of work, she sank onto the sofa, her defensive posture suddenly crumbling. You don't understand, she said, her voice now almost a whisper. It's not just about the gifts, it's about expectations. They've already grown attached to you. And when you get tired of this and disappear, who's going to explain it to them? The question hit Noah like a punch. He had never considered that. What would happen next? He acted on impulse, moved by a connection he couldn't explain. I'm not going to disappear, he replied, surprised by his own certainty. seems strange. We barely know each other. But I understand, Sophie interrupted him to surprise him. They have an effect on me. They always have. Comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the exciting sounds coming from the girls. If you ever need anything, Lois said finally, I want you to know you can count on me. Not just material things, anything. Sophie studied him for a long moment, as if trying to solve a complicated puzzle. Why? She asked finally. Why do you care so much? It was a question for which Noah had no clear answer. How could he explain a connection that he himself didn't fully understand? I don't know, he answered honestly. Vice, I just know it's important for me to be here for you. The twins reappeared then, wearing the new uniforms, twirling to show how good they looked. Noah noticed that the quality fabric fit perfectly, replacing the two small clothes they wore before. It's perfect, Noah exclaimed. Sophie, you're so comfortable. Never better. Running her hands over the soft fabric. Noah smiled, feeling the satisfaction he rarely experienced in his professional life, even after closing the most profitable deals. In the following weeks, an unexpected routine was established. Noah began to visit a small apartment 2 or 3 times a week, always bringing something. Sometimes just ice cream, other times more necessary items like just medicine. Sophie initially maintained a cautious distance, always polite and reserved. However, that began to fall. She started to accept his presence, perhaps realizing the genuine joy he brought to the girls. On a Saturday afternoon, Noah sat on the living room floor with the twins, drawing with the watercolors he brought. He had spread out newspapers to protect the floor, but the 3 of them were completely absorbed in the activity. Look, Noah, I drew you, Claire announced, showing a colorful drawing of a tall figure suited in the hands of 2 identical girls. That's amazing, Noah praised, genuinely impressed with the girl's talent. You have a future as an artist. I want to be a doctor, Claire prompted. Perhaps I'll draw in my spare time. Noah asked, noticing that the other twin was focused on a more detailed drawing of a large house with a garden. I don't know, she answered thoughtfully. Maybe an architect, but I like to draw houses. Noah smiled, observing how different they were in their aspirations, despite their identical appearance. He was about to suggest they made something together, when he noticed a movement in Sophie's bedroom door. She was standing there, watching the scene silently. There was something in her gaze, a mix of complex emotions, concern, guilt, and also, for the first time, something that looked like hope. Her eyes met Noah's, and for a brief moment, a silent communication passed between them. It was as if she was finally seeing something that would reassure her, perhaps the genuine affection he felt for the girls, the absence of any ulterior motive. Sophie quickly looked away, returning to her room. But Noah had seen enough to understand that something had changed. The barrier had fallen. Later, after the twins had gone to bed, Sophie walked up to the door. They've never had a male figure in their lives, she said softly. They're getting attached to you very quickly. That worries you, Noah observed. Not as a question, but a statement. Sophie nodded. At first, yes. A lot. But now, she hesitated, as if carefully weighing her next words. Now I'm starting to think it might be good for them. I'm glad to hear that, Noah replied, feeling a relief he didn't know he was waiting for. They are incredible kids, Sophie. You've done an amazing job raising them anyway. A soft blush colored Sophia's cheeks. Thank you, she murmured. And thank you for everything you've been doing. Not just the material things, Helen, but being present, letting me downstairs in the evening. Noah reflected on how his life had changed in such a short time. They found it was just work that went on. Endless meetings and profitable deals, but without any real connection. Now, his most anticipated engagement was when he visited the small apartment on Raymond Street. What had started as an innocent request to be a dad for a debut turned into something much deeper and more meaningful. Sophie closed the door and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. She walked silently to his room and stood watching him sleep. Their identical little faces relaxed and peaceful. She had hidden the truth for so long. What if he wanted to take the girls from their purpose? What if, after knowing them, he lost interest and disappeared completely? But there was also another possibility, one that was beginning to seem less and less unlikely. What if he was really different from what she feared? What if he really cared about the girls as much as he seemed to? Sophie wiped away a silent tear. The most difficult decision of her life was approaching, which she knew she couldn't postpone for much longer. The clock showed almost 9 o'clock when Noah arrived at the twins' small apartment. It wasn't his usual visiting time. He usually came earlier to have time to play with the girls before dinner. But today, Sophie asking him to go after the children who were asleep. There was something in her voice, a tension or a strained urgency that had worried him all day. He knocked softly on the door, trying not to make too much noise. Sophie answered almost immediately, as if she had been waiting near the entrance. Her eyes looked tired, with small shadows underneath that he had never noticed before. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly, stepping aside for him to enter. "The girls just fell asleep." "Did something happen?" Noah asked, keeping his voice evenly low. "You sounded worried on the phone." Sophie didn't answer right away. She closed the door carefully, gestured toward the small kitchen. "Can we talk in there? I don't want to wake you." Noah nodded, following her to the ground to an impeccably organized kitchen. The round table that occupied the center of the space barely fit 4 chairs. Sophie indicated for him to sit between the chair opposite him. Her fingers drummed nervously on the table's surface. "Want some coffee?" she offered, clearly procrastinating whatever she needed to say. "I'm fine, thank you," Noah replied gently. "Sophie, what's going on? You're making me worried." She took a deep breath as if gathering courage, her eyes so similar to her daughter's, met his for a moment, then shifting to her own hands. "I need to tell you something," she began, her voice almost a whisper. "Something I should have told you a long time ago." Noah felt a sudden apprehension. In the last 2 months, since meeting the twins, he had become a constant presence in their lives. He visited them regularly, helping them at work, took them to the park on evenings. Sophie had become more receptive to his presence, though she always maintained a certain reserve. It seemed he would finally understand why. "Does it have to do with our future that we've met before?" he asked, remembering the strange familiarity he felt when he first saw her. Sophie nodded, lightly biting her shoulder. "You've never been good at hiding things," she said with a sad smile. "And every time you look at the girls, every time you play with them or help them do something, the guilt just grows." "Guilt?" Noah repeated, confused. "Sophie, what are you talking about?" She closed her eyes for a moment, as if making a final decision. When she opened them again, there was a determination there that wasn't present before. "We have met," she said quietly, voice trembling but firm. "I was an waitress at that party, but it was just one night. I didn't know who you were. After I found out I was pregnant, I didn't know how to find you." The words hung in the air between them, laden with an almost intangible weight. Noah felt as if time had frozen. His mind raced, trying to process what he had just heard, trying to fit together the pieces of a puzzle. He didn't even know he was trying to solve. "What party?" he asked automatically, still in shock. "The grand opening of the Wellington Hotel," Sophie replied, her eyes now fixed on his. "Almost 7 years ago, I was working as a temp waitress, giving money for college. We were there, celebrating some kind of business deal. It was the only way we went to service. The Wellington Hotel, one of the first major projects he financed. The opening party had been extravagant, with champagne flowing freely, and the city's elite were present. We had drunk more than usual, celebrating the success of the venture. We were wearing black uniform," he murmured, the memory coming back. "They had tied up, different from the girls you have now." Sophie nodded, a tear silently trailing down her cheek. "We bumped into him in the restaurant," she continued. "I dropped a tray of glasses. You offered to pay for it. Said you wouldn't tell anyone. We started talking. I went to leave.
Kuya po? Kuya? Kuya po?
A single night, a beautiful waitress
Nasa banyo ka pa ba?
wasn't there. A casual encounter that meant nothing, or so we thought. I left money on the nightstand. Sophie winced. I didn't take it. I left because I had my shift for breakfast. When I came back to talk to them, they were already checked out. Silence fell between them, heavy with the reality of the implications. No one went to the closed door of the girls' room. Feeling a wave of emotion sometimes left him breathless. The twins, he began, barely able to form words. Your daughters, Sophie repeated, her voice almost fading. Yes. Noah felt as if the floor had disappeared from under his feet. Twins, Emma and Chloe, were his daughters. The small hands that held his when they went to the park. The identical smiles that greeted him at the door. Curious questions about his work. All this time, he had built a relationship with his own daughters without me. Why did you look for me? He asked, his voice a loose with emotion. I tried, Sophie replied, the tears now flowing freely. When I found out who you really were, not just some hotel guest like Noah Pemberton, the businessman, I thought about finding you. I even went to your office once, but what? I saw you leaving with a blonde woman, getting into a limousine. It seemed like such a different world from mine, she explained, wiping the tears from the back of her head. It was like a pregnant waitress who had what kind of reception would I get? What if you thought I was after your money? Honestly, if you demanded a DNA test and tried to take the papers from me? Noah closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the situation. He understood her fear. At the time, he probably would have reacted exactly as she feared, with suspicion, possibly even hostility. So he decided to raise the blow. Sophie nodded. I never thought we would meet again. We showed up at that sort of presentation. It was like fate was mocking me. And when the girls asked you to introduce them to me, Noah began. Pieces finally fitting together. I panicked, Sophie admitted. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to tell you everything that same day, but I was so scared. Scared of what? Noah asked gently. Of losing my daughters, she replied, her voice choked with emotion. Of you using your money and power to take me from them. Worse, of you rejecting me at a breaking the drugs. Noah felt silent, absorbed. We looked together at the bedroom door, imagining the girls sleeping oblivious to the conversation that would change their lives forever. But you're telling me now, he observed, reunited Sophie. What changed? Sophie took a deep breath, her gaze now firm. You changed. Maybe the way I see you has changed. In the last 2 months, you've been different from what I imagined. The way you treat the girls, how you respect our boundaries, how you genuinely care. She hesitated, then continued. You deserve to know who your father is, and you deserve to know you have 2 wonderful daughters. Noah felt the pieces finally fall into place. The inexplicable connection he felt upon meeting the twins, the familiarity in Sophie's face, the way he felt so comfortable in that small environment. Sophie replied, trying to smile. Actually, it's something important. Getting from sitting over me. The girls exchanged a look, and silent communication made his mind. Leaving the drawings on the floor. He sat behind the side of Sophie on the small sofa. Sophie with her arms around her daughter's shoulders, holding them close. Her heart was beating fast and nervous, and she knew she had to do this. Remember when you asked me about your dad? She began, keeping her voice calm. Twins locked simultaneously, suddenly attentive. And I said he left before you were born, that I didn't know how to find him. Yes. You said he didn't know about us. Sophie took a deep breath. That's right. I was never able to tell him that you existed. But something in private happened. What? Chloe asked, her big eyes fixed on her mother's face. Sophie stroked her daughter's identical hair, trying to find the right words. Sometimes, life surprises us in ways we can't imagine. Sometimes, people we've lost touch with reappear when we least expect it. Mom, Chloe interrupted, impatient as always. What are you trying to say? Sophie smiled, despite her nervousness. Chloe always got straight to the point. No one is your dad, she said finally, her voice soft and clear. There was a moment of absolute silence. The twins looked at each other, and silent communication once again. Their identical faces registering the same initial surprise, followed by something Sophie didn't expect. A kind of understanding, almost as if a suspicion had been confirmed. We already thought he was our daddy, Emma said at last, her voice small and sure. Sophie blinked, surprised. You thought so? Chloe nodded vigorously. He looks like us. He has the same smile as Emma and the same eyes as me. And he just showed her out after we wished for a dad. I added, the simple and direct logic of children. It seemed too magical to be a coincidence. Sophie felt tears welling up in her eyes. All this time, while she had tortured herself with secrets and fears, her daughters had made the connection with the pure intuition that only children possess. But you said you didn't know where our dad was, Chloe remembered, frowning in confusion. And I didn't, Sophie confirmed. It was truly a coincidence that he showed up at your school that day. I had no way of knowing he would be there, or that you would find him. So it really was magic, Chloe concluded with conviction. Sophie smiled through her tears. Maybe it was. Sometimes life works in mysterious ways. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Emma asked. Was that moment? When he started visiting us, Sophie said. I was scared, she admitted honestly. Scared of how he would react. Scared that he might be angry with me for not telling him sooner. And was he angry? Chloe asked, her big eyes revealing a hint of concern. No, Sophie replied, remembering Noah's restrained reaction the night before. He was surprised as of course. No, not angry. Is he still going to come back? I asked. A real moral urge. Sophie hugged me both tighter. Of course he will. He just needs a little time to take them in person. Imagine what it's like to suddenly find out you have two wonderful daughters. When is he coming? I wanted to know, already excited by the prospect. Soon, Sophie promised. She was right. He just needs a little time. The girls seemed satisfied with the explanation, although Sophie could see they had 1,000 sitting on the low wall by the gate. What if he comes today? Chloe argued. Callie wanted to be the first to see him. Sophie didn't have the heart to say no. She allowed him to stay there, visible from the kitchen window, watching every passing car moving over. The sun was beginning to set from the black car parked across the street. The twins' house had always living up, immediately sat up straight. From the window, Sophie saw Noah get out of the vehicle. He looked tired, with dark circles visible even from a distance. There was something in his posture, determination, certainty, that made her hold her breath. The girls didn't move, as if they feared any movement might make him disappear. Noah saw him and stopped for a moment, clearly surprised to find him dead. Then his steps firm and cautious. Sophie hurried down the stairs, wanting to impress him with her hand, but she stopped at a respectful distance, allowing the girls to have their moment. Noah and Rose, the twins, were still sitting on their small faces serious and expectant. He knelt before them, bringing himself to their eye level. "I," he said simply, his voice hoarse with emotion. "I," the twins replied in unison, still smiling. There was a moment of silence, charged with everything that needed to be said. It was Chloe, who was present, who spoke first. "We thought you didn't want to be our dad," she said, her usually confident voice now reduced to an insecure whisper. Noah's expression broke upon hearing those words. Sophie could see, even from where she stood, the genuine in his eyes. "No," he replied immediately, his voice firm despite the evident emotion. "Never think that." He held out his hands, one for each girl, then took them after only a moment's hesitation. "I'm sorry I disobeyed," he continued. "I had to sort out some important things to make sure I could keep all the promises I want to make to you." "What things?" Noah asked, as the pragmatist. Noah smiled, a gentle smile that transformed his tired face. "Grown-ups work mostly. I had to reorganize a lot of things, to have more free time." "Time for what?" Chloe wanted to know. "Time for you," Noah replied simply. "Time to be a dad." The twins exchanged glances, and silent communication they always had. Sophie could see hope slowly returning to their faces. Noah took a deep breath, still holding the girls' hands. "I want you to know something, and I want you to never forget it, no matter what happens." The twins looked at him with absolute attention. "Nothing in the world will ever keep me away from you," he declared, his voice filled with an unshakable certainty. "I want to put you on my birth certificate. I want to give you my name. I want to be present for everything. School presentations, birthdays, ordinary days, every moment. I want to be the father you deserve to have." The girls' eyes widened at his words. For a moment, no one spoke, the weight of the promise hanging in the air between them. Then, as if responding to an invisible signal, the twins threw themselves into Noah's arms simultaneously. He hugged them tightly, closing his eyes as he knelt them against his chest. Sophie felt tears streaming down her face as she witnessed the scene. 7 years of worry, of doubts, of sleepless nights wondering if she had made the right choice. All of it seemed to dissipate before the image in front of her. Noah looked up and saw her standing there. Without letting go of the girls, he extended a hand toward her, inviting her to join them. Sophie hesitated for only a second before approaching. When she took his hand, Noah squeezed it firmly, his eyes conveying 1,000 unspoken words. Gratitude, forgiveness, and a promise. "We're going to make this work," he said. "We, encompassing all 4 of them. Together." Sophie nodded, unable to speak through the tears of relief that now flowed freely. Chloe asked, genuinely curious. Lately, she allowed herself to let her guard down a little each day, seeing how consistent and reliable Chloe proved to be. Actually, there are several surprises. But the first one is just for the girls. I was thinking of picking them up when I leave from school today and taking them on a special outing. Just then I'm here, so I felt a brief moment of hesitation. The protective instinct of a mother who raised two daughters for 7 years quickly pushed it aside. They'd love that. They've been talking non-stop about wanting to spend more time with them. I know this has been an adjustment for all of us, but commented, this time more serious. Especially for you, having shared girls after so long ago. So for the sensitivity, it's been easier than I imagined, she admitted. Seeing their happiness makes up for any adjustment. Noah nodded, clearly pleased with the answer. So if I pick them up today, I promise to bring them back for dinner. Of course, said Chloe. I'll call the school and let them know you'll be picking them up. When Noah arrived at the school, the twins were waiting at the office, their little faces lighting up when they saw them. It was still a novelty for them. Being picked up by their dad and being able to say my dad is making me up today with the other kids. Where are we going? Chloe asked immediately as they got into the car, always direct and curious. It's a surprise, Noah replied, adjusting the rearview mirror so he could see their faces in the back seat. Or rather, several surprises. I love surprises. There's one. Well, Emma just smiled. Her enthusiasm more restrained, but clearly visible in her smiling eyes. Is Mom coming too? Emma asked, always concerned about including anyone. Today is a special day just for the three of us, Emma explained gently. Not to celebrate us officially being a family. The girls exchanged excited glances. Since Noah had signed the papers acknowledging his maternity, they carried a new kind of confidence, a security that came from finally having what so many other children had. Present for him. Noah drove for about 20 minutes until they reached a large shopping mall. The twins looked up in awe at the high ceiling with sophisticated lighting and the colorful storefronts. First stop, Noah announced, guiding them to a huge toy store, the kind that looks like a children's paradise, with themed sections and interactive displays. The twins' eyes widened as they entered. It was very different from the small neighborhood toy stores they occasionally visited with Sophie, usually just to browse or buy a modest birthday present. You can pick whatever you want, Noah said, smiling at their astonished expressions. No limits today. Anything, Chloe asked, incredulous. Anything, Noah confirmed. We're setting up a new room for you, remember? We need proper toys for it. The girls looked at each other for a moment, as if consulting one another in their silent communication, and then set off in slightly different directions. Emma to the section with educational games and books, Chloe straight to the flashiest and most colorful toys. Noah followed them, watching with interest the distinct choices they made. Emma selected carefully, examining each item before deciding if she wanted it, while Chloe quickly accumulated a pile of things that caught her eye. I don't think we can take all of this, Emma commented worriedly, looking at Chloe's growing collection. Today you can, Noah assured her. It's a special day. After nearly an hour, the girls had selected an impressive variety. Board games, picture books, science kits, dolls, building blocks, and a dollhouse big enough for them to play with together. As the staff packed everything up, Noah led them to the next stop, an elegant children's boutique, with clothes that looked like they were straight out of a catalogue. Now, he said, we need new clothes to go with the new toys. The twins seemed almost intimidated as they entered the sophisticated store. A sales associate approached, smiling kindly. Can we help you with anything specific today? We're looking for a complete wardrobe for my daughters, Noah replied, feeling a special warmth as he said, my daughters, out loud. Clothes for all occasions. The sales associate nodded, professional but visibly excited at the prospect of a large sale. We have beautiful collections for girls. Would you like to see something more casual or clothes for special occasions? Both, Noah answered, and anything they like. Once again, the twins' different personalities emerged. Emma went for the more classic and practical pieces, while Chloe was drawn to everything colorful and eye-catching. The associate, noticing their preferences, began bringing options that matched each of their styles. Emma tried on a simple but elegant dress, made of light blue cotton with small embroidered details. When she came out of the dressing room, she stood in front of the mirror, almost not recognizing her own reflection. "It looks beautiful on you," Noah commented, genuinely impressed with how the dress brought out the blue in her eyes. His eyes, as he now knew. Emma ran her hands over the soft fabric, an almost disbelieving look on her face. "I've never had such a pretty dress," she murmured, more to herself than to the others. Something about that simple, honest comment hit Noah deeply. The idea that his daughter, his own daughter, had never had something as basic as a pretty dress made his heart ache. In that moment, he promised himself that Emma, Chloe, and Sophie would never again lack for anything. Neither the essentials nor the small luxuries that make life sweeter. By the end of the shopping session, the girls had completely new wardrobes. Dresses, pants, blouses, coats, shoes, and even accessories like hair bows and small children's jewelry. "We're not done yet," Noah announced, to the amazement of the twins, who were already thrilled with everything they had received. "So now we're going to choose the decorations for your new room." The decor store was a paradise of colors and styles. Again, the twins' distinct preferences showed. Emma preferring softer tones and delicate patterns, Chloe opting for vibrant colors and more playful themes. "How are we going to decorate one room with such different things?" Emma asked, concerned as she saw the contrasting choices. "Don't worry about that now," Noah replied mysteriously. "Trust me, it will work out." After selecting curtains, lamps, picture frames, decorative art, and various accessories, Noah finally announced it was time for a break. He took them to an elegant ice cream parlor inside the mall, where they could choose elaborate combinations of ice cream and toppings. Sitting at a table with colorful sundaes in front of them, Noah watched his daughters savoring the sweet treat, their faces lit up with a pure joy that made all the money spent seem insignificant in comparison. "This is the best day of my life," Chloe declared between spoonfuls, making Noah smile. "Mine too," he replied honestly. There was something deeply satisfying in being able to bring joy to his daughters, in seeing them experience new things, in hearing their laughter. "What are we going to do now?" Emma asked, always the planner, already thinking about the next step. Noah checked his watch. "Now we have one last surprise, and for this one we'll need Mom too." When they returned to the apartment, Noah asked the girls not to tell about all the shopping yet. It was part of the final surprise. Sophie noticed the conspiratorial glances among the three, but didn't ask questions, happy to see the bond strengthening between father and daughters. "I have something to show all of you," Noah announced during dinner. "If you're free tomorrow morning, I'd like to take you to a special place." "What place?" Sophie asked, curious about his mysterious air. "It's a surprise," Noah replied, winking at the twins, who giggled, accomplices in the secret. The next morning, Noah picked up the family early. The girls were especially agitated, knowing that more surprises were to come. Sophie, though trying to hide it, was also visibly curious. Noah drove for about 20 minutes, leaving the city center and heading towards a quiet residential neighborhood with tree-lined streets and spacious houses. Finally, he pulled up in front of a 2-story house with a well-kept garden and a wide entrance. "We're here," he announced, turning off the engine. Sophie looked out the window, confused. "What is this place?" Instead of answering, Noah got out of the car and opened the door for her, while the twins were already jumping out excitedly. "Oh, come on," he said, guiding them up the stone path to the front door. He took a key out of his pocket and unlocked the door, gesturing for them to enter. The interior of the house was spacious and bright, with large windows that let in natural light. The living room had a high ceiling, comfortable furniture, and a stone fireplace. The adjacent kitchen was large, with marble countertops and modern appliances. Everything was impeccably clean and tastefully decorated in neutral tones that created a sense of calm and warmth. Sophie stopped in the middle of the room, looking around with a confused expression. "Noah, what is this place?" He took a deep breath, suddenly nervous. "It's a house I bought. For us." Sophie was speechless, her eyes widening in shock. "I wanted you to have a real home," Noah continued, his voice soft. "A place with enough space for everyone, with a room for each of the girls, a yard where they can play, a kitchen where we can have meals together." "But," Sophie began, clearly overwhelmed by the surprise. "Can't you come see the rest?" Noah interrupted her gently, not wanting to press for an immediate answer. He knew it was a big step, a huge change in their lives. The twins, oblivious to the tension between the adults, were already exploring excitedly, opening doors and checking every corner. "Look, there's a room just for me," Chloe shouted from somewhere upstairs. "And another one just for me," Emma's voice echoed, equally excited. Noah smiled, hearing their enthusiasm, then turned his attention back to Sophie, who still looked stunned. "I know it's a big surprise," he said softly, "and I want you to know there's no pressure. The house is for you, regardless of how we decide to move forward as a family." Sophie met his eyes, finally seeming to find her voice. "You bought a house for us," Noah nodded, "so the girls can have the space they deserve, so you don't have to work 2 jobs just to pay the rent, so we have a place to build memories together." "It's too much, Noah," Sophie whispered, visibly emotional. "We can't accept something like this." "Yes, you can," he insisted gently. "They are my daughters, Sophie. I want to give them everything they couldn't have for the past 7 years." Before Sophie could reply, they heard hurried footsteps on the stairs, and the twins appeared, their faces flushed with excitement. "Mommy! There's a huge backyard behind the house," Emma exclaimed. "And there's a perfect tree for a treehouse," Chloe added. "Did you like it?" Noah asked, though the answer was clearly written on their radiant faces. "It's the best house in the world," Chloe declared with conviction. Emma, always more perceptive, looked at her mother, noticing her emotional expression. "You don't like it, Mommy?" Sophie quickly composed herself, not wanting to diminish her daughter's joy. "It's beautiful, honey. I'm just surprised." "Are we going to live here?" Chloe asked directly, looking between the 2 adults. Noah left the question for Sophie to answer, not wanting to pressure her. Sophie took a deep breath, looking around once more, at the spacious and welcoming house, at Noah's hopeful face, at her daughter's shining eyes. Her every protective instinct wanted to refuse, to maintain her independence, not to accept something so grand. But there was also a new voice inside her, one that spoke of possibilities, of a future where her daughters would have everything they deserved, where she herself could finally breathe without the constant weight of financial worries. "I think so," she finally replied, her voice soft but firm. "If that's what everyone wants." The twins screamed with joy, jumping and hugging each other. Noah smiled, a visible relief washing over his face. "There's one more thing," he said, as the initial celebration subsided. "I want to show you something special, girls." He led them back upstairs, to a closed door they hadn't yet explored. "This is a special room," he explained, "for when you want to be together, instead of in your separate rooms." As he opened the door, it revealed a magical space, a large room decorated with a perfect combination of the contrasting styles the twins had chosen at the store. On one side, the soft tones and delicate patterns that Emma preferred. On the other, the vibrant colors and playful elements that Chloe loved. In the center, a common area where the styles blended harmoniously. All the purchases from the previous day, the toys, the decorative accessories were there, perfectly arranged. The dollhouse held a place of honor against one wall, and a bookshelf filled with books covered another. "It's our dream room," Emma exclaimed, running inside to explore. 2 weeks later, the move was complete. The small apartment on Maple Street had been exchanged for the spacious house in the tree-lined neighborhood. Sophie still worked, but only one job, with hours that allowed her to be home when the girls returned from school. It was in this new chapter of their lives that the first school event with Noah, officially as a father, took place. A science fair, where the twins would present a project on the water cycle, which they had prepared with his help. While the other children gave their presentations, Noah stood beside Sophie in the audience, the two exchanging proud glances every few minutes. When it was the twins' turn, they stood confidently next to their colorful poster.
Our project is about the water cycle, Emma began, her voice clear and firm. And our dad helped us build this model, Chloe added, pointing to the three-dimensional display that showed the process of evaporation and precipitation. The pride on their faces as they said, "Our dad," was evident to everyone. After the presentation, when they received warm applause, they ran directly to Noah, who hugged them tightly. "Guys, you were amazing," he praised, genuinely impressed with their confidence. "It was thanks to your help," Emma replied, her arm still around his neck. As Chloe ran off to show something to a classmate, Emma lingered for a moment longer, hugged to her father. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Good thing we found you. Now you don't have to pretend to be our dad anymore. You're our daddy forever." Noah felt a lump in his throat, unable to respond with words. Instead, he just hugged her tighter, kissing the top of her head. Sophie watched the scene from a few steps away, her heart finally at peace. The path to get here hadn't been easy. Years of solitary struggle, of fears and doubts, followed by weeks of adaptation and change. But looking at her family now, her daughters happy and secure, the man she had rediscovered in such an unexpected way, she knew they were exactly where they were supposed to be. If this story touched your heart, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next ones. Leave a like, because it helps this story get recommended to more people. See you in the next story.
Ethan Carrington stood on the rooftop terrace of the glass-paneled building that bore his name, overlooking the city, glittering beneath a wash of icy air and streetlights. Below him, the skyline looked polished, curated, just like his life. Behind the closed glass doors, a corporate cocktail party buzzed with warmth and flattery. Investors, board members, hollow smiles and safe wine. Ethan had left his own celebration 2 floors down without explanation. No one followed. They rarely did. He tugged at his cuffs, adjusting the tailored sleeves of his wool overcoat, fingers stiff from the wind. Everything he wore tonight had a price tag most people wouldn't say out loud. His watch alone could pay off someone's mortgage. His shoes could fund a semester at a state college. And yet, here he was, standing alone in the sharp wind, trying to remember what any of it meant. A voice echoed in his memory, one he hadn't heard aloud in years. "The higher you climb, Ethan, the colder it gets. Don't forget to bring a coat that fits your soul." His late wife used to say things like that, always with a crooked smile, like she knew he'd ignore the advice anyway. And he had. He climbed higher and higher, until her absence felt like just another luxury loss. Ethan blinked against the wind. He didn't want to go home. Instead, he walked down the elevator, past the valet who gave him a puzzled glance, through the revolving doors, out into the downtown winter night. He ignored the black town car idling at the curb, driver waiting, heat on. Ethan shoved his hands in his pockets and turned left, the wind punching against his collar. His breath trailed behind him in pale wisps. No direction, just the need to move. The city was quieter than usual. Cold tends to do that. Minneapolis could be brutal this time of year, and tonight it pulled no punches. He passed closed storefronts and flickering street lamps, the hum of traffic muffled by snow already forming thin veils on the sidewalk. A faint trail of violin music filtered from a nearby cafe before being swallowed by the night. Then he saw her. It was a flicker at first, a shape beneath the yellowish light of a bus stop. huddled and still. He would have walked past if not for a gust of wind that lifted the edge of a thin hospital scrub jacket. He stopped, looked again. A woman, asleep. No, not quite. Curled tightly against one end of the bench, her arms wrapped around a small bundle. A child. They were layered in mismatched clothing. Scrubs, a hoodie, a child's puffy coat that looked 2 sizes too small. The woman's head rested against the bench railing, her skin pale, lashes fluttering. The girl beside her stirred, pressing closer into the woman's side, tiny fingers peeking from frayed gloves. Something in Ethan seized. It was like a thread in his chest, pulled taut. He stepped forward, slowly, quietly, unsure of what he was doing. Not out of fear, just the feeling that this moment wasn't meant to be interrupted. The woman's eyes opened, barely, dull but aware. She looked at him with a flash of confusion, but said nothing. "I'm not here to bother you," Ethan said, voice low. It's freezing out." She blinked once, twice. Her expression didn't change. "I have a coat," he added. "It's warm. Take it, please." He slid it from his shoulders and stepped forward, careful not to make sudden moves. She didn't speak, didn't protest, just watched him as he draped the heavy fabric over both her and the girl. The child sighed softly in her sleep, curling deeper into the warmth. Ethan stepped back. A silence stretched between them. Snow drifted in slow spirals, catching the glow of the street lamp. "You a nurse?" he asked gently, nodding at her scrubs. She nodded once. Her voice cracked when she finally spoke. "Used to be." That was all. He could have asked 100 things. Where's your home? What happened? Why here? Why now? But he didn't. He only said, "There's a diner down on 5th. Open all night. They won't ask questions. Tell them Ethan sent you. They'll give you something hot." She looked away toward the street. "I'm not here to fix anything," he added. "Just, you shouldn't be out here tonight." The woman's gaze returned to him, sharper now. Not angry, just cautious, measured, like she'd heard promises before and found them all hollow. He nodded once and turned, walking away into the dark. No name, no contact, no card, just his coat and a weight in his chest he hadn't felt in years. He didn't look back. He didn't sleep that night either. His penthouse was warm, impeccable, and silent. He sat by the fireplace, but didn't light it. Instead, he stared out the window, watching the snow thicken over the city. His phone buzzed twice with unread emails. A pitch deck, a partnership memo, a dinner invite. He didn't open any of them. Instead, he saw the bench, the frayed gloves, the girl's small hand curled into her mother's ribs. He told himself it was nothing, that he'd done a decent thing, and that was enough. But sometime before dawn, Ethan pulled a legal pad from the drawer in his study and wrote down 5 words. "Find the nurse from last night." He underlined it. Twice. If you enjoyed this video, comment 1 to let me know. If not, comment 2. Your thought mattered to me either way. The cold always woke Naomi first. Even before her eyes opened, her body registered it. The ache in her fingers, the stiffness in her back, the sharp bite in her lungs. But this morning, something was different. The cold was duller, muted. She slowly lifted her head from the backrest of the bus stop bench, disoriented. Then she saw it. A coat, thick, heavy wool, high-end, draped over her and Lila like a blanket. Not theirs. Not from the donation bin. This was real. She blinked fast, her breath curling in front of her lips. "Mom?" Lila's voice, groggy and muffled. "I'm here, baby," Naomi whispered, tucking the coat more tightly around her daughter's shoulders. "You're okay." Lila shifted slightly in her sleep, cheeks flushed from the cold, but no longer shaking. Naomi watched her for a long moment, then looked around. No one. Only snow falling soft against the pavement. No footprints nearby, except her own from the night before. She sat there silently, tension rising in her chest. A coat like this wasn't left by chance. She remembered someone. Tall, dark coat, voice like calm thunder. A man. Kind eyes. Maybe. It was all fog now. She didn't remember what he said. Just the tone. Gentle. Careful. A stranger who didn't ask questions. Naomi slowly stood and stretched, every joint protesting. Her back screamed from another night on a bench. She walked to the corner convenience store where the clerk sometimes let her use the bathroom. The same clerk watched her now through the glass, but said nothing as she passed. Inside the tiny restroom, Naomi locked the door behind her and stared into the mirror. Pale skin, chapped lips, sunken cheeks, hair twisted into a makeshift bun with a pen she found 2 days ago. She ran water over her hands, then cupped some to splash her face. The faucet groaned. The water was freezing. She dried off with her sleeves and whispered to her reflection, "We're okay. We're okay today." Lila waited curled up on the bench, nose buried into the lining of the stranger's coat. Naomi hesitated as she reached to lift it off the child's body. The tag was still inside. Barrow Reeves, London. It didn't belong here. Naomi folded it neatly and held it for a moment before laying it back over her daughter's lap. She couldn't keep it, but she couldn't give it back either. A diner up the block opened early for the morning crowd. Naomi hesitated outside the fogged-up glass window, glancing at the open sign, blinking red. She didn't plan to go in, just wanted the warmth for a second. Then a waitress opened the door. "You Naomi?" she asked, wiping her hands on her apron. Naomi froze. "Yes." The woman smiled. "Guy came in last night. Said if a woman named Naomi showed up with a kid, we should give her a hot breakfast. Paid in advance." "What?" Her voice cracked. "Who?" "Didn't say. Just left this." She handed over a small business card. No logo, just a name. Ethan. Naomi stared at the card like it might catch fire. "You want the booth by the heater?" the waitress asked kindly. She nodded, still stunned. "Yes. Thank you." Inside, the warmth hit her like a blanket. She took off her hoodie, sat across from Lila, who now blinked sleepily at the smell of bacon. A plate arrived minutes later. Eggs, toast, hot chocolate. Lila smiled. "Did someone make this for us?" "Yes, sweetheart," Naomi said softly. "They did." She didn't eat right away. She watched her daughter devour her breakfast like it was Christmas morning, cheeks pink, eyes bright. Then she reached for a piece of toast with shaky hands. It had been days since they'd had something hot that wasn't from a soup line. But her mind wasn't on the food. It was on the man. Ethan. He hadn't left a number. No message. No conditions. Just warmth. And that haunted her more than if he'd asked for anything in return. Because men always asked for something. She forced the thought away. After breakfast, Naomi returned the coat to the bottom of her rolling duffel and made her way to the community outreach center where she sometimes helped sort medical supplies. It wasn't a job, but the nurse coordinator, Rosa, let her pitch in for a few hours and slip some gloves or hand warmers when supplies allowed. The center buzzed with quiet energy. Clipboards. Coffee, paperwork. She blended in quickly, grateful to feel useful again. "Naomi?" Rosa called gently. "You got a minute?" Naomi wiped her hands and stepped into Rosa's tiny office. "Someone asked about you," Rosa said carefully. Naomi stiffened. "Who?" "Tall guy. Looked like he stepped out of a GQ ad. Expensive coat. Said his name was Ethan." Naomi's heart stumbled. "He just asked if you were okay. Didn't push. Left right after. I didn't say anything, just nodded." Naomi didn't respond. Rosa leaned forward. "You know him?" "I don't," Naomi said too quickly. Rosa raised an eyebrow. "That's not a bad thing. Just be careful, that's all." Naomi nodded, trying to smile, but her mind raced. He was looking for her. Why? She walked home, if you could call it that, to the corner of 7th and Grant. where a narrow alley sheltered a few cardboard barriers from the wind. She'd memorized patrol schedules, made friends with a retired janitor who shared thermoses of tea. It wasn't safe, but it was the safest she could manage. Lila was asleep again, nestled into a sleeping bag a shelter had given them last month. Naomi leaned against the alley wall and closed her eyes, listening to the hum of the city. Ethan, just a name, a stranger who had seen too much and said too little. She told herself it didn't matter, that his help had already passed, that they'd take the coat, the meal, and nothing else. But somewhere deep in her chest, something stirred. Not hope, not yet, just the echo of warmth, and the smallest flicker of curiosity she hadn't allowed herself to feel in months. Who leaves kindness like breadcrumbs and disappears? Ethan stared out the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse, coffee untouched on the counter behind him. The city below was waking up, its skyline brushed with morning light and last night's frost clinging to rooftops. Somewhere out there, she was waking too, if she'd slept at all. He hadn't planned to look for her again. He told himself that. One kind gesture, walk away, feel like a human for 5 minutes. But the image kept looping in his mind. The nurse huddled on a bench in the bitter cold, her daughter clinging to her side like a second heartbeat. That moment had clawed under his skin. It wasn't pity. It wasn't guilt. It was something deeper, something unnameable. His phone buzzed on the counter. He ignored it. Across the room, a sleek folder sat open on the glass coffee table. The first page, stamped with the logo of Carrington Health Tech. It was a quarterly proposal, one he'd authored 6 months ago, outlining new AI upgrades for a network of private hospitals across the Midwest. The section highlighted in yellow, projected nursing staff reduction by 42%. He closed the folder without reading further. When the board had first approved the project, Ethan told himself it was progress, efficiency, smart tech saving lives. But now he couldn't stop hearing Naomi's voice from the night before, the soft edge of her guarded thank you at the diner. She used to be a nurse. The phrase rang in his head like an accusation. Later that morning, Ethan sat across from Julian Vance in the private conference room on the 39th floor. Glass walls, leather chairs, a view that made the city look like a snow globe. Julian flipped through the AI rollout packet with sharp eyes and sharper opinions. "This is clean," Julian said, tapping the folder. "Hospitals will love it. Cuts costs, minimal friction, and we start pushing it at next month's expo." Ethan leaned back, arms crossed. "There's something we need to rethink." Julian froze, mid-page. "Rethink what?" "The projections are solid. We're ahead of schedule." Ethan looked at him, then down at the city. "The implementation phase, the staffing impact." Julian's brow furrowed. "You mean the nurses?" "They're not data points, Julian." Julian laughed, not unkindly. "Ethan, you're not new to this. We're not firing anyone. We're offering buyouts, retraining, reallocating." "Into what?" "Into ghost roles? Into temp agencies with no benefits?" Ethan's voice was quiet, but firm. Julian's smile faded. "Where is this coming from?" Ethan didn't answer right away. He stood and walked to the window, one hand braced against the frame. "Last night I met someone," he said finally. Julian raised a brow. "This about a woman?" Ethan turned slowly, jaw tight. "She's a nurse. Lost her job after a hospital shut down. Lives on the street with her daughter." Julian sighed. Ethan, you can't build a business model around personal guilt. It's not guilt, Ethan said. It's reality. Julian tossed the folder onto the table. You want to redesign the rollout because of one woman? No, Ethan said. I want to know how many more there are. The silence between them stretched, taut as piano wire. Finally, Julian spoke. You're chasing something that doesn't scale. Ethan nodded once. Maybe, but I can't ignore it. Julian didn't argue. He just stood, gathering his things. When you're ready to talk numbers again, call me. After Julian left, Ethan stood at the window a long time, the city breathing beneath him, like a patient he couldn't diagnose. That afternoon, he returned to the community health center, the one near the church kitchen. He didn't ask for Naomi by name, just sat in the waiting area, pretending to review donor paperwork, until a familiar voice reached his ears from the back hallway. Double glove the box on the left. That batch leaks. Her, Naomi. He turned slightly, careful not to seem obvious. She moved with precision, sorting donated medical supplies with another volunteer. Her posture was straight, her hands quick, her expression focused. She wasn't performing. She didn't even know he was there. That struck him harder than it should have. He waited until her shift ended. Outside, the sky was already dimming, twilight draping the buildings in soft gray. Naomi exited through the side door, a rolled-up hoodie under one arm, and her daughter's sleeping bag tucked in the other. She nearly walked past him. I didn't mean to surprise you, he said quietly. She froze mid-step, her eyes locked with his, calm, unreadable. You found me, she said. You weren't hiding. Naomi tilted her head. People like you usually don't follow up. I've never met anyone like you before. She said nothing, just watched him, one brow slightly raised. Ethan took a slow breath. I'm not here with an agenda. No business pitch. No savior complex. Just, I've been thinking about you. About your daughter. About what I saw. Naomi's voice was steady. What you saw was one night. That's not my story. Then tell me your story. She blinked, surprised. Then her lips pressed into a thin, tired line. Stories don't matter much when you're just trying to find a warm place to sleep. He stepped forward slightly. Then let me help change that. Her jaw tightened. I don't need rescuing. I didn't say you did. They stood like that for a moment, the air between them charged with everything unspoken. The wind picked up, tugging at her sleeves. Finally, Naomi shifted her stance. I appreciate what you did, she said. The coat, the meal. But I've got a rhythm now. Disrupting it, good intentions or not, can be dangerous. Ethan nodded slowly. I get that. I don't think you do, she replied. But you're trying, and that's something. She turned to leave. Naomi, he said, stopping her. She paused but didn't turn around. There's a motel a few blocks from here, he said. Nothing fancy. I've already covered the week. No names, no strings. Just a place where the heater works. A long silence. When she spoke, her voice was softer. Why? Because it's 19 degrees tonight, he said. And your daughter deserves better than frostbite. Naomi closed her eyes for a second. Then she nodded. Once. Barely. I'll think about it. She walked away into the dusk. Coatless. Back straight. Steps slow but steady. Ethan watched until she disappeared around the corner. He didn't follow. He just stood there and whispered to no one. I'll be here tomorrow too. and he meant it. If you enjoyed this video, comment 1 to let me know. If not, comment 2. Your thought mattered to me either way. The motel sign buzzed faintly in the darkness, one of the neon letters flickering like it couldn't decide whether to give up or keep glowing. Snow fell in slow spirals, dusting the curb, softening the edges of everything. Ethan leaned against the post near the front office, collar up, gloved hands buried deep in his coat pockets. He had no idea if she'd come. The desk clerk inside had taken the room key without question, slid it into a plain envelope, and promised not to mention his name. No receipts, no follow-ups. Just a warm, clean room, paid in advance for 7 nights. He didn't know why he needed to see her walk through that door. Maybe he just needed proof that a small act of humanity could still ripple out. Or maybe it was because the image of Naomi holding her daughter like a shield had carved something permanent into him, something that wouldn't leave. The street was quiet, only the occasional hum of a passing car or the crunch of tires in snow. He glanced at his watch. 9:03 p.m. And then, movement at the end of the block. Naomi. She walked slowly, duffel bag slung over one shoulder, her coat buttoned tight. Lila held her hand, bundled in layers, her small face peeking out beneath a wool hat. The girl looked up at her mother as they neared, asking something Ethan couldn't hear. Naomi didn't speak until they reached the sidewalk in front of the motel. "You said the heat works?" she asked, voice flat but not cold. "It's not luxury," Ethan said, standing straighter. "But it's clean. Quiet." Naomi glanced toward the office, then at the building itself. A long row of identical doors, each one hiding its own story. Lila let go of her mother's hand and stepped closer to Ethan, curiosity lighting her face. "You came back," the little girl said, smiling. "I said I would," he answered gently. Lila nodded, as if that settled something unspoken. She looked up at the snow, catching a flake on her mitten, then turned back to her mom. "Can we go inside now? My toes feel like ice cubes." Naomi nodded, then looked at Ethan, her eyes sharp. "I don't want to owe you." "You don't," he said quietly. "You're not a debt." Her shoulders tightened for a second, then dropped. He handed her the envelope. "Room 7. No check-in needed. There's extra blankets, and the bathroom's stocked." Naomi took the envelope slowly. "You really planned this out." "I didn't plan for anything," he said. "I just wanted you both to be warm tonight." She looked at him for a long moment, not grateful, not soft, just searching, as if waiting for the part where the story turned and he asked for something in return. He didn't. "I'll check out in the morning," she said. "No rush," Ethan replied. "The room's yours for the week." Naomi hesitated, then turned, guiding Lila toward the door marked 7. She slid the key in, pushed it open, and disappeared inside, without another word. The door closed with a soft thud. Ethan exhaled. He hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath. The next morning, Naomi woke to silence. No car horns, no shivering, just the hum of the heater and the faint rhythm of Lila's breathing beside her. The girl was curled like a cat under 3 layers of blankets, one foot sticking out. Naomi sat up slowly, unsure what day it even was. She blinked at the plain white walls, the beige curtains. For the first time in weeks, she wasn't rushing through mental checklists. No patrol schedules to avoid. No soup kitchen queues. No bench to guard from strangers. Her body didn't ache. That alone felt like a betrayal. Lila stirred. "Mommy, can we stay here forever?" Naomi smiled sadly. "Just a few nights, baby. Just enough to rest." Lila yawned, her voice still thick with sleep. Did the nice man leave? Naomi paused. He might have. But he gave us a room. That means he likes us, right? It means he didn't walk by, Naomi said. And that matters. But her voice faltered, because she didn't understand him either. That afternoon, Naomi stepped outside, coat zipped to her chin, the motel key in her pocket. She told Lila to nap, then walked down the street to the small strip mall nearby. There was a corner bakery she remembered from her nursing shifts. Cheap coffee, warm bread, and no questions. As she sipped from a paper cup, she caught sight of a familiar figure through the glass window. Ethan. Seated at a booth, laptop open, coat draped over the back of the chair. He didn't see her at first. He was staring at the screen, a crease between his brows. She debated walking away, but something stopped her. Maybe it was the heat from the coffee in her hands, or the way the morning had felt so strangely quiet. Maybe it was Lila's voice earlier. She stepped inside. He looked up the moment the bell above the door chimed. "Didn't expect to see you here," he said. "Did you come to check if I used the room?" "No," he replied. "I come here when I need quiet." She raised an eyebrow. "A tech CEO needs quiet?" "More than you think." She slid into the booth across from him, setting her cup down. "Why are you doing this?" she asked directly. "And don't say because it's cold." He met her eyes. Didn't flinch. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But you matter. And not just because of what I saw at the bus stop." Naomi folded her arms. "You don't even know me." "I'd like to," Ethan said. Silence fell between them. She studied him carefully. Too carefully. "What's your story?" she asked. He looked out the window. "I used to be a surgeon," he said. "My wife got sick. Cancer. I left medicine. Built something that would have saved her faster than I ever could." Naomi didn't speak. "I buried myself in code and numbers," he continued. "It was easier than remembering what helplessness felt like." Her voice was quiet. "You think helping me undoes that?" "No," he said. "But it's the first time in a long time I've felt something real." She looked away, the snow outside catching in gentle sheets on the sidewalk. "People always come in with good intentions," she said. "They give coats, food, a night indoors. Then they vanish. I'm not trying to be a savior, Naomi." "Then what are you trying to be?" He didn't answer right away. "Maybe someone who doesn't vanish." Her eyes softened, barely, but then she stood. "I have to get back." He nodded, not pushing. "Same time tomorrow?" "We'll see." She walked to the door, paused, and without turning said, "Thank you, but don't make promises you won't keep." Then she stepped out into the snow, leaving behind the scent of coffee and something unspoken. Ethan watched her go, a strange ache rising in his chest. She didn't trust him. Not yet. But she hadn't walked past him either. And that was a beginning. The motel heater hissed softly, a steady hum that filled the silence between them. Naomi sat at the small table by the window, legs tucked underneath her, flipping through a local job bulletin she picked up from the community center. The pages were thin, smudged with ink. Line cook, part-time custodian, overnight front desk. No health insurance. Each listing felt like a reminder of how far she'd fallen, and how steep the climb back would be. Lila was sprawled across the bed behind her, humming, while she traced shapes on the fogged-up window with her fingertip. Her voice rose and fell like a lullaby only she knew. "You used to work at a hospital?" Lila asked, not turning around. I did, Naomi replied softly. Did they have snacks? Naomi smiled despite herself. Sometimes, but only on birthdays. Do you think you'll go back there? Her smile faded. I don't think they'd remember me. A knock interrupted her thoughts. She froze. No one knew they were here. She hadn't told anyone, hadn't left a name. She stood slowly, heart inching toward her throat. Who is it? She called out. It's Ethan. Her shoulders dropped, but not in relief. She glanced back at Lila. The girl was already climbing off the bed. Naomi cracked the door open, keeping the latch in place. Ethan stood there holding a paper bag and 2 to-go coffee cups, cheeks slightly red from the cold, his breath visible. I come bearing offerings, he said with a tentative smile. Naomi hesitated. Lila peeked from behind her. Is that hot chocolate? Ethan nodded. With whipped cream. The door clicked shut for a second. Naomi unlatched the chain and opened it fully. You didn't need to come here, she said. I know, he said, but I thought maybe we could talk. She stepped aside reluctantly, and he entered with quiet caution, as though the room were sacred and fragile all at once. Naomi gestured to the small table. Sit, before Lila tackles you. Ethan set the drinks down and pulled out muffins, napkins, a few clementines. It's not gourmet, but it's warm. Lila grabbed her cup and climbed back onto the bed, sipping carefully. Naomi took the seat across from him, folding her arms. You've already done more than most people in this city. Why are you still here? Ethan looked down, ran a hand over the back of his neck. I guess I don't have a good answer for that. Try, she said, not unkindly. He met her eyes. Because you didn't ask me for anything. Because you didn't smile to make me feel better. Because for once, I saw someone who didn't need saving. They just needed someone not to walk past. Naomi inhaled sharply, blinking once, as if the weight of that answer landed somewhere she hadn't been ready for. I don't trust easily, she said. I'm not asking you to. Then what are you asking? Ethan hesitated. Time. A little space. Conversation. She looked at him carefully, watching the way his jaw tensed slightly when she didn't speak, how he avoided eye contact, but kept his voice steady. What do you want from me, Ethan? Nothing, he said. I don't want to walk away. A quiet beat passed. I have been let down more times than I can count, Naomi said, voice barely above a whisper. By the system, by co-workers, by people who promised they'd help and disappeared the second it got inconvenient. I'm not them. I don't know that. I know, he said gently. But maybe, over time, I can show you. She turned away, blinking at the window. I was a good nurse, she said. I knew every protocol, every patient name. I stayed late, ran back when short-staffed, covered extra shifts. I don't doubt that. And then they closed my unit without warning, just gone. Budget cuts. Her voice cracked. I got a severance check and a thank you email. And when I couldn't pay rent because I'd been taking care of my mom full-time during her hospice, they told me they wished me the best. Ethan swallowed. I'm sorry. She shrugged, but the motion was brittle. She died a week later. We didn't even have a funeral. I used the last of my savings for a cremation. Lila doesn't remember her, but she used to sing her lullabies. Lila's soft humming in the background suddenly felt like an echo. I didn't mean to fall this far, Naomi said. I just stopped being able to get back up. Ethan reached across the table, slowly. His hand rested near hers, not touching, just there. You haven't failed, he said. You're surviving. That's not weakness. That's endurance. Naomi looked down at his hand. Her fingers twitched slightly, but she didn't take it. I don't know how to accept kindness anymore, she said quietly. That's okay, he replied. I'm still going to give it. A long pause. Then Lila asked, Mr. Ethan, do you have a home? He turned to her, surprised. I do. Do you live alone? He nodded. Why? Ethan's throat tightened. Because I haven't figured out how not to. Lila tilted her head, thoughtful. You can come visit us again. Naomi exhaled, a laugh, small, but real. Careful, she said. She doesn't forget promises. Neither do I, Ethan replied. He stood, slowly. I'll let you both rest. Naomi walked him to the door. Before he left, he turned back. I meant what I said yesterday. I'm not here to fix your life, but I'd like to be in it, if you'll let me. She nodded, not quite smiling. We'll see. The door closed softly, and for the first time in a very long time, Naomi stood in the quiet and didn't feel entirely alone. The church basement smelled like baked bread and old radiator heat. Naomi pulled on a borrowed apron and stood behind the serving line, ladling hot vegetable stew into chipped bowls. The kitchen was already buzzing, volunteers chatting softly, the clatter of trays and silverware, the shuffle of boots on tile. It was her second day back in this space, but it felt like years. She worked fast, mechanically. The rhythm of it grounded her. Chop, stir, serve. She didn't look up much. Didn't want to. The soup kitchen wasn't a place for eye contact, not when everyone there was trying not to be seen, or worse, remembered. Hey, Naomi, a warm voice called out. She glanced up to see Maggie, short, sharp-eyed, grey curls tucked under a knit cap, walking in with 2 canvas bags full of donated bread. Maggie had been here for over a decade, long enough to know every regular by name and every story by heart. You're early, Naomi said, grateful for the distraction. Maggie set the bags down and shrugged off her coat. Well, I figured you'd need help this morning. Naomi offered a faint smile. Always. As they worked side by side, Maggie gave her a look. You're quieter than usual. Naomi stirred the pot in front of her, watching steam curl toward the ceiling. Just tired, she said, but her voice lacked weight, like it didn't even believe itself. Maggie didn't press. Not yet. She never did. But Naomi could feel the question hanging there, waiting. She knew what Maggie wanted to ask. It had been 3 days since Ethan had dropped off breakfast at the motel, since he'd sat across from her with his quiet steadiness and kind eyes, offering no agenda, just presence. And Naomi hadn't seen him since. Not that she expected him to come back. She'd told herself over and over it didn't matter if he did. That kindness wasn't a contract. But the space he left behind was louder than she anticipated. She was rinsing a ladle at the sink when the door creaked open behind her. She turned instinctively. There he was. Ethan stepped into the basement slowly, his eyes adjusting to the dim light, hands stuffed awkwardly in his coat pockets. His hair was tousled like he'd run a hand through it a dozen times before walking in. Maggie looked up, curious. Naomi froze. Hi, Ethan said, a little breathless. I wasn't sure you'd be here. I wasn't sure you'd look, she replied too quickly. He offered a half smile. I've been trying to find the right moment. There is no right moment here, she said. Just keep moving or get run over by the lunch line. Ethan's gaze softened. Then I'll move. She went back to drying utensils, heart pounding louder than the industrial fan humming above them. Maggie arched a brow at Naomi, then leaned toward Ethan with a conspiratorial grin. You wash dishes? I do now, he replied, stepping toward the sink. Maggie laughed. Well then, welcome to the hardest working corner in Minneapolis. Naomi passed him a stack of trays without looking up. He rolled up his sleeves without a word and started rinsing. Quiet, careful, like she might vanish if he moved too fast. For a few minutes, he worked in silence. Just the swish of water, the clatter of cutlery, the distant chatter of diners in the next room. Eventually, Maggie ducked out to check supplies, leaving them alone. You didn't have to come, Naomi said softly, still facing the sink. No, he said. Wanted. She dried her hands slowly, turned to face him. Why? He hesitated, then set the tray down and looked her directly. Because I haven't stopped thinking about you, he said. And not because I pity you, or because I want to swoop in and solve everything. That's not what this is. Naomi's arm folded across her chest, her voice steady. Then what is it? Ethan's eyes didn't waver. It's me seeing someone who still shows up to serve others, even when she barely has anything herself. It's me realizing I feel more honest around you than I do in boardrooms with people I've known for years. She held his gaze, but something in her expression shifted. A softness. A question. Do you always talk like that? She asked. He smiled. Only when I mean it. Naomi exhaled, a small laugh escaping her. You really don't know how to be casual, do you? Not when it comes to people who matter. Her face went still again. Serious. You don't know me, Ethan. I'd like to, he said. If you'll let me. A pause. Then Naomi took a small step back. There's a kid in the line who shows up every Wednesday. Doesn't talk much, but he always asks for 2 roles. One him, one someone who never comes. Ethan frowned. Why? Because it makes him feel less alone, she said. Sometimes people pretend company to Maggie returned of onions and a knowing glance. Naomi stepped aside to help, and Ethan took the hint. I'll be here again tomorrow, he said softly. Naomi didn't turn around, but her voice followed as he walked away. We'll see. He smiled to himself as he pushed the door open, snowflakes brushing his face like tiny reminders that some things were still unfolding. And inside, Naomi wiped her hands on her apron and whispered under her breath, We always do. The sky had turned that grayish blue that meant snow was coming again. The kind of soft light that made everything feel a little quieter, a little heavier. Naomi stood behind the counter at the church kitchen, her sleeves rolled up and her hair tied in a messy knot. She had been slicing carrots for the last half hour, more for the rhythm than necessity. Her hands moved on autopilot, but her mind was restless. Ethan hadn't come yesterday. It shouldn't have mattered. She told herself it didn't. But it did. Lila had even asked that morning, casually, while brushing her teeth with a travel-sized tube. Is Mr. Ethan still busy? Naomi had answered with a vague, probably. Now she stared down at the cutting board, suddenly unsure how many carrots she'd already gone through. Too many. Not enough. She stopped and closed her eyes for a breath. Maggie appeared behind her, setting down a tray of biscuits. You're slicing those like they offended you. Naomi gave a tired laugh. Just thinking. Maggie gave her a look. The kind that came from years of seeing too much and saying just enough. Let me guess. Tall, thoughtful, wears guilt like an accessory. Naomi shot her a sharp glance, but it softened almost immediately. It's not like that. Then what's it like? Naomi didn't answer right away. She wiped her hands on a dish towel, set the knife down, and leaned against the counter. He's different, she said finally. He listens. He doesn't look at me like I'm a project. And he talks to Lila like she's a person, not a cause. Maggie crossed her arms. And you're waiting for the catch, aren't you? Always, Maggie said. But sometimes, honey, there isn't a catch. Sometimes it's just timing. Terrible, beautiful timing. Naomi exhaled slowly. The kitchen door creaked open behind them, followed by a soft voice. Hi. Both women turned. Ethan stood in the doorway, hair damp from snow, coat dusted with flakes. He looked apologetic, a little breathless, a little unsure. I'm sorry I missed yesterday, he said. I got pulled into a board meeting that went sideways. Naomi's stomach twisted at how relieved she felt just seeing him. You don't owe me an explanation, she said, more sharply than she intended. He nodded. I know, but I wanted to give you one anyway. Maggie excused herself, not subtly. Ethan stepped forward, pulling off his gloves. You okay? Naomi busied her hands with the carrots again. I'm fine. You sure? She looked up at him. Why are you here, Ethan? Really? He paused. Because every time I'm not, it feels like I'm somewhere I don't belong. Naomi blinked. I spent years building something I thought would matter, he continued. And it does in some ways. But when I walk into a room full of suits and numbers, I don't feel seen. I feel sold. But when I'm here, watching you work, watching Lila smile, I feel like I exist. Naomi swallowed. You don't even know us. I'm trying to, he said. She put the knife down again. This isn't easy for me. I'm not asking for easy, he said gently. I'm asking for real. She looked at him for a long time. Then quietly, you ever lost something you couldn't fix? Ethan's jaw tightened. Yes. My mother was the strongest person I ever knew, Naomi said, her voice low. She raised me on a waitress's salary and bedtime stories. Taught me to sew my own scrubs when I couldn't afford new ones. She died in a hospice bed with no one but me and Lila holding her hand. Ethan's voice cracked. I'm sorry. She used to say, people don't need you to be perfect, just present. He nodded. She sounds like someone I wish I'd known. Naomi blinked back sudden wetness. She would have liked you. Or maybe warned me about you. Hard to tell. He smiled softly. Smart woman. Naomi reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small photo. Faded, worn at the corners. A woman with tired eyes and a radiant smile, holding baby Lila. Ethan took it carefully, studied it. She looks like you. She was louder, Naomi said with a smile, and stubborn. I've noticed the stubborn part. She laughed, and the sound broke the tension like sunlight breaking through clouds. A silence followed, not heavy, but full. Then she said, if you really want to help, the shelter needs hygiene kits, toothbrushes, soap, simple stuff. Done, he said immediately. Tell me what you need, and I'll bring it. Naomi arched an eyebrow. Just like that? He looked at her. I'm not here to impress you. I'm here because I want to stay close. She didn't answer that, but she didn't walk away either. Later that evening, after the kitchen closed and the last trays were stacked, Naomi and Ethan stood outside under the awning while the snow fell harder. She looked up at him, breath visible between them. Tomorrow, he nodded. Tomorrow. She stepped back, brushing snow off her sleeves. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone temporary. Ethan's voice was quiet. Maybe I used to be, but not anymore. She didn't speak, just nodded once and turned to go. And as she walked away, Ethan whispered to himself, real. I meant it. The library on Hennepin Avenue always smelled like paper and dusted cinnamon, as if memories lingered in the bindings. Naomi hadn't been there in months, not since before her mother's final weeks, but Lila had begged. Just 1 hour, her daughter had said that morning, eyes wide. They have the big pillows and the puppet corner. And now, here they were. Naomi seated at a wooden table near the children's section, watching Lila settle into a beanbag with a picture book twice the size of her lap. It was a strange kind of peace, one she didn't trust yet. It felt borrowed. Naomi rested her arms on the table, letting herself breathe. The motel room was still theirs for another night. She had cleaned Lila's coat this morning in the bathroom sink, hung it near the heater to dry. For once, they didn't wake up to frost on their eyelashes. Across, a group of children. Naomi smiled faintly at the sight, casting kids into quiet circles, some toddlers crawling, others bouncing with excitement. A librarian stepped forward, a woman with silver glasses and a warm cardigan, hold high, and then the door opened. She saw him before he saw her. Hair slightly windblown, a folder under one arm. It moved that unintentional grace she'd come to recognize. Never rushed, never loud, but always like he was carrying something invisible and heavy. Naomi blinked, unsure what to feel. He spotted her a moment later. Their eyes met. He smiled, soft and surprised. I didn't expect to see you here, he said as he approached. I could say the same. She nodded toward the story corner. Lila begged me for library time. Ethan followed her gaze. She's good at convincing. Naomi tilted her head. And what brings you here? Looking for self-help books? Ethan chuckled. Actually, tax documents. Riveting stuff. A silence passed, easy and warm. Then, from across the room, Lila's voice rang out. Mr. Ethan? Naomi froze. Lila was already bounding across the carpet, arms flung wide. Ethan caught her in a careful crouch, laughing as she hugged him tight. You found us, she beamed. I must have excellent timing, he replied. Naomi rose slowly, unsure whether to be touched or tense. She walked over as Ethan gently released Lila. We were just starting story time, Naomi said. I wouldn't dream of interrupting, Ethan replied, standing. But Lila tugged his hand. You can sit with us, please. Naomi opened her mouth. To decline, to redirect, she wasn't sure. But Lila was already pulling him toward the beanbags. Naomi followed, cheeks warming. They settled in, the three of them forming a small crescent on the rug. The librarian opened the first book, her voice calm and musical, the kind that made the whole room lean forward. It should have been a simple moment, but Naomi couldn't ignore how close Ethan sat, how gently his arm rested behind Lila, not touching her, just nearby. She couldn't ignore how natural it felt, and how terrifying that was. After the second story, Lila leaned against Ethan's side, eyes wide with wonder. He whispered something to her. Naomi couldn't hear what, but Lila giggled, and it wrapped around Naomi's chest like thread pulling too tight. When the final page turned, applause rippled through the room. Lila clapped enthusiastically, then looked up at Ethan. "Do you like stories?" "I love them," he said. "Mommy used to read to me every night. Before we had to move." Naomi stiffened. Ethan looked at her, understanding passing between them. "I bet she told the best ones," he said. Lila nodded. "She makes up voices." Naomi chuckled. "Now you're giving away my secrets." Lila stretched, yawned dramatically, then climbed back into her mother's lap. "I like when we're like this," she mumbled. "Like normal." Naomi's breath caught. Ethan didn't speak. They left together when the sky had begun to dim, snow lightly falling in elegant flakes. Lila walked ahead, hopping into every patch of untouched white she could find. Ethan and Naomi trailed behind her on the sidewalk. "She misses stability," Naomi said finally, "even if she doesn't have the words for it." "She's strong," Ethan said. "She shouldn't have to be," Naomi replied, voice lower. They paused at the corner. The traffic light flicked red to green. Lila waited, turning back, snow in her lashes. "Do you ever think," Naomi asked, "that maybe you were never meant to be the person you became?" Ethan looked at her, startled. She didn't wait for his answer. "I trained for medicine," she said. "I was supposed to help people heal, and now I hand out soup with borrowed gloves and sleep on a mattress older than my kid." He didn't speak. Naomi turned to him. "And you left something behind too, didn't you?" He met her eyes. "Yes." "What was it?" "Myself," he said softly. They stood there, wind whispering between buildings. Lila tugged Naomi's hand. "Can we go to the diner? They have the peppermint pancakes." Naomi looked down at her, then at Ethan. He smiled faintly. "My treat." Naomi hesitated, but then she nodded. Inside the diner, it was warm and golden and smelled like syrup. They took a corner booth, and Lila colored on the placemat with borrowed crayons. Ethan stirred his coffee. Naomi sipped hers in silence. And then softly he said, "I want to do more than show up. I want to stay." Naomi looked at him, truly looked. "I'm scared," she whispered. "So am I," he admitted. She nodded slowly. "Then we start small." And in that small booth, under flickering lights and over plates of peppermint pancakes, something fragile and brave began to take root. Not a promise, but a choice. The Carrington Health Tech offices rose like a monument of glass and ambition over downtown Minneapolis. Inside, everything gleamed. Marble floors, polished steel, backlit digital displays, looping success stories and investor headlines. Ethan walked through it all with his hands in his coat pockets, eyes forward, but his mind elsewhere. His meeting with Julian was in less than 5 minutes. He hadn't told Naomi about it. Not yet. The elevator opened with a chime and deposited him onto the executive floor. The contrast was immediate. Sleek furniture, silence punctuated only by keystrokes and perfectly modulated phone voices. Julian's office door stood slightly ajar. Ethan stepped inside. Julian looked up from a spreadsheet, his reading glasses perched low on his nose. "You're late," he said, without looking at the clock. "I'm here," Ethan replied evenly, taking the chair across from him. Julian closed the laptop with a soft snap. That proposal from Metasphere came through. Ethan waited. Julian leaned back, tapping the folder. "They're ready to buy in. Full implementation of our diagnostic AI across 6 major hospital systems. It's everything we've been building toward." And the staff displacement? Julian shrugged. Minimal compared to what we save them. Nurses are overhead. Ethan. The tech doesn't call in sick. Ethan's jaw clenched. Julian studied him. What's going on? I met someone, Ethan said. That got Julian's full attention. Is that why you've been slipping off to community centers and church kitchens? Ethan didn't respond. Julian leaned forward. You know what we do here. You helped build this. Systems that streamline care, save lives. Are you going to throw that away over a personal side project? She's not a project, Ethan said. She's a nurse who lost everything when a hospital we used to partner with shut down their pediatric wing. Her daughter sleeps in a motel room we paid for. Julian blinked. Ethan continued. And our tech, the one you're about to pitch to 6 new hospitals, would eliminate thousands more like her. You're being emotional. I'm being human. Julian sat back, exhaling hard. You can't fix every broken part of the system by dragging one woman out of it. I'm not dragging her anywhere, Ethan said, standing. She's the one reminding me what this was supposed to be about. Julian folded his arms. If you derail this deal, Ethan, the board will ask questions. Let them. When Ethan left the office, he didn't feel triumphant. He felt heavy, but underneath the weight was something else. Conviction. Later that evening, the sky was thick with snow again. Naomi sat at the diner table with Lila, who was doodling cats on a napkin while humming softly. Naomi watched her with a quiet ache in her chest. There was something about watching your child pretend to be carefree when you knew they were listening to every silence between your words. Ethan entered, brushing snow off his coat, his hair damp from the wind. He looked tired, but lit from within. Naomi smiled faintly. Rough day? He sat down across from her. Julian's not thrilled with me. Julian? My business partner, co-founder, visionary capitalist. Naomi's eyes sharpened. You told him about me. I told him about what we're doing, Ethan said, and what we're not doing anymore. Naomi leaned in slightly. Which is? Ethan took a slow breath. We're pulling out of the Metasphere deal. Her eyes widened. Ethan? I can't push a platform that cuts care just to raise stock value. But that's massive. That's a 7-figure deal, isn't it? 8. Naomi stared at him. You gave it up. For me? No, he said gently. For every nurse like you. For every patient who won't be a line item in an algorithm. She didn't know what to say. Her voice had evaporated somewhere between her heart and her throat. I'm not a hero, Ethan said, quieter now. I just stopped wanting to be a ghost in my own company. Naomi reached for her coffee, hands trembling slightly. That kind of decision has fallout. I know. Will the board come after you? Probably. And you're okay with that? Ethan looked at her. I'm not sure. But I am sure of you. That made her look away. Ethan, she said after a long pause. This, whatever this is between us, it's moving fast. I know. And I'm not someone you date for image or nostalgia. I come with bags, a whole cart of them. I see them. She met his eyes again. And you're not scared off? I'm terrified, he said. But not of you, of doing nothing. A silence stretched between them, full of meaning. Then Lila looked up, holding her drawing high. I made us a family picture. Naomi blinked fast. The paper showed 3 stick figures, one tall with a tie, one in scrubs with a bun, and a little girl holding both their hands. Ethan reached for it, voice soft. Can I keep this? Lila grinned. Only if you promise to come back. Naomi felt something crack open in her chest. Ethan looked at both of them. "I promise." And he meant it. Every word. Every choice. Even the ones that would cost him. The invitation came in a plain white envelope, slipped under the door of Naomi's motel room just before noon. No note, no handwriting, just a folded piece of thick paper inside with the name of a restaurant printed in elegant gold script. And a time, 7:00 p.m. She knew immediately who it was from. Ethan hadn't called, hadn't texted, hadn't stopped by the church kitchen that morning. And yet, here he was again, showing up in ways that were both gentle and bold. She stood in the middle of the room, holding the invite like it might disappear if she blinked. Lila peeked up from the motel bed where she was practicing letters on a napkin. "Did Mr. Ethan leave us a treasure map?" Naomi gave a small laugh, hollow in her chest. Something like that. Part of her wanted to go, deeply, to sit across from him and feel, just for an hour, like the world wasn't crumbling under her feet. But another part, the heavier part, didn't trust what waited on the other side of a linen tablecloth and soft candlelight. People like Ethan lived in glass towers and private boardrooms. Naomi had scrubbed hospital floors at 2 a.m. because housekeeping didn't show. She'd worn the same pair of sneakers through 2 winters. There was no common ground between them, not really. Just this strange, warm thread that kept pulling tighter, closer. At 6:55, she stood across the street from the restaurant. Snow drifted gently in the air. She watched the host at the window checking a reservation list, the glow from inside soft and golden. She didn't belong here, not in these second-hand boots, not in this thrifted coat, not with hair she'd tried to tame with drugstore lotion. Still, she crossed the street. The host smiled when she stepped inside, not batting an eye. "Table for 2? "Yes," she said, her voice low. He led her toward the back of the room, past couples speaking in hushed tones, past the clink of wine glasses and soft jazz music humming through hidden speakers. Ethan was already seated, clean cut, a charcoal gray blazer, no tie. He stood as she approached. "Naomi." "Ethan." He pulled out her chair. She sat slowly. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he said. "I wasn't sure either." He smiled gently. "Thank you." Naomi looked around. "This place is beautiful. I used to come here with clients. Always felt a little too polished." She raised an eyebrow. "And now, I wanted to share it with someone real." Their eyes met. Something softened in the space between them. Menus arrived. Orders were placed. Small talk danced across the table like cautious footsteps. But the air shifted the moment Naomi excused herself to the restroom. She walked down a short hallway, lined with framed awards and photographs. Donor dinners, fundraisers, galas. She passed them without looking until one caught the edge of her vision. A plaque with Ethan's name etched in gold. Carrington Health Tech, founding sponsor. Below it, a photo. Naomi's heart slowed. It was him. Ethan, smiling, arm draped around Julian Vance, standing in front of a massive check, being handed to the very hospital group that had absorbed and then shut down her pediatric unit. She stared at it, frozen. The hallway felt colder now. Her breath caught. Her hands trembled. She walked back to the table slowly, her face unreadable. Ethan looked up as she sat. "Everything okay?" "You never told me," she said quietly. "Told you what?" "That you funded the closure that took my job." Ethan blinked. Naomi, I saw the photo. His voice caught. That deal was supposed to expand services, not cut them. I didn't know they'd, but they did. And you were part of it. The table went still. So did the room, at least in her mind. Naomi stood, sliding her napkin off her lap. Naomi, wait, please. I can't do this, she whispered. I thought you were different. I am. Then why does this feel exactly the same? He rose too, his voice low but urgent. Because I was trying to undo it. Because I'm still trying. She shook her head, stepping back. I can't be your redemption project, Ethan. I don't have the energy to be the story that fixes you. He didn't follow her. He didn't beg. He just stood there, breathing hard, watching her walk out of the restaurant and disappear into the snow. And as she turned the corner, heart thudding in her chest, Naomi wasn't sure if she was leaving behind a mistake or the only good thing she hadn't seen coming. The motel room was silent except for the hum of the heater and the gentle rustle of Lila's coloring pencil across the back of a receipt. Naomi sat at the small table, fingers curled around a chipped coffee mug she hadn't sipped from in 20 minutes. Her thoughts swirled like the snow beyond the window, slow, disorienting, cold. She hadn't answered Ethan's texts. 3, maybe 4, had come in over the last 2 days. None pushy, just him. I didn't know. Please, let me explain. You matter. Still. She didn't know what to do with that. Across the room, Lila looked up. Are we still seeing Mr. Ethan tomorrow? Naomi swallowed. No, sweetheart. Lila paused, blinking. Did he move away? No. He just... Naomi trailed off, eyes stinging. Sometimes grown-ups stop showing up the way we want them to. Lila thought about that for a moment. I liked it when he read stories. Naomi nodded, barely holding it together. Me too. There was a soft knock at the door. Not urgent. Just a tap-tap and stillness. Naomi stood slowly and crossed the room, heart in her throat. When she opened the door, Maggie stood there, her cheeks pink from the wind, holding a paper envelope in one gloved hand and a small brown paper bag in the other. I figured you weren't coming to the kitchen today, she said gently, so I brought the kitchen to you. Naomi stepped aside. Maggie entered, shedding her coat with practiced grace and setting the items on the table. Chicken and rice, she said, still warm. Thank you, Naomi murmured. Maggie didn't sit. She just looked at Naomi with eyes too knowing. You want to talk? She asked. Naomi shook her head. All right, Maggie said, reaching into her pocket. Then I'll talk, just for a second. She pulled out the envelope and handed it over. What is this? Naomi asked. It's a letter. Well, kind of. More like a receipt. Ethan dropped it off at the center yesterday. Didn't say much. Just asked me to give it to you. Naomi hesitated, then took the envelope. Maggie gave her a moment, then smiled softly. I'll check on you tomorrow. Don't disappear. And then she left. Naomi sat down and opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, neatly folded. No greeting, no signature. Just a scan of a cancellation letter from Carrington Health Tech to Metasphere Systems. Withdrawal of contract and licensing agreement, effective immediately. Below it, a handwritten note in the margin. I walked away. I don't know if it's enough, but I couldn't keep building something that erased people like you, people who taught me what care actually means. Naomi's fingers trembled. Behind the letter was something else, a photo, an old one, a hospital hallway, worn linoleum floors. A young Ethan in scrubs, arm around a patient, smiling like he hadn't yet learned how grief rewrites the body. On the back, scribbled in the same pen, "Before I forgot who I was." Naomi pressed the paper against her chest. That night, long after Lila fell asleep curled beneath 2 blankets and her favorite pillow, Naomi sat in the dark, staring out the window. The snow had stopped. The sky was clear, stars faint but present. She hadn't realized how heavy the weight of survival had become, or how rare it was to feel. Remembered. The next morning, she rose early and walked to the soup kitchen before it opened. She needed to move, to breathe, to sort cans if no one wanted her to speak. But Maggie was already there, organizing the morning prep. Naomi stepped inside. "You knew." Maggie didn't look up. "Knew what?" "That he walked away from the deal." Maggie finally met her eyes. "I knew he was scared, and that he did it anyway."
Ako na.
Naomi's voice cracked. "Why would he do that for me?"
Ito pa masahe niya.
Maggie shook her head. "Not for you, honey. Because of you." Naomi wiped her eyes and reached for an apron. Across town, Ethan stood in the quiet of his empty office. The plaque with his name was gone from the wall. The
Ay,
frayed award he once displayed,
bayaran mo yung
now
ano.
inside a cardboard
Mamaya
box
bigay ko
near
sa
the
iyo yung
door.
ano, binigay ni Kong sa Lazada. Hindi ko
But he'd
alam
meant
eh.
it. Every line of the letter,
Due date na yun eh.
every choice.
Ha?
He reached into the box and pulled out a photo of his wife.
Sa
Held
Lazada.
it for a long time.
Pagdating mo na lang, no?
I think she's the kind of person you
Andito
would have
nga yung bayad.
liked.
Hindi ko alam paano ko i-bayad yun. Di ba may Gcash ka
She
na?
doesn't ask for space. She earns it. His phone
Ibibigay ko
buzzed.
sa'yo yung pera.
One new message.
Hindi
from
pa bayad
Naomi.
siguro.
Just 2 words.
Na,
Come talk. And for the first time, in a very long time, Ethan smiled. The community kitchen was closed for the morning, but Naomi stood behind the counter anyway, wiping down surfaces that didn't need it, lining up ladles that had already been stacked. Her hands needed something to do. Her heart, not so much. She kept checking the clock on the wall. The ticking felt louder today. At 9:42 a.m., the front door opened quietly. Ethan stepped in, coat unzipped, scarf damp with melted snow.
yung kape mo,
His eyes
makalimutan mo.
found her instantly. Naomi didn't move. She just looked at him. "I got your message," he said softly. "I almost deleted it," she replied. He stepped closer, not too close. "I'm glad you didn't." Naomi reached for a dish towel she didn't need and folded it, then unfolded it again. "You didn't have to do what you did.
Magluluto ako.
You risked your company, your reputation, your future."
May meatloaf pa na may mga
"I
bata
didn't do it
dyan.
to prove
eh.
anything,"
Kay Helen.
he said. "I did it because I was finally ready to stand behind what I say I believe." She exhaled. I don't know how to let someone stand with me when I've spent so long standing alone." "I'm not here to stand in front of you," Ethan said, voice steady. "I'm here beside you. No spotlight, no savior act." Naomi turned toward him then, arms crossed, her eyes tired but sharp. "You made a mess," she said. He nodded. "I know. And it hurt. I know. But you owned it." He didn't speak, just watched her, breath slow, patient. Naomi walked around the counter, feet quiet on the tile. She stood in front of him now, the air between them full and still. "My mother used to say people don't change when they're comfortable," she said. "Only when it costs them something." "It cost me," he said, "but I still don't regret it." Naomi nodded. "Good." A beat passed. "I'm not perfect. she said. Good, Ethan replied, voice softer. I'm tired of perfect. They stood in silence, not needing to fill it. The kind of silence that made room for breath, for truth. Then Naomi asked, "What do you want, Ethan?" Not someday, not theoretically, right now. He blinked. Right now? Right now. I want to build something that matters, not just a company, a life. One that doesn't disappear the second it gets hard. And me? You are the part that keeps me honest, he said. And that scares me. But I want that too. Naomi looked down at the floor for a long moment. When she looked back up, her eyes were glassy but strong. I don't have anything to offer you but honesty, she said, and hard days, and a daughter who asks questions no one's ready for. I want all of it, he said without hesitation. A tear slipped down Naomi's cheek. She laughed once, quietly, and wiped it away with the back of her hand. You always talk like you're reading from some invisible script. I'm terrified, he admitted, but I mean every word. Naomi stepped forward. She didn't touch him, not yet, but the space between them disappeared. Then stop talking, she whispered, and for a long moment, they just stood there, eyes closed, forehead to forehead, nothing but breath and proximity, and the heavy, sacred ache of being seen. Later that afternoon, they walked to the park down the block from the shelter. Lila ran ahead, crunching through the snow, scarf trailing behind her like a comet's tail. Ethan and Naomi walked slowly, shoulder to shoulder. I still don't know what's next, Naomi said. That makes two of us. But you're used to living. I'm learning how to follow, he said with a smirk. She nudged him gently with her elbow. I think we should build something, she said suddenly. Something for people like me, like us. A place where care doesn't get buried under policy. Ethan looked at her. Tell me what you need. I need a building, she said. I need volunteers. I need coffee. A lot of it. He smiled. And I need someone to help me fight through the red tape without losing my temper. I know a guy. She smiled back. I bet you do. They stopped near a bench as Lila plopped down to make a lopsided snow angel. You ever think, Naomi said, maybe we were supposed to find each other when we were both falling apart? Ethan nodded. That's the only way people fit sometimes, in the cracks. She looked at him, quieter now. I was afraid I'd lose myself in you. You didn't, he said. You reminded me who I used to be. And just like that, the snow started again. Soft flakes, drifting like the sky had decided it was okay to let go. Naomi watched Lila throw her arms wide to catch them. Then she looked at Ethan, her voice barely audible over the wind. Don't make promises you can't keep. I'm not, he said. I'm making one I want to earn. And for the first time in a very long time, she believed him. The building looked like nothing at first. Just an old brick structure on the edge of Whittier, windows boarded, snow piled up against its uneven steps. A faded "For Lease" sign hung crooked above the door. Paint peeled from the siding like the place had forgotten what it meant to be touched. Naomi stood on the sidewalk in silence, hands tucked into her coat, breath forming soft clouds in front of her lips. This is it? She asked. Ethan nodded, standing beside her. It used to be a
Lalim na.
Broken tractor, she's one of the wealthiest people in America. As she walks toward his house, Jack realizes his simple act of kindness might have just changed everything. But can two people from such different worlds find a way to bridge the gap between them? Before we jump back in, tell us where you're tuning in from. And if this story touches you, make sure you're subscribed, because tomorrow I've saved something extra special for you. The grandfather clock in Jack Mitchell's farmhouse kitchen showed 4:30 a.m. when his calloused hand reached out to silence the alarm. He didn't need it anymore. Hadn't for
Sasaya ang
years.
inuulam sa
But
grilled
Sarah
young
had
made
given
with
it to him
Alaska.
before
For
she
me,
passed,
ito ang babalik ko ng
insisting
suki.
that
The
some
hostess at Finch Fig glanced down at the reservation book, then back up at the man standing before her with a pair of sleepy-eyed twins in his arms. You brought your kids to a blind date? Miles Carrington didn't flinch. He adjusted his son Jonah higher on one hip and shifted the weight of the diaper bag slung across his shoulder.
Sino nabukas sa'yo?
Not exactly a date, he said, calm and flat.
Asan si Papa?
Just dinner. Hostess
Hello?
raised a skeptical eyebrow,
Kasi
but
nga.
motioned toward a window
Oo,
booth in
kasi
the
ano
far
daw,
corner.
si Sayo.
You're in luck. One table
Pagdating.
left with room for the circus.
Bakit
Miles
Oo,
managed a
pero
half
maligo
smile,
muna. Ito
nodded,
ano niya
and
pamasa.
followed her through the soft clatter of dishes and murmured conversations. The restaurant was cozy, with
Kasi
exposed
nagising
brick
ako ng
walls and
democracy.
hanging Edison bulbs. It was the kind of place that looked effortlessly charming, like it hadn't tried too hard but still landed in the pages of a travel magazine. His boots scuffed slightly on the hardwood floor as
Hindi,
he
ano nga
walked.
dyan, hindi
The
tayo
scuffs
kumakain,
were
Len.
real. So were the jeans, faded, frayed near the cuffs, and the t-shirt that hadn't seen an iron since college. His watch, however, told a different story. A matte black Zenith. El Primero tucked discreetly beneath the sleeve. He sat the twins down in their booster seats. Maisie clutched a crumpled napkin and a blue crayon. Jonah immediately reached for the salt shaker. Miles intercepted it midair with one hand, the other still palming a juice box. He exhaled. Across the room, candles flickered. Couples leaned in. Silverware clinked. No one noticed him, and that was the point. Tonight, he wasn't Miles Carrington, CEO of Civic Flow, the man who'd landed on the cover of Modern Ledger twice in one fiscal year. He wasn't the billionaire widower who'd been chased by cameras outside of board meetings or whispered about in charity galas like he was a ghost that showed up in tailored suits and vanished before dessert. He was just a man trying to figure out what the hell came next. The truth was, the woman he was supposed to meet had already cancelled. Her last message, hours ago, still hovered in his mind. Sorry, can't date a broke dad of two. Good luck. He had stared at the message until the screen went dark. No reply. No defense. He didn't owe her one. And yet, here he was, sitting at the wrong table for a date that had already ghosted him. Why? Because he didn't want to go back home just yet. Not to the silence. Not to the kitchen where Caroline's laugh still lingered in corners he refused to clean. He reached across the table to straighten Maisie's pink headband. She looked up, her brown eyes wide. "Daddy," she whispered, "is this the girl table or the boy table?" He chuckled softly. "It's the spaghetti table." Just then, the front door of the restaurant opened, letting in a brief draft of warm Savannah air and the soft bell above the frame. She walked in like a question looking for the right page, hair loosely pulled back, oversized tote bag on one shoulder, a worn paperback peeking out the top. She paused, scanning the room, squinting at her phone. Then her eyes landed on him. She stepped forward with purpose but hesitation, like she wasn't quite sure her feet belonged here. "Hi," she said as she reached the table, brushing a wisp of hair behind her ear. "I'm Lena. Sorry I'm late. Bus was slow and I nearly missed the transfer." Miles blinked, stunned. Wait, you're..." She slid into the booth across from him before he could finish. "You said window seat. Kids in tow. Figured this had to be it." He opened his mouth to correct her, tell her she had the wrong table. But then, Maisie leaned forward and offered her crumpled napkin. "Do you like cats?" Lena smiled. "More than most people." She took the napkin and crayon and began drawing. A lopsided kitten with too many whiskers and a tail that curled into the corner. Jonah giggled. Maisie gasped with delight. And just like that, the air around the table shifted. Miles watched, frozen, not with fear, but something stranger. A flicker of peace. Like watching a stone skip across water. Unexpected, but beautiful in its disruption. Dinner arrived in a rush. Plates of buttered pasta, a rogue fork crash, orange juice tipped halfway across the tablecloth. Miles offered napkins. Lena dabbed at Jonah's chin with her sleeve, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Once," she said between bites, "I fell face first into a birthday cake at the library." The twins howled with laughter. She didn't ask about his job, didn't eye the car keys or drop hints about LinkedIn. She asked Maisie about her favorite color. She let Jonah read the menu and pretended to understand every made-up word. Miles kept waiting for the moment she'd frown, excuse herself, and disappear like the others. But she didn't. Instead, when the check came early, misplaced by an over-eager waiter, Miles instinctively reached for a wallet he'd intentionally left behind. His fingers froze. Lena noticed. She didn't hesitate. "I've got it," she said, slipping out a card from her scuffed leather wallet. "Honestly, I've had worse dinner dates." "You didn't have to," Miles murmured, stunned. "I know," she replied softly. "But maybe tonight you needed someone to just be kind." His throat tightened. He looked at her. Really looked. The soft weariness under her eyes. The cardigan unraveling slightly at the sleeve. Her nails unpolished. Her smile unperformed. She wasn't here to impress. She was just here.
Oh,
The world outside dimmed. In that moment, he didn't care that she was the wrong date,
sa
or
mga
that she sat at the wrong table. She had shown up. She had seen his children. She had paid the
At
bill.
saka ano, meron sana akong
And somehow,
sinuot ko nung magsimba
She'd
ako.
already left something behind.
Sabay ko na lang.
Later that night, when he tucked the twins into bed and reached for his coat, he found the crayon drawing folded neatly in his pocket. A kitten with too many whiskers, a heart above its head, and the words, "To Lena, from your new friends." He stared at it for a long time. Then he placed it in the top drawer of his nightstand, above all the untouched cufflinks and watches he no longer wore. Tomorrow, he thought, maybe he'd stop by the red door. No plan, just a feeling. After all, she was never supposed to sit at his table. Maybe that's what made her worth finding. If you enjoyed this video, comment 1 to let me know. If not, comment 2.
Ano yun?
Your thought mattered to me either way. The next morning,
Bukas
the
yung
sky
Mr.
over
Glenn?
Savannah hung low and silver, draped in soft fog like a secret the city didn't want to share yet. Miles stood outside the Pine Street Library, the twins bundled in sweatshirts, each holding a juice box and a folded napkin drawing in their small hands. He hesitated just outside the red double doors. It wasn't that he didn't belong here. He could write a check and have his name gilded on a wing of the place if he wanted to. But that wasn't the point. Not today. Today wasn't about money. It was about the woman who paid for spaghetti without flinching, who drew kittens with 6 legs, who made his kids laugh like they'd known her longer than dinner. "You gonna knock, Daddy?" Maisie asked. He looked down, his hand still hovering in the air. "We don't have to go in if you don't want." Jonah didn't wait. He pushed the door open with his full 6-year-old force and bolted inside. The warm scent of books and old wood wrapped around them instantly. A bell above the door gave a soft chime, and for a moment, it felt like stepping back in time. Children huddled on beanbags. A string of paper stars dangled from the ceiling. A display of picture books marked Miss Lena's pics caught Maisie's eye. And there she was. Lena sat cross-legged on a rug in the corner, a book spread wide across her lap, her voice rising and falling like a gentle song. Her glasses slid down her nose, and she pushed them back up between pages. And that's when the bear realized someone had taken his favorite hat. She read, gasping for effect. The kids
10 o'clock. Ay,
laughed.
10.
One
Naglinis
little
ako
boy
dito.
Ay
clapped.
ko, kaya palang ganda.
Jonah
Sinalas
gasped.
mo naman.
That's her. Before Miles could stop them, the
Ilan ako
twins
po
took
ano?
off, weaving between
Oo.
beanbags and sleepy toddlers, until they landed right in front of
Kasi
her.
ang daming ano, alikabok.
Lena's eyes
Nangangati ako.
widened when she saw them.
Kaya wala nang alikabok.
Her
yan.
voice faltered, and then, slowly, she looked up. Miles
Dami
stood
kong
at the
gagawin.
doorway,
Magmamak ng
unsure
floor.
what to do with his hands,
Tapos maglilinis sa
unsure
banyo.
why his heartbeat
Naglaba
felt like it had
kahapon.
been picked up and dropped 3 times in a row.
Ako lang naman
He
ang
gave her a
gumagawa
soft
nun.
nod, a question,
Papaluto pa
request.
si Rigor.
a maybe.
Kaya pahabain pa yung
She
book.
closed the book
Ah?
gently. 5-minute break, everyone, she said to the kids, her voice kind but laced with something new, caution. The room scattered into whispers and
Ano yan,
wiggles.
pinanood mo?
Lena
Hindi
stood.
naayos ko yung ano
The
ko.
twins clung to her hands like they'd never stopped holding
Ano
them.
ba yan? Yung live ko
You
mamaya
found me,
alas 6.
she said quietly.
Ito, mga tinda.
I remembered what you said about the red doors, he replied, stepping
Maganda
closer,
tong shampoo
careful
na
not
to.
to disturb
Wala
whatever
yung
invisible
aso
line
ni-
might still lie between
Ano?
them. Maisie tugged at
Wala?
Lena's cardigan.
Ano ito?
We brought you a picture.
Kasi
Lena
lumabas
knelt
na
down,
sa siya.
unfolded the crumpled napkin, and
Ano
stared.
niya, mga alas
It was
tres
another
yata,
kitten,
ano, eh,
this one wearing glasses,
hindi ko
with 2
napansin,
small
nasa baba ko,
figures
hindi
drawn
ko
beside her,
nagdadala.
labeled
Bakit?
MJ.
Paano?
She smiled, but it didn't
Mga
quite
yan,
reach her
eh,
eyes. Thank you, sweetheart, she whispered, brushing Maisie's hair aside. Then she looked back at Miles. You weren't the man I was supposed to meet that night. No,
Inanay
he
yung
admitted.
bahay niya.
You were someone
Yung
else.
nalulutusan
Then
na.
why did you stay?
Oh.
Miles exhaled.
Kasi siya lumabas yung aso.
I didn't
Oh,
lie.
ba't di ba nakita
He
ng
began
tayo?
slowly. I didn't pretend to be someone else.
Ngayon, wala na.
I just didn't
Wala
correct
na,
you.
parang mga- baka may
Because for
ganito.
once, someone sat down and didn't see the dollar signs or the headlines or the Forbes cover. You saw my kids. You paid the check. You didn't flinch when things got messy. Her expression didn't soften.
Nakabinita lang ng
Not yet.
500.
I'm not asking for anything, he added, more quietly now. I didn't want to disappear without telling you the truth. Lena's mouth parted slightly, like she was ready to speak, but something inside held the words back. Instead, she glanced at the twins again, then at the drawing still in her hand. Her voice came out slower this time, gentler. What I saw that night, it was real. The way you looked at them, the way they
Para
looked
mawala
at
yung
you,
kuto nila.
it was,
Paano
he
naman
said,
hindi mamatay ang buhok
every
nila?
part of it.
Hindi
She stepped back, just a fraction,
Maganda
enough
ko
for him to notice. I need time, Miles. Time to figure out what's real when everything else feels
Natakot ako sa
complicated.
mainit.
He nodded,
Pa,
swallowing the burn at the back of his throat.
ano tayo ha,
Take all the time you
magluluto.
need.
Huwag ka nang bumili
The
ng
twins
ano.
didn't understand.
Pa,
They
huwag ka nang
waved
bumili ng
goodbye
ulam.
like it was a field
Ibinigay ko
trip,
na kay Helen yung
expecting to see her the next day.
Magluluto tayo,
But
papaluto
as
si
he
Rigor.
walked back out into the sunlit street, napkin drawing folded in his coat pocket, Miles felt the weight of what hadn't been said harder than any negotiation he'd ever walked away from.
Paksiw na bangos, naka pork steak. Alam mo naman yung
Later that week,
kumain.
Sylvia Whittaker watched Lena pour her third cup of lukewarm tea,
Sinigang na bangos.
her movements stiff, her
Sinigang na
eyes
ribs.
distant.
Ay pa, magpa-reserve ka na ng
You've been
ribs.
folding
Ay,
the same
ayoko ng
towel
ribs.
for
Eh,
5
ano,
minutes.
lalaki.
Sylvia said gently,
Ayaw niya ng ganun eh.
I'm not folding.
Gusto niya
Lina
yung
murmured,
ribs na ganun, na ganun, hindi yung...
processing.
Oo. Tapos may laman.
He came to find you.
Yung ganun ang
Oo,
isa.
I didn't ask you to.
Oo.
I know.
Maangkit
Sylvia
si
sipped
Rigor.
her tea. But that doesn't mean it wasn't brave. Lena looked down at her
Pork
hands.
steak.
What if I let him in,
Pork.
and then the money and the headlines catch
Gusto niya
up?
pork chop, eh, yung bababad sa toyo.
What if I
yung
become
kalamansi,
someone's
yung
whisper
paminta.
again?
Paminta kasi
Sylvia
sa labas,
leaned in.
parang
Sweetheart, love isn't the absence of
Akala
risk.
ko buto ng papaya.
It's
eh.
who's
Di
still
ba?
holding the crayon when the mess
Wala.
begins.
Noon nga, nagluto si,
Lina smiled,
si,
But it was thin
nangulit yung
and
paksiw.
tired.
Inulit yung,
That
ano,
night,
nilagyan
she opened a
ng
drawer she
maraming
hadn't touched in
rekado.
months.
Diyos ko yung
Inside,
paminta, eh, ako pag
napkin
tunay.
drawings,
Isang
crayons,
hatch, ganun lang,
paper
hinahatching
clips,
na ako.
tiny
Sabi ko na,
fingerprints on her
ubus
neck,
na, durugin, di pa ko ina.
thumb
Sabi ko,
over
butoy
one
ng
drawing,
papaya.
written
O,
the
sa
name
bagay,
crooked
gab
lips,
naman ako yan.
upside
Pero
down.
buto kaya yung
Miss
papaya.
Lena, T Squad. She
Pwede
didn't
buto
cry,
ng papaya. Eh,
Sabi ko nga dun sa ano,
but she
buto
folded
ng
it
papaya.
neatly.
Sabang daan, itim-itim ito ah. Yung kabilaw ang buko.
Across town, Miles sat at his kitchen island, staring at his untouched. The twins were upstairs, giggling, inventing bedtime stories. He should have been up there with them. Instead, he was here, caught between the man he used to be and the man he was trying to become. Blake, his COO, had called earlier. We've got a board meeting in New York next week. Want me to book it? Miles hesitated. No, I'm staying here. You sure? You've been off-grid for weeks.
Yung isang
I'm exactly
pabangulin,
where I need to
nalaglag,
be,
nabasag.
Blake sighed. Just don't forget
Ito,
who
bigay
you
to sa
are.
akin ni Go eh.
Miles looked at the
Ano,
crayon
when
drawing
hanging.
taped to the fridge.
Creed
I'm
daw.
finally remembering.
Creed
Outside, the porch
1765.
light flickered on.
Pabango to.
Somewhere in the stillness, you could
Nalaglag yung
almost
isa
hear
ngayon
her
lang.
voice
Nakita mo
again.
mabango?
Maybe tonight, you just needed someone to be kind. And for the first time in years, he hoped he'd get the chance to return that kindness with something more than words. The late afternoon sun stretched long, golden fingers across Savannah's cobbled sidewalks as Miles stepped out of his truck, two small backpacks slung over his shoulder, juice boxes sticking out the side pocket like party favors. The scent of magnolia floated on the air, thick and honey sweet, clean everything. He glanced at the white cottage just ahead, weathered shutters, a crooked wind chime dangling from the porch, and a red locks that matched the library doors.
Eh, meron ako eh.
Lena's house. He hadn't meant to come. Not really. But the twins had drawn 3 pictures that morning.
Eh, kailangan
One for
i-continue
Daddy,
mo, gaga.
one for the library bear lady,
Kailangan
and
yan,
one
continue
titled
kaya.
Dinner at
Sabi ko,
Miss Lena's.
mamimaintain mo ba ako
Again.
yan pag ginamit ko yan?
Ah.
It had been 3
nakikita
days
sila.
Hindi,
since the
maganda
visit
daw
to
yung
the library.
BB. Yan o, BB
Oo,
na
3
pero
days since Lena
nagpipintas
had
yan.
asked for space. He told himself
Huwag naman yung
Be
ano,
respectful,
yung taksaka.
not show up.
Malas ka din, ha?
But Maisie's words had echoed all morning.
Hindi, pinapatid
She
ko
didn't
kumalas
say,
ako.
Hindi, ang tama.
Go away forever,
Ayun,
Daddy.
no? Saksak sa ano.
She said
Hello,
not
baby.
yet.
You're very
He
beautiful.
lifted Jonah out of the truck.
Nagbubulan siya eh.
The
Kumain
boy
ka na.
clutched a box
Hintay
wrapped
nga
in
kita
tissue
eh.
paper, lumpy and uneven.
Kala, magugutom ka naman.
Homemade banana
Naglagay ka
muffins
sa
with
kilikili.
too much cinnamon and not enough shape.
Kain sa ako, dami.
Ano,
Are we
pulbo?
gonna knock now? Jonah
Oh.
asked, blinking in the light.
Ay, huwag
We'll
daw
try.
allergic.
Miles said
Kaya
quietly.
marami ng ano nang.
Before they could even step onto the porch,
Amin nilagay ka?
the screen door creaked open. Sylvia stood there with a dish rag in hand and a look that straddled kindness and knowing
Nakasampay dun,
mischief.
Lin, ah.
Well,
Ano?
well,
Ano,
look
halika
what
nga.
the cat dragged in.
Oh,
There's
ito,
the
oh.
cat.
Black.
Hi, Miss Sylvia, Maisie
Huh?
said brightly.
Marami ako
We
niyan.
brought you muffins. Sylvia grinned. Then by all means, don't let me keep you
Tingnan mo kung
outside.
ano.
She stepped aside.
Uy, takpan mo yung ano niya
Lena's in the
dyan.
kitchen. She doesn't know you're coming. Miles offered a sheepish glance. I wasn't sure either. Inside, the house felt like something stitched together with warmth. Books stacked on every flat surface.
Ha?
A half-knitted scarf draped over the arm of a chair. The faint scent of cinnamon and vanilla threading the air. Lena stood
Ay,
by
ani
the kitchen
pagkasawa,
sink,
sultahiya.
sleeves rolled up, her hair tied into a loose bun that somehow made her look even more like herself. She turned.
Friday ngayon,
Her
rest day
hand
mo bukas,
froze
Glenn.
with prints when she saw him. Maisie ran forward, holding up her drawing like a peace treaty. We made a library bus. See the wheels? And the bookshelves? And that's you, driving. Jonah held out the muffin box,
Pa, bili ka ng suman.
caught between a laugh and a sigh. I didn't
Pa.
expect you, she said. I know, Miles replied. We were out, and they insisted. Lena looked down at the muffins. These lumpy things are their idea of an ambush. No, Miles said, smiling slightly. That part was mine. She set down the sponge and dried her hands. Sylvia, are we really letting strangers in now? Strangers bearing muffins? Always, Sylvia replied from the hallway. I'll leave y'all to it. The kids climbed onto the kitchen chairs like they'd done it 100 times before. Familiar. Unbothered. Like this house had been waiting for them too. Lena motioned to the coffee pot. You want some? Miles hesitated, then nodded. Sure, if you're offering. She poured 2 mugs and handed him one. Their fingers brushed. Thank you, he said softly. They stood in silence, sipping, the hum of the ceiling fan filling the quiet. Then Lena leaned against the counter, studying him. Why are you really here, Miles? He lowered his cup. I told you. The kids wanted to see you. And you? He paused. His voice dropped. I haven't stopped thinking about that night. Lena looked away, her jaw tightening. You know what scares me most about that night? It felt good. Too good. It scared me too. She blinked at him. You don't seem like the type who scares easy. I'm not. In business, I don't flinch. But you sat at that table, and I realized how long it's been since someone saw the father, not the name. And I didn't want it to end. A long pause settled between them. Lena broke it, her voice quieter now. Do you know how many times people have come into this house pretending they meant something, just to walk away when it got complicated? I'm not pretending. You were pretending when you met me. Miles stepped closer, gently setting his mug down. I was hiding, not pretending. And I'm not hiding anymore. She searched his face. You think a few muffins and a drawing make this easy? No, he said. But it's a start. Maisie looked up from her coloring. Miss Lena, are you mad at Daddy? Lena's expression crumbled, just for a second. She walked over and knelt beside her. No, sweetheart, I'm just being careful. Daddy says being careful is good, Jonah chimed in, swinging his legs. She smiled, brushing Maisie's hair from her face. Your daddy's right. Sylvia reappeared in the doorway, arms folded. Why don't we set the table? She offered. I made too much dinner as usual. Miles glanced at Lena. She didn't object. She didn't exactly invite him either, but she didn't close the door. They ate spaghetti at a table with mismatched chairs, using cloth napkins faded from washing. Jonah spilled juice. Maisie insisted on saying grace, even though she forgot halfway through. Lena laughed, really laughed, and something in Miles' chest unclenched. After dinner, Sylvia handed the kids a stack of picture books and sent them to the sunroom. She turned to Lena and raised a single eyebrow before disappearing down the hall with a murmured, "Y'all talk." Miles stood. I should probably... Don't, Lena said. Just that. One word. Soft and sharp. He stopped. She walked to the side table and picked up the drawing he hadn't seen yet. It was taped above the phone. Maisie's original napkin kitten, still wrinkled. I almost threw this away, Lena said, because it reminded me how quickly something can feel like home, and how fast it can disappear. Miles stepped closer. I didn't come here to vanish. She looked at him. Her voice caught. You're a story I didn't ask to be in, Miles, but I don't know how to stop reading it. He reached for her hand, not to pull, not to lead, just to hold. I'm not asking for chapters you can't give, he whispered. Just the chance to stay on the page. Lena didn't answer right away. Her fingers laced through his slowly, deliberately. In the next room, the twins giggled over books, their voices bright and alive. For the first time in years, the silence between two adults didn't feel like distance. It felt like understanding. If you enjoyed this video, comment 1 to let me know. If not, comment 2. Your thought mattered to me either way. Rain had rolled in without warning. A soft, steady drizzle soaked the cobblestone streets, turning Savannah's charm into something moody and cinematic. Inside the library, behind the red double doors, Lena wiped the corners of a storybook with a cloth, trying to ignore the way her hands trembled. She had read the same paragraph aloud 3 times during story time, and still couldn't remember what the bear had been looking for. Her thoughts kept drifting to the night before. The spaghetti, the juice spill, the warmth of Miles's hand in hers like it belonged there, like it had been waiting for something to hold on to. She hadn't slept. Not really. Her mind had been busy with maybes. Outside, the rain danced against the windows like fingers tapping out a warning. Or maybe a promise. Gwen leaned against the check-in desk with a skeptical look. So, you didn't tell me he was that Miles Carrington. Lena turned slowly, cloth still in hand. You know, Gwen held up her phone. Savannah's not that big. I saw a picture of him from that education gala last year. Same eyes, Same way of looking at people like they're the only thing in the room. Lena exhaled. It wasn't supposed to go anywhere. Yet, here you are, Gwen said, folding her arms. Letting him into your kitchen. Letting him meet Sylvia. Letting him be seen. I didn't plan it. No, but you're living it. Lena tossed the cloth into the basket, her voice quieter now. You don't think he's genuine? I think men with power learn how to wear sincerity like a second skin. Gwen's tone softened, but it stayed sharp around the edges. Be careful, Lena. Especially with those kids. They're starting to see you as more than the library lady. That hit somewhere deeper than Lena expected. She watched as Gwen turned and headed toward the back office, leaving her alone in the stillness again. Moments later, the front bell rang. Maisie burst through the doors, umbrella dragging behind her like a soggy tail. Jonah followed, arms full of a paper diorama made entirely of cereal boxes and hope. And then Miles stepped in behind them, rain clinging to his shoulders, eyes locking with hers the moment he crossed the threshold. Lena stood frozen. She hadn't invited him. Not today. Miss Lena, Maisie called out. We made something at the Bear's house. Look. Jonah held up the paper creation proudly. It's got windows and books inside. Lena smiled despite herself. You two are gonna put me out of a job. Miles approached slower, more cautious than the twins. They insisted. I told them we'd only stay a minute. Lena nodded, her heart thudding like thunder in her chest. The twins ran toward the reading corner. Miles waited until they were just out of earshot. You okay? He asked. She didn't answer right away. You told them this wasn't going anywhere, she said finally, the words soft but deliberate. He didn't flinch. I said we'd take it one step at a time. They're children, Miles. I know. They're not built for heartbreak. His jaw clenched, just slightly. Neither am I. The quiet stretched between them, taut as wire. I don't know what this is, she admitted. I don't know how to do this with someone who carries the kind of life you do. You don't have to do it with that part of me, he said, stepping closer. That part's never been what I wanted to bring into this room. She blinked back, something sharp behind her eyes. Then what part are you bringing, Miles? He looked over at the twins, now flipping through books like they belonged here, like they'd found their second living room. I'm bringing the part that still talks to his late wife out loud at night because he doesn't know what silence means without her. The part that forgot how to laugh until someone drew a six-legged cat on a napkin and paid for his dinner like it didn't need explaining. Lena's breath caught. He wasn't charming her. He wasn't smooth. He was raw and steady, and that made it worse, because she could believe him. He reached into his coat pocket and unfolded a damp piece of paper. It was one of the kids' drawings, crayons bleeding slightly from the rain. The red door, the twins, a stick figure of her holding a book. They said this is home now, he said quietly. I didn't ask them to draw it. They just did. Lena looked at it, then at him. And what do you want? He didn't hesitate. To show up, again and again. Until I've earned the right to stay. Gwen cleared her throat behind the desk. Lena flinched. We close in 15, Gwen said. Library rules. Miles looked at Lena. Then I'll see you on the other side of those doors. He turned, called for the kids. They gathered their things. Maisie pausing to hug Lena around the waist like she always had. "Will you come to our house sometime?" she whispered. Lena's throat tightened. "Maybe. We'll see." "Bring your red door," Jonah added. "It keeps out the bad days." She smiled, kissed the tops of their heads, and watched them leave. Outside, the rain had stopped, but the sidewalk still shimmered. The red door closed behind them with a soft thud. Gwen appeared beside her a moment later. "You still think this isn't going anywhere?" she asked. Lena didn't respond. She just held the drawing tighter and listened to the silence inside her chest, finally starting to soften. Saturday afternoon filtered through the Spanish moss like a soft lullaby, sunlight dappling the sidewalk outside the bookstore cafe, where Lena often spent her weekends cataloging donated books. The small window beside her flickered with movement, couples walking hand in hand, toddlers pressing sticky fingers to the glass. Ordinary moments that made her chest ache a little more than she wanted to admit. Her phone buzzed beside her coffee cup. New message. Sylvia. "You coming by for dinner? I made sweet potatoes the way you like. Also, the news is going to start asking questions. We should talk." Lena frowned. "News?" she muttered aloud, heart skipping. She opened her browser and typed Miles's name on impulse. It had become a reflex, ever since she learned who he really was. Articles had calmed down in recent years, but every so often a headline still popped up. Mentions of mergers, donations, gala appearances. But this one. Mystery woman and Miles Carrington spotted leaving Pine Street Library. Is Civic Flow's CEO off the market? Her stomach turned. The photo wasn't intrusive, just a grainy shot from across the street. But there she was, holding the red door open, smiling, framed by headlines she never asked for. The article was vague, more speculation than reporting. Still, it was out. Her face, her name, her safe place. Gone. The front bell jingled, and her body tensed before her eyes even reached the door. Miles. Of course. He looked too tall for the small space, too out of place among dusty shelves and chalkboard menus. But the moment he saw her, his shoulders softened. He held up a paper bag. "I brought peach scones. Still warm." She didn't speak. He placed the bag on the table and slid into the chair across from her, like he'd done it 100 times. "I saw the post," he said. She stared at him. "I didn't leak it. You know that, right?" "I know," she replied, though her voice didn't carry the certainty her words implied. "The kids and I, someone must have recognized us." "Recognized you," she corrected. He hesitated. "I'm sorry." Lena folded her hands tightly. "Do you understand what this means?" He didn't answer. She looked down. "My job, my privacy, that red door meant something to me. Now it's just content. You're not content. That's not how it works." Miles leaned in, elbows on the table, voice low. "Then tell me what to do." "You can't fix this, Miles." He went quiet. The silence hung like humidity, pressing in,
Bumili kang suman?
unrelenting.
Kung binili mo?
Lena stood suddenly, grabbing her bag. "I need
Suman
air."
ba? Nams ko.
He followed.
Atayin ko lang yung padala ni Cass.
Outside, the breeze was cooler than expected, the sky turning lavender around the edges. She didn't stop walking until they reached the square across from the old church, where the benches curved around a water fountain. She sat. So did he. Children squealed in the distance. Somewhere nearby, wind chimes trembled gently, She exhaled. When I was 22, she began, I almost married a man who didn't want a simple life. Miles looked at her, eyebrows raised. He said he did, she continued. But every year he pushed for more. More house, more show, more facade. I couldn't breathe around it. What happened? I walked away. No drama. No ring returned. Just silence. Miles nodded. That's how I felt after Caroline. Lena turned her head slowly. You haven't talked about her. I haven't talked about a lot of things. He clasped his hands, staring down at his thumbs. She was fierce, laughed too loud, bought flowers she didn't need just because color made her feel alive. A beat passed, then two. And when she got sick, she made me promise not to raise the kids in a world full of cameras and glass walls. I failed her. Lena swallowed. I don't think you did, she whispered. His voice cracked slightly. I don't want to fail them again. Or you. She stared ahead at the fountain, eyes glistening. You didn't tell me you were in the news this week. He tilted his head, confused. Because I didn't think it mattered. She finally looked at him. But it does, Miles. Because the second your name touches mine in a headline, I'm no longer Miss Lena at the library. I'm someone being talked about. That's not safety for me. That's exposure. He ran a hand through his hair. I don't know how to separate those two lives anymore. Then maybe that's what you need to figure out. A long silence followed. One of those silences that says everything the heart is too afraid to spell out. Then, gently, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out something small and folded. A drawing. Maisie's again. Crayon stick figures. One tall, one medium, two little ones, all smiling under a banner that read, Storytime Family. Lena's breath caught. I didn't tell them to draw this, he said. But they're starting to believe it's real. A tear slipped down her cheek before she could stop it. They believe faster than we do, she whispered. He nodded. But they also hurt deeper when it falls apart. Lena stood again. That's why we have to be sure. Miles remained on the bench, the drawing trembling in his hands. I've never been more sure of anything since the day I held them both for the first time. Lena stepped back. I need to be sure for myself too. Not just for them. Or for you. He nodded, jaw tight. Then I'll wait. She turned to leave, paused, then glanced over her shoulder. Tell Maisie the library is still her favorite place, even if it has cameras now. He smiled faintly. She already said that. She wants to build you a shield made of books. Lena laughed softly, her voice barely a breath. Tell her I could use one. She walked away before he could say more. But behind her, tucked between his fingers, was the first real crack in the wall she'd built around herself. And maybe, just maybe, the start of something neither of them knew how to name yet. But were finally ready to feel. Lena stood in front of her porch with her keys still in her hand, the sunlight slanting across the steps in that familiar Savannah way. Lazy and golden and a little too honest. She'd taken the long way home from the bookstore, looping past the park, then the library, then circling back again, like maybe the extra time would help her settle the war going on in her chest. It hadn't. Inside, the house was quiet. Not peaceful, just suspended, as if even the air was waiting for something. She kicked off her shoes, dropped her bag by the door, and moved toward the kitchen out of habit. She didn't notice Sylvia until her voice came gently from the table. "You're back later than usual." Lena stopped. "Had a few things to clear my head." Sylvia was sipping tea, hands folded, a newspaper open in front of her. She looked up, reading Lena's face before she said a word. "Still trying to run from something that already lives in your heart?" Lena didn't respond. She reached into the fridge, pulled out a pitcher of iced tea, poured a glass with more clinking than necessary. Sylvia folded the newspaper. "You saw the article?" Lena nodded. "It's already being reshared." Sylvia's gaze was calm but steady. "You know, we can't live our lives ducking every headline that might find us." "This isn't about headlines," Lena snapped. "This is about protecting the life I've built. I spent years creating peace, quiet, being the woman no one wrote about. And now?" She set the glass down too hard. Sylvia didn't flinch. "And now, a man who actually sees you, flaws, boundaries, your fierce sense of independence, is trying to love you without asking you to be someone else." Lena looked away. "That's the thing. He's not asking. But the world might." Sylvia sighed, then stood and walked over, gently placing a small envelope on the table. "This came earlier." Lena frowned, peeling it open. Inside was a drawing, Maisie's again, a picture of her holding hands with the twins, all three standing in front of the red library door. Above them, in blocky purple letters, "We miss you." Lena closed her eyes. Sylvia's voice dropped. "They don't care about your headlines. They care about the stories you read with different voices. The way you laugh when Jonah says the word banana, like it's a secret password. They miss you. And I think you miss them too." Lena didn't deny it. She couldn't. That night, the rain came in soft, sweeping waves, enough to make the windows hum and the roof whisper. Lena lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening, thinking. She could still hear Maisie's tiny voice saying, "Bring your red door. It keeps out the bad days." By morning,
Uminom ka na ng gamot mo.
she knew what she needed to do. Miles had never heard the twins this quiet during
Takbo pa!
breakfast.
Dalhin mo yung susi.
Jonah stirred his cereal in slow circles, lips pursed. Maisie sat with her chin in her palm, stabbing at a piece of toast with a butter knife. Miles leaned over the counter, coffee untouched. "All right," he said finally. "Talk to me." Jonah shrugged. "She didn't come." Maisie added, "We sent her the drawing. I know she saw it." Miles swallowed the ache in his throat. "She just needs time. Remember, like we talked about." Jonah's spoon clattered into his bowl. "But time feels slow." That hit a little harder than expected. A knock at the front door made all three heads turn. Jonah bolted upright. "Is it her?" Maisie was already sliding off her stool. Miles approached slowly. The kids hovered beside him like shadows. He opened the door, and there she was. Helena, holding a rain-slicked umbrella, hair half-tamed by a clip, eyes full of something she couldn't name, but couldn't ignore anymore either. "Hi," she said, barely above a whisper. Maisie let out a squeal and threw herself into Lena's arms before Miles could say a word. Jonah followed, burying his face into her coat. Lena crouched down, hugging them tight, her eyes brimming. "I missed you both," she whispered into their hair. So much." When she finally stood, she looked at Miles. He didn't speak. He just held the door wider. She stepped in. The house felt smaller than she remembered, not in size, but in how intimate it was. Crayon drawings still taped on the fridge. A faint vanilla scent from something the kids must have spilled. Everything warm. Real. He led her to the kitchen. The kids resumed breakfast, chatting like nothing had happened, like no time had passed. "You didn't have to come," Miles said quietly once they were alone by the counter. "I did," Lena replied, "because every quiet moment since I walked away felt wrong." Miles leaned in, voice low, steady. "Are you ready for what might come with this? With me?" "I'm not ready," she admitted. "But I'm not willing to keep pretending that not choosing you will protect me from anything." He exhaled, eyes softening. She looked around. "I don't want this to be perfect. I just want it to be real." "It already is." They both looked over as Jonah held up a piece of toast, eyes wide. "We're out of jelly." Lena grinned. "Good thing I brought some." She reached into her bag and pulled out a mason jar, the label smudged but handwritten. "Strawberry vanilla, Miss Lena's special." Jonah cheered. Maisie clapped. Miles looked at her, lips curving. "Bringing peace in a jar now?" Lena met his gaze and shrugged. "Bringing my heart, one step at a time." Outside, the clouds began to break, slivers of sunlight reaching across the porch. The red door stood open behind them, not a boundary anymore, but a welcome. And somewhere deep inside both of them, something that had been locked tight, finally began to turn. Sunday afternoons in Savannah moved slower than the rest of the week, like the city itself knew how to exhale. Spanish moss swayed in the warm breeze, and church bells chimed from blocks away, rolling through the neighborhood like distant thunder, softened by velvet. Lena stood in front of the Carrington house again, but this time she wasn't alone. She held Jonah's hand while Maisie skipped ahead up the front path, already humming something she'd made up on the spot. "I told you we should have brought the bunny," Maisie called over her shoulder. Lena smiled. "Next time." Jonah looked up at her, brows drawn together in a thoughtful squint. "Do you live here now?" She stopped, crouched beside him. "No, sweetheart, I don't live here, but I visit, like friends do." He nodded slowly, then leaned in and whispered, "Daddy cleaned the whole house today, even under the couch." Lena stifled a laugh. "He did, huh?" Jonah nodded solemnly. "He said you might come back." The door opened before she could answer. Miles stood there in a navy button-down, sleeves rolled to his elbows, barefoot. He looked like he'd been standing there a while, waiting. But when he saw her, truly saw her, something shifted in his face, like he'd just let out a breath he'd been holding all week. "You're here," he said. She nodded, not trusting her voice yet. "Come in," he said, opening the door wider. This time, when Lena stepped inside, she didn't hesitate. The twins scattered instantly, Maisie darting toward the sunroom with her crayons, Jonah shouting about building a blanket fort. Their laughter filled the space like sunlight pooling on hardwood. Miles waited until they disappeared around the corner, then turned to her. "I've been thinking," he said, "about what you said the other day, about how the world might try to name you something you're not." She watched him, guarded but listening. "I can't change what the headlines do, but I can change how I show up. With you, with them. If I need to disappear from the public for a while, I will." She raised an eyebrow. "Disappear? You're a CEO." "Temporary leave," he said simply. "I've built Civic Flow so it runs without me when needed. I thought I needed to be everywhere, but I've realized the only place I want to be is here." Lena's mouth parted. "You'd do that?" I already am. He moved to the table, pulled out a folded letter. I filed it this morning. Official leave. No press. No announcements. She took the letter slowly, scanned it. Her fingers trembled just slightly at the edges. I didn't ask for this. No, you didn't. But it matters to me that you never feel like the background to my life. She sat down, folding the letter in half. It's a big gesture, Miles. He crouched beside her, resting his arms gently on the table. It's not a gesture. It's a decision. They stayed like that for a while. Just eyes and silence and breath between them. Then came a small knock. Maisie peeked in. Daddy, can Miss Lena have lunch with us? I made hot sandwiches. Miles looked to Lena. She smiled and nodded. Of course I'll stay. Lunch was messy in the best way. Crusts trimmed into hearts, juice boxes sweating on the table, the twins playing a game where they gave each sandwich a name before taking a bite. This one's named Marcia, Maisie announced. Because it's soft in the middle, Jonah giggled. Mine's Bernard. He looks suspicious. Lena couldn't stop smiling. After lunch, they moved to the backyard. A patchy garden lined the fence. A swing creaked gently under the oak tree. Jonah and Maisie took turns on it, while Lena and Miles sat on the wooden bench nearby, 2 mugs of lemonade between them. You've made something really beautiful here, Lena said quietly. He watched the kids. They did most of it. I just keep the lights on. She turned to him. You know, it's not the headlines that scare me most. Miles looked at her, waiting. It's how easy this feels. How fast I got used to hearing them call my name. How quickly this became my favorite part of the day. He nodded slowly. Yeah, that's the terrifying part, isn't it? They both laughed softly, the kind of laugh that holds more than it says. Lena looked up at the sky, the sun beginning to slide down toward the horizon. I keep telling myself I need more time, but maybe time isn't what I'm afraid of. Maybe it's the hope. Miles leaned closer, voice quiet. Hope's never been the enemy, Lena. She didn't speak, not right away. Then, after a pause, she said, You remember that first night? Every second. You sat at the wrong table. He smiled. Best mistake I've ever made. I almost told you to leave, she confessed. I was having the worst day. What changed your mind? She looked over at Maisie, who was twirling, arms open like she could catch the breeze in her palms. You smiled at her, not like you were trying to impress me. Just like you knew she was the center of the universe. Miles swallowed. She was, he said softly. She still is. The moment thickened, something unspoken rising between them. An invitation, a pull, the soft beginnings of a decision. And then the wind picked up, scattering a few leaves across the yard. Maisie squealed. It's snowing in Leafland, Jonah added. We're leaf astronauts. Miles and Lena stood, laughing. Come on, she said, grabbing his hand. They chased the twins through the yard like kids themselves, leaves swirling around them, laughter echoing into the sky. And for a fleeting moment, beneath the oak tree, under the slow setting sun, it didn't matter how the story had started, only that they were still writing it together. It had been 3 weeks since Lena stepped back through Miles's door, and every time after had grown a little easier. She didn't have a drawer in his house. Not yet. But there was now a favorite mug in the kitchen labeled Miss L. A pair of her earrings had taken up residence on the bathroom windowsill. And every Friday evening, the twins waited by the front door like golden retrievers with art projects. Tonight was different, though. Tonight wasn't spontaneous library visits or peanut butter lunches in the backyard. Tonight, Miles had invited her to dinner. Alone. No twins. No Sylvia. Just them. Lena stood in front of her mirror, second-guessing the navy wrap dress she'd chosen, hands smoothing invisible creases down the front. Her stomach fluttered. Not the nervous kind. The kind that felt like standing at the edge of something good, and wondering if it was safe to jump. She didn't want fancy. She didn't want anything over the top. But she wanted this to feel like a beginning, not a performance. The doorbell rang at exactly 7. She opened it to find Miles in a charcoal gray sweater, jeans, and that same crooked smile he wore when the kids said something wildly inappropriate at the dinner table. He held a brown paper bag. "No suit?" she teased. "Nope." He held up the bag. "Lasagna. Homemade. Sort of. Sylvia oversaw." She stepped back to let him in, suddenly feeling breathless in her own house. He walked in like he belonged there, not arrogantly, but comfortably, like he respected the space, like he understood what it meant for her to open that door again. Dinner was quiet at first. Soft jazz from the old radio filled the silences when words didn't. Then, over the second glass of wine, Lena finally asked it, "Do you miss it?" Miles looked up, mid-bite. "Miss what?" "The boardrooms. The power. Being the guy everyone reads about." He chewed slowly, thoughtful. "No," he said. "I miss being seen, but not for the reasons people think." She tilted her head. "Explain." He set his fork down, wiped his hands. "For years, people saw me through filters. Money, headlines, stock value. They didn't see me when Caroline got sick. They didn't see me holding my breath through every scan, every test. They just wanted to know when I'd be back in the office." His voice dipped. You saw me before you even knew my name. That night at the wrong table. You looked at me like I mattered, not like I was worth something." Lena's heart pulled. "I'm not used to that," he added. She smiled faintly. "Neither am I." A beat passed. The silence wasn't awkward. It was full, settled. Then her phone buzzed on the counter. She glanced at it. Her smile faded. Miles noticed. "Everything okay?" "It's Gwen," Lena said softly. She sent a link. She tapped it open. Another article. "Red Door Romance. Civic Flow's CEO. Rumored to be living with local librarian." Photos. Her porch. A shot of Miles playing with the twins in the yard. Another of her leaving the library with a coffee cup. Lena stared, stomach churning. It's never going to stop, is it? Miles leaned in. "Hey, look at me." She did. "I'll pull back. Fully. I'll resign. I'll go under the radar. No," she interrupted. "You shouldn't have to disappear." He blinked. She stood, crossing to the window. Her reflection stared back at her, haunted, conflicted. "I've spent years building a quiet life. Not a hiding place, but something I could breathe inside. And now it's filling up with noise I didn't ask for." Miles joined her at the window. "I can't stop people from talking," he said, "but I can make sure you never stand in front of that noise alone." Lena looked up at him, eyes wet but steady. "I don't want you to fight the noise, Miles. I want us to find a way to live above it, together." But not if it means we lose the quiet that makes us whole. He nodded. Then we build our own rules. She smiled. That sounds suspiciously like parenting. He chuckled. Which, by the way, you're doing already. Lena stepped closer, placing her hand over his. You scare me, she whispered. He stilled. Because I could hurt you? No, she said. Because you make it feel so easy to believe again. He pulled her into a slow, quiet hug, one hand resting on the small of her back like an anchor. You don't have to believe all at once, he murmured, just enough to stay. They stood like that for a while, the world shrinking down to two hearts, one each. Later, when he left, he kissed her forehead instead of her lips, a gesture that felt more intimate than anything else he could have done. And when the door clicked shut behind him, Lena didn't feel alone. She felt chosen, not for a headline, not for a story, but for the quiet, steady kind of love that knows how to wait. The morning light felt heavier than usual as Lena approached the library, the weight of whispered conversations pressing down on her chest. The crisp air, usually a comfort, today seemed to carry the murmur of a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Inside, Gwen waited at the front desk, eyes sharp but soft with concern. When Lena walked in, Gwen didn't waste time with small talk. They called this morning, Gwen said quietly, her voice low enough to shield their words from curious ears. The donor committee. They're worried about the association with you and Mr. Carrington. Said it's controversial and might impact funding. Lena felt a cold prick behind her eyes. They want me to step aside? Gwen nodded. Indefinitely. They want you to take a leave of absence. For the good of the library. The words hit like a sudden chill. Lena sank into a chair near the window, the world outside moving too fast to catch up. How do I explain this to the kids? She whispered. They won't understand. Not yet. But they'll feel it. They always do. Miles arrived just as she hung up the phone, his expression unreadable.
If English isn't your first language like me, and you want your writing to reflect your voice, sign up for a free Grammarly account. I would like to use their free AI.
They want you to leave, Lena said, without looking at him. He closed the distance between them. I heard. I'm sorry. No, she said, finally meeting his eyes. You shouldn't be. It's their choice, not yours. He reached out, took her hand gently. We'll figure this out. Together. The library, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battleground. Lena's evenings became a blur of meetings, phone calls, and quiet tears behind closed doors. Sylvia sat with her one night, a steady presence. You don't have to fight this alone, Sylvia said. Remember, the people who matter will stand with you. Lena looked up, hope flickering. But the ones who matter don't always speak the loudest. Meanwhile, Miles worked behind the scenes. His COO, Blake, arranged meetings with key donors, ensuring them the partnership was genuine and that Lena's integrity was beyond question. But public perception proved harder to control. Then came the article. Tabitha Monroe, Savannah's sharpest local blogger, published a piece titled Library Love Scandal. Civic Flow CEO's private life raises questions. It hinted at impropriety without saying much, but the damage was done. Lena stared at the screen, the headline glaring back like a spotlight she hadn't asked for. Blake entered her office, expression tight. Tabitha's got a following. This could spiral. Lena swallowed. I just want to read to kids without it feeling like a headline. Blake softened. We're working on damage control, but you need to decide. How much of this can you handle? Miles joined them. She's not alone. Not ever. That night, Miles sat beside Lena in the quiet of her living room. The twins slept upstairs, their breaths deep and even. "I hate that you have to fight this because of me," Lena whispered. He shook his head. "This is our fight. Every headline, every whisper. They don't get to define us." "But what if they win?" she asked, voice breaking. "They won't," he said firmly, "because we're stronger than their noise. And because love, that kind that's real, doesn't crumble under pressure." Lena looked at him, seeing the determination etched into his face. For the first time, she believed it might be true. They sat together in the dim light, hands entwined, bracing for the storm, but ready to face it side by side. The wind carried the scent of wisteria as Lena stepped onto Sylvia's porch, the slatted wood creaking beneath her sandals. She hadn't said much during their phone call. Just, "Come by, bring a coat. You'll want air after." Sylvia opened the door before Lena knocked. "You look like you haven't slept," Sylvia said, guiding her in. Lena forced a smile. "I haven't. There's something about having your name tangled in gossip that makes sleep feel impossible." Sylvia handed her a mug of chamomile and nodded toward the wicker love seat on the porch. "Come sit." They sat in silence for a moment, letting the night settle. "You remember when I first came to town?" Lena finally said, her voice low. "I remember you barely looked up, like you were afraid eye contact might unravel you." "I was," Lena said, "but I didn't want anyone to see it. I just wanted quiet, roots. And you built them," Sylvia said gently. "And now you're scared they're being dug up." Lena looked away. "What if they already are?" Sylvia reached over, covering her hand. "Lena, what you've built with Miles, it's not a headline. It's a life. But anything real is going to come with noise." Lena leaned her head back. "I just wanted one part of my world to feel untouched." Sylvia smiled. "Love touches everything. That's the point." The next morning, Lena arrived at the Carrington house, just as the twins were finishing breakfast. Maisie squealed when she saw her. "Miss Lena, I saved you a seat." Jonah grinned. "We put the marshmallows on your oatmeal." Lena blinked. "On purpose?" He nodded proudly. "It's our new recipe." She kissed the tops of their heads. "I'm honored." Miles appeared behind them, coffee mug in hand. His eyes met hers for a long second. No words, just quiet warmth. The kind that said, "Stay." After the kids ran off to build a fort, Miles motioned for her to join him on the back patio. They sat at the edge of the swing, the morning sun casting long shadows. "I want to show you something," he said. He pulled out a folder and set it on the table. "What's this?" she asked. "My resignation." Lena froze. "Miles, I'm not walking away from the company," he said quickly. "I'm restructuring, stepping fully out of the public eye. New CEO will handle appearances. I'll stay on the board." She opened the folder, scanning the documents. "This is real." "Yes," he said. "And not just for you. For me. For the kids. For the life I want." She closed the folder slowly. "You're giving up a lot." "I'm choosing better," he said. "You. Us. This quiet we keep chasing." She blinked hard, emotion catching her off guard. "You keep saying things that sound impossible," she whispered. Miles reached for her hand. "That's what love's supposed to feel like. Impossible and worth it." A few hours later, they sat with the twins on the living room floor, piecing together a giant jigsaw puzzle of a hot air balloon. Every piece fit like magic, until Jonah held up the last one and said, "This goes in the sky." He placed it carefully. Lena smiled. The best pieces always do. Just as the room settled into the quiet hum of family life, Miles's phone buzzed on the counter. He walked over, read the screen, then looked up. Expression unreadable. "What is it?" Lena asked. He exhaled. The board's meeting was leaked. She stood. Leaked how? He showed her the screen. A headline. Carrington stepping down amid relationship controversy. Stock shifts expected. Lena stared at it, her body going still. "They're going to blame me," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "They'll try," Miles admitted, "but I won't let them." Maisie ran over just then, holding up a drawing. 4 stick figures holding hands under a banner that read, "We pick each other." Lena sank to her knees, pulling her close. The paper crinkled between them. That night when Sylvia called, her voice was calm but urgent. "There's talk. Whispers about removing your name from the community reading event. Some say it'll hurt attendance." Lena listened, her chest tight. "I'll go," she said finally. "I'm not hiding anymore." Sylvia paused. "You're sure?" Lena looked out her window, where the porch light from Miles's house flickered faintly in the distance. "I'm not backing away from love," she said. "Not again." The next morning, she walked into the library, not as a rumor or a liability, but as herself. The whispers didn't stop, but neither did her steps. The library auditorium buzzed like a beehive before a summer storm. Voices too loud, too close, folding over one another in waves of tension. Lena stood behind the stage curtain, the faint smell of old wood and fresh coffee grounding her. She could feel her heart thudding in her chest, the kind of beat that made your fingertips go numb. Sylvia approached, headset looped around her neck, clipboard in hand. "They moved your name to the second slide," she said softly. "Didn't take it off, but they're distancing in case someone complains." Lena inhaled, long and measured. "And did anyone?" Sylvia hesitated. "A few parents asked if the CEO would be attending. Not you."
Hi, good morning guys. Hindi ko alam, meron ako ditong package. Merong parcel pala, not package. Hindi ko alam kung ano ko. So let's have a look. Akin na ba to? Akin na, di ba? Ayan no? Saan ba to? Ako meron ito. Ayun. Chamomile tea. Hindi ko na alam kung ano mga pinag-order ko. Diba? Ayun. Resist oxidation. Ayan yung chamomile tea. And then, promote digestion. Okay. So, ayan yung benefits. Reduce mucus. Wala naman ako nun. Healthy lifestyle. So, ayan guys. Chamomile. Naubos na kasing akin. So, hindi ko ini-expect na meron pa. Diba? Okay. So, ayan po yan. Then, kailangan kong buksan, no? Alright. Kunin natin. Yan. Yan siya. Bango. Bango. Okay. So, balik natin. Kasi nilak naman. Right, guys. Thank you for watching. Good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. Mag-unboxing tayo. Hindi ko alam kung ano to. Pero nabuksan ko na, guys. Nagupit ko na. Ayan. So, na-open ko na. So, chamomile tea pala siya. Hindi ko na matandaan. Ay, meron pa pala akong chamomile tea. Yes. Ayun, guys. So, chamomile tea bags, main effects, help sleep, beauty, clearing away heat and detoxification, curing cough, anti-pneumonia or antivirus, etc. Wow, improve sleep. Yeah, chamomile tea is very gentle, which can relieve stress and improve irritability. Okay, drinking chamomile tea with a little honey can effectively relieve pressure and have a sleeping effect. Enhance memory. O, ito ang kailangan ko kasi malilimutin ako. Diba? Hindi ko alam, premiere ko na pala. Hindi ko alam, hindi ko nakadrop ng ano, mga ganon. So, enhance memory. Chamomile tea can not only treat insomnia. Alright. Okay. Reduce blood pressure. Enhance vitality and refresh, but also enhance memory and reduce cholesterol. Oh, great! Mataas ang cholesterol ko. Relieving cough and removing pollen. Chamomile tea can relieve cough, expectorant, bronchitis, and asthma. It can clear the lung and help breath. Alright. Analgesic effect. Chamomile tea can eliminate the muscle pain caused by cold, especially the pain caused by nervous tension. O yan, tayo yan. Ano pa? Analgesic effect. Chamomile tea can eliminate the muscle pain caused by cold. Nabasa ko na yan. Medicinal analgesic. Chamomile's analgesic function. It can relieve dull muscle pain, relieve muscle pain caused by headache, migraine, and cold, and help stomach acid nerves. Nourishing stomach. Chamomile can reduce the occurrence and treatment of endometrium and virus types of ulcer. It is suitable for adjuvant treatment patients with stomach disease. Kaya palang mahal nito. Kaya palang mahal ng chamomile tea, guys. Diba? Okay. So, promote digestion, reduce mucus, healthy lifestyle, and resist oxidation. 70 bags. Para lang mahaba yung yung vlog. Diba? So, open na natin, guys. Open natin. Okay? Yan. Ang bango. Ang bango, guys. Ano nangyari? Alright, guys. O, buksan natin. Ang bango niya. Okay? Ayan, o. Ayan siya, guys. Hindi ko na cancel. Clean up. Okay. Wala nang space. Pa, magtitika? Pa, pa. Itong inumin mo. Hindi talaga siya bumili ng suman. Kaya ang gagawin niya doon, bibili ka sigarilyo. Talaga bumili ah.
Him. Lena closed her eyes for a moment. Of course they did. Outside the curtain, the crowd shifted, murmuring louder as chairs scraped against tile. The buzz wasn't just anticipation anymore. It was scrutiny. "Do you want to pull out?" Sylvia asked gently. "I can cover the read aloud. No one will hold it against you." Lena shook her head. "They might hold it against me if I do." Sylvia squeezed her hand, then slipped away as the house lights dimmed. Lena took a step forward, just to the edge of the curtain, and peered out. Maisie and Jonah sat in the third row between Miles and Blake. Maisie clutched a stuffed bear tight to her chest. Jonah kicked his legs slowly, gaze glued to the empty stage. When the MC finally called her name, "Please welcome our local librarian and tonight's featured reader, Lena Ellis." The applause came, polite but thin, some genuine, some obligatory. A few people kept their hands in their laps. But then Lena heard it. Maisie's little voice ringing out, clear and proud. "That's her. That's Miss Lena." Lena stepped onto the stage. The spotlight felt like sunlight and fire all at once. She adjusted the mic, her voice steady, despite the roar in her head. "Hi, everyone," she began, her hands resting gently on the storybook. "I wasn't sure what to read tonight, but then I thought, maybe we need a story about things that feel broken, and how they're not always what they seem." She opened the book, the pages creaking like something sacred. As she read, the room softened. The story wove its way into the corners, drawing even the skeptics closer. It was about a garden, abandoned and overgrown, until a girl decided to plant something in the middle of the mess. And what grew wasn't perfect, but it was alive. When she finished, the applause was real and loud, and not just from the twins. Afterward, as the crowd dispersed, a woman in a blazer approached, late 50s, crisp voice. "Miss Ellis," she said. "That was surprisingly moving." Lena smiled politely. "Thank you. I'll admit, I had concerns, but you have a presence. The kids adore you." Lena tilted her head. "They do." The woman hesitated. "Perhaps we've been too hasty. I'll bring that up with the board." Lena nodded, but said nothing more. She had nothing to prove. Outside, dusk had slipped into night. Street lamps buzzed awake. Miles leaned against his car, arms folded, eyes searching her face as she approached. "You were brilliant," he said. "Thank you," she replied. He opened the passenger door, but didn't move. "I need to ask you something," he said. She stilled. "Earlier today, I got a call from Caroline's mother." Lena blinked. "Oh?" "She saw the articles, the photos. She's asking for a formal conversation about custody." Lena's throat tightened. "She wants the twins?" Miles shook his head. "No, but she's nervous. She's old school. Thinks it's all too fast, too public. She wants to make sure they're safe. Stable." Lena's voice was barely audible. "And you?" "I told her they are. Because they know love. Because they know you." She looked away. emotions tumbling faster than she could contain them. I want them to have every good thing, he added, including a world where women like you don't have to fight twice as hard to be believed. She met his eyes. That world feels very far away. Then we build it closer, he said. For them. For us. She nodded slowly, eyes glistening. I'm scared, she admitted. This feels like more than I know how to hold. Miles stepped closer, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then let me hold some of it too. For a long time, they didn't speak. Just stood there, beneath the hum of streetlights and the hush of something fragile unfolding between them. Then, Maisie's voice rang out from the back seat. Did Miss Lena win? Jonah replied, she always wins. And maybe, Lena thought as she smiled through her tears, he was right. The next morning, a soft mist hung over Savannah, wrapping the town in a hush that made everything feel more tender, like the world knew to speak gently today. Lena stood in her kitchen, hands wrapped around a warm mug, watching the street through the small window above the sink. The sidewalk glistened from the overnight drizzle, and the magnolia leaves outside quivered slightly with each breeze. She hadn't slept much. After the reading event, after the board's shifting tone and the unexpected support, after Miles told her about Caroline's mother, everything had felt both more possible and more fragile than ever before. Her phone buzzed on the counter. Miles. Breakfast. Just us. She stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the reply button. Just us. The last time someone had asked her that. Just her, no expectations, no performances. It had been years, and the outcome had cost her more than silence ever did. Still, she typed back. Yes. Meet me at Redfern Cafe. 9 a.m. The Redfern was nestled in the historic district, tucked between a bookstore and a florist, with iron chairs on the brick sidewalk and ivy curling up the windows. It was quiet, familiar, and exactly the kind of place where time didn't rush. Miles was already there when she arrived, dressed in a charcoal coat, a hint of stubble softening his usual polish. He stood when he saw her, then pulled her chair out. I ordered coffee, he said. Thought maybe you'd need the comfort. She smiled faintly. You assumed right. They sat in silence for a few moments, both holding onto their cups like anchors. I talked to Margaret last night, Miles began. Lena's brow furrowed. Caroline's mother? He nodded. She wanted to know about you, what you're like, what kind of presence you have around the twins. Lena braced herself. And? I told her the truth, he said softly. That you're patient when Jonah spirals. That you let Maisie talk until she's emptied out every corner of her heart. That you don't fill the space just to be heard. You wait until you're needed. And when you speak, it lands. Lena's throat tightened. That sounds too good. No, he said. That's exactly what it is. She looked away. What does she want? She wants to meet you. Lena's eyes flicked back to his, startled. She's not coming to fight, he clarified. She's scared, but she's trying. And I think that matters. Lena set her mug down slowly. It does. They lingered after breakfast, watching the drizzle turn to sun, letting their conversation drift from kids' drawings to porch repairs to childhood memories. At one point, he reached across the table and gently brushed his thumb over her knuckles. You don't have to be anyone else for me, he said. I know, she whispered. But I still forget sometimes. Later that afternoon, Lena walked into the library, greeted by the familiar smell of books and cedar polish. Gwen looked up from her desk, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then she smiled. "You saw the new flyers?" Gwen asked. Lena raised an eyebrow. Gwen handed her one. Spring Reading Festival, hosted by Lena Ellis. Her name, clear, unapologetic, no fine print. Lena stared at it for a long second. "Is this official?" Gwen nodded. The board met again. Public sentiment turned after the event. Donations are up. They realized your story isn't a scandal. It's a testament. Lena exhaled, the relief so big it made her dizzy. "Thank you for fighting." "I didn't do it for you," Gwen said. "I did it because every little girl who walks in here deserves to see a woman stand her ground and stay standing." That night, Miles brought the twins over with pizza and paper lanterns. They set them up in the backyard, each one carrying a small note scribbled in messy crayon or careful cursive. Maisie's read, "I want Daddy to be less tired." Jonah's, "I want Miss Lena to live with us forever." Lena's note simply said, "Let this be real." They lit the lanterns together, each flame lifting softly into the night sky, rising like hopes finally given air. As they watched the last one disappear beyond the treetops, Miles leaned close. "You know," he said, "when I first sat down at that table, your table, I thought I was making a mistake." She looked up at him. "And now? Now I think it was the only real thing I've done in years." Lena's fingers curled around his. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Some truths didn't need punctuation, only presence. The knock on Lena's front door came just as the kettle began to whistle. She turned the burner off and crossed the living room, heart unexpectedly jittery, though she wasn't sure why. Through the window pane, she saw a tall silhouette, elegant, composed, unfamiliar. When she opened the door, the woman on her porch offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Miss Ellis?" the woman asked. "Yes? I'm Margaret Harrington, Miles's mother-in-law." She extended a gloved hand, graceful but guarded. Lena blinked. "Oh, of course. Please, come in." Margaret stepped inside, gaze sweeping over the room with polite curiosity. She paused on the drawings pinned to the fridge, the stack of library books near the reading nook, the pair of small sneakers by the door. "You have a very warm home," Margaret said, setting her purse down carefully on the entryway bench. "Thank you," Lena replied, then gestured toward the kitchen. "Would you like some tea?" Margaret nodded. "Chamomile, if you have it." They sat across from each other at the small kitchen table. Lena noticed Margaret's posture, erect, almost regal, as if she was still deciding whether this visit was a courtesy or a mission. "I imagine you've guessed why I'm here," Margaret began. "I have a few thoughts," Lena said carefully. Margaret sipped her tea before setting the cup down with a soft clink. "I've always been protective of the twins," she said. "When Caroline passed, they were so young, barely old enough to remember her voice, let alone her face. I stepped in to help. But Miles, he was distant, lost." Lena folded her hands. "Grief isn't tidy." "No, it's not. But what I saw in Miles after he met you, that was something different. A shift. He smiled more. He listened more. But it worried me." Lena kept her voice level. "Because I'm not Caroline." Margaret's gaze softened slightly. No one could be. And I wouldn't ask you to try. A pause. Then Margaret continued. But your life has been private, quiet, and now it's public, attached to a man whose name has weight, and whose past still lingers in some circles. I needed to be sure that you understood what stepping into this family really meant. I do, Lena said, voice low. Every time I walk with them down the street and feel the whispers, every time I see them look at me, like they're still not sure if I'll be here tomorrow. Margaret nodded slowly. And will you be? Yes, Lena said, without hesitation. Margaret watched her carefully. Then, to Lena's surprise, she smiled, genuinely this time. Good, because they love you. And whether or not I planned on it, I think I do too. Lena's shoulders eased just slightly. I appreciate your honesty, she said. And I know this isn't easy. Letting someone else in, trusting again. Margaret's smile faded to something gentler. It's terrifying, she whispered. They sat in silence for a few moments, not needing to say more. As Margaret rose to leave, she paused by the door. Jonah told me you taught him how to tie his shoes. Caroline used to sing to him while doing it. I hadn't realized how much that mattered until he brought it up. Lena swallowed the lump rising in her throat. It matters, she said. Every small thing. After Margaret left, Lena stood on the porch for a while, watching the way the sunlight filtered through the dogwood tree across the street. Something in her felt both lighter and heavier at once. Later that afternoon, Miles arrived with the twins, their faces glowing with news. Guess what, Miss Lena? Maisie said, bounding up the porch steps. What? We're gonna have a family dinner. Jonah grinned. At Grandma Margaret's house. And she said you should come too. Lena looked at Miles, surprised. She invited us all, he said. She said it's time. Lena blinked. Time for what? Miles smiled. For something new. She knelt to the twins, brushing a stray curl from Maisie's cheek. What should I bring? Maisie whispered. Your brownies. And your sparkly earrings, Jonah added. Lena laughed. Deal. That evening, as she packed a small box of dessert and slipped on the earrings she hadn't worn since her sister's wedding, Lena looked at herself in the mirror and saw someone different. Not changed, but revealed. There was still noise out there. Rumors. Headlines. But inside this unfolding life, there was also grace. Not perfect, but real. The Carrington family estate wasn't what Lena expected. It wasn't cold or ostentatious. It wasn't the kind of place that whispered about old money or tried to impress through marble and echo. Instead, it was soft. An old Georgia farmhouse modernized just enough to be elegant, with wide porches and gardens that seemed to bloom without asking permission. When Lena stepped out of the car, holding her tin of brownies and the twins' drawings tucked into her coat pocket, she paused at the gate. The sounds of laughter floated out toward her, Maisie and Jonah darting through the grass, Miles calling out to them gently, Margaret standing by the steps with a hand on her hip, her head tilted in something like amusement. It didn't feel like a confrontation. It felt like an invitation. Miles looked up as Lena walked through the gate. He smiled, slow and steady. There she is. The kids ran to greet her. You made the brownies. Maisie beamed. And I brought the sparkly earrings too, Lena said, kneeling to hug them.
Hello.
Jonah whispered, "You're definitely family
Ano
now."
naman ikas mag-isip?
Dinner was set on the back porch beneath strung lanterns and a sky painted in warm hues of orange and blue. The table was simple. Roasted chicken, rosemary potatoes, salad tossed with strawberries and pecans, but every dish carried the weight of someone's effort. It felt intentional, like everyone had brought a piece of themselves to the table. Margaret sat at one end, Lena at the other. The children bounced between bites and stories, proudly recounting the reading event, a bug Jonah found on the library steps, Maisie's dream about a flying dog. At some point, when the sun dipped low and fireflies began to flicker near the fence, Margaret cleared her throat. "I want to thank you all for being here tonight," she said, folding her napkin. "Especially you, Lena." Lena set her glass down gently. "I wasn't sure, at first, what this would feel like, letting someone new in, but I see it now." She looked to the twins. "I see how they look at you. I see how Miles listens to you. And I see how you hold space for them. All of them. That's not something I take lightly." Lena's eyes brimmed before she could stop them. "Thank you," she said softly. Margaret smiled. "I know Caroline would want them to be loved, fully, fiercely, without apology. And I think that's what you're doing." There was a long pause. Then Jonah reached for Lena's hand under the table and whispered, "Don't cry yet. We haven't had dessert." They all laughed. Later, as the night deepened and the lanterns swayed in the breeze, Lena and Miles found themselves alone at the edge of the garden path. The air smelled like jasmine and wet earth. "I was scared you wouldn't come tonight," Miles said quietly. "I almost didn't," Lena replied. "I stood at the mirror for 20 minutes, thinking maybe I'd ruin it." "You didn't," he said. "You made it whole." She looked up at him, the moonlight catching the gold flecks in his eyes. "You really believe that?" He stepped closer, close enough that the air between them changed. "I've made money. Deals. Whole industries. But I've never made anything as steady, as necessary, as this." His fingers brushed hers. Her breath caught. "There's one more thing," he said, his voice softer now. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small, wrapped in a folded napkin. "I've been carrying this around since the morning at the cafe," he said. "Didn't know when the moment would come. Still not sure. But maybe now." She opened the napkin slowly. Inside was a tiny silver charm. A red door, just like the one from the library. Lena blinked. "Where did you find this?" "I had it made," he said, "to remind us how we started. How something unexpected became everything." She stared at it for a long time, the weight of memory pressing gently against her chest. "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "Just say you'll keep choosing the table, even when it's hard. Even when it's loud." She closed her fingers around the charm, felt it anchor something deep inside her. "I will," she said. "I already am." From the porch, Maisie's voice floated toward them. "Miss Lena, we're going to read Under the Stars. Come quick." Jonah added, "Bring the brownies." They laughed. As they walked back toward the porch, side by side, Lena glanced at Miles. "Do you think this will last?" she asked. He looked at her, not just with certainty, but with peace. "I don't need it to last forever," he said. "I just need it to be real. And right now, it is." And somehow, that was more than enough. Spring in Savannah came like a quiet promise. Soft light spilling through the trees, jasmine curling along fences, and the kind of warmth that felt earned after a long season of waiting. Lena stood outside the library beneath the red-painted doorframe, a box of new children's books in her arms. Her hair was tied back loosely, curls catching the breeze. The door had been freshly repainted a few days ago, just as the kids had asked, and now it gleamed like an invitation to something safe, something constant. Inside, voices floated in gentle waves, Maisie asking if rabbits could read, Jonah arguing over whether dragons had bedtime. Blake was helping with chairs, stacking them carefully, and Sylvia, ever the conductor, was organizing the last of the bookmarks made by second graders. Lena smiled to herself. This was her rhythm now, and she almost missed the footsteps behind her. "You never told me this was your quiet place," Miles said, stepping up beside her. She turned slightly, just enough to see the look in his eyes, soft, familiar, steady. "I didn't know it was," she said, "until it wasn't quiet anymore." He tilted his head. "Too loud now?" She laughed under her breath. "No, just full." Miles looked at the red door, then back to her. "Do you remember what you told me the first night we met? That I was at the wrong table?" "I remember," she said, cheeks warming. "You were wrong." "I know." A pause. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small, a leather box, worn at the edges, simple and elegant. Her breath caught. He didn't drop to one knee. He didn't make a grand speech. He just opened it. Inside was a ring, not extravagant, but deeply thoughtful. The band was etched with vines, and in the center, not a diamond, but a tiny inset, made from red glass, just like the library door. Her hand flew to her mouth, tears springing instantly. "Miles, I don't need the world to approve," he said quietly, "or the headlines to vanish. I just need to sit across from you for the rest of my life, even when it's messy. Especially when it's messy." She stared at him, voice trembling. "You really want this?" "I already chose it," he said. "I just needed you to know." She didn't answer right away. She looked past him, through the door, into the room where the kids were gathered around story time, where life was unfolding like a book too good to close. And then she took the ring, slipped it onto her finger with a breath that felt like release. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I want this too." Just then, Maisie came barreling through the doorway. "Miss Lena, you're gonna miss the dragon voices." Jonah popped out behind her. "Wait, what's that on your finger?" Lena turned the ring slightly, letting it catch the light. "It's a promise," she said. Maisie tilted her head. "From Daddy?" Lena smiled. "From all of us. That we keep choosing each other." The kids shrieked and ran back inside, yelling about wedding cakes and flower crowns, and how Blake should definitely be the flower girl. Miles chuckled. "Well, there's our wedding committee." Lena reached for his hand, lacing their fingers. "They're perfect." They walked inside together. Chapter. That evening they sat on the porch swing at Lena's house. The sun had dipped low, casting gold over the porch rails. The twins had fallen asleep tangled in quilts on the couch behind them, books open on their chests. Lena sipped sweet tea, the ring catching the soft porch light. "You ever think," she said slowly, "how strange it is that this started with a blind date?" Miles smiled. "A blind date you didn't want. With a man pretending to be broke," she added. "I wasn't pretending," he said. "I was protecting." She nodded, thoughtful. "And now?" Now I don't want to hide anything. I want you to know the real me. The one who gets overwhelmed sometimes. The one who overthinks. The one who never figured out how to braid Maisie's hair. Lena leaned into his shoulder. You don't have to be perfect. Just present. He looked down at her. I can do that. Silence settled over them again, peaceful and thick with meaning. I used to think, Lena said, eyes drifting toward the moonlight on the grass, that love was supposed to arrive like lightning, flashy, loud, obvious. And now? Now I think it arrives like this, she said, pressing her cheek to his shoulder. Soft, patient, real. Miles kissed the top of her head. Inside, Jonah stirred in his sleep. Maisie murmured something about stars. Lena looked at them, these children who had come into her life like whispers and turned into anchors. She looked at Miles, the man who had walked into her quiet world and sat down at her table as if he'd always belonged there. And she knew this wasn't the end of the story, but it was the part where everything changed, the part where the table became a home, where love stopped waiting for permission and simply stayed. If you enjoyed this video, comment 1 to let me know. If not, comment 2. Your thought mattered to me either way. Thanks for watching Camellia Story, where kindness meets real life. At Camellia Story, we believe every act of generosity deserves to be shared. So stay tuned and keep spreading hope with Camellia Story.
Uy, asan ka nakas? Anong oras na? Para magising. Wala. Ay, hindi ko alam. Ano ba si Ellen? Pa, inom ka dito, oh. Makakatulog ka ng tema. Yung kamulay. Nakakita mo nga ba? Bakit hindi mo kumama ng gitara? Ano daw ba? Ano daw ba? Ano ko yan? Baka hindi ka alam. Sino yung ignorant ni Bertie? Kaya mo ba?
Baba, magbuba ang bayan pa tayo. Bitlog na lang to, bago niya.
Oo pa, pritusin mo. Sabi pala ni Reyna meatloaf.
Mamaya may bumili na doon ng matika, kaya ang 35 na lang isang bote doon.
Oo.
Pwede, 45.
Nagawa mo pa? Yung kanin, baka ano yan pa? Umabot kaya yan kay ano hanggang